Have you been, Moon?
I just finished eating. Okay.
Chat, this quick audio test.
Hi.
This is my mic. This is me speaking. Please tell me how this sounds, volume-wise. And then that's them speaking. Please speak.
Hello.
Tell me how.
Hello.
Tell me how that sounds to you guys.
Check,
I
check,
am
check.
currently speaking into my microphone.
I am Akong_Muffin and I have a bubble throat right now. Excuse me.
I kind of, sort of like Dick.
All right.
Sorta. Excuse me.
All right. So
Character, please.
I'll be turning them up a bit, me down a bit. Thank you, Strem.
Hey.
Welcome one, welcome all. We're back. Nothing happened in the interim, I promised. Welcome back, everyone, to Temple of Lava Bears. I'm once again joined by our lovely cohort of idiots and heroes.
Grook smash.
Hello. Oh, you know what we should do?
Yeah.
On top of the synopsis, we should give like a sentence about our characters, okay?
That was you're reading my mind. That is in fact part of the synopsis, but yeah, we will
Oh.
get to that. So,
Okay.
it's been a little bit, but while it has been a hot minute, we have not lost any of the. I don't know where I was going. That point is we're back. All right, and I hope your ass is ready because we're coming in hot and ready, or straight up, whatever the fuck. Anyways,
Straight out of Compton.
there you go. So, for those of you who had not tagged along with us for this whole ride, welcome. And let me explain to you what you've missed. It isn't too much. It's just most of it. In a little town hidden away behind a forest, there is a town called Swassen. And next to that town is an enormous mountain, a volcano, hitherto unnamed, or at least not to any of the people in the party, upon which Swassen was built. A long time ago, there have been like legends and history of other places being built around this mountain and in this area, and Swassen being the most recent of these little settlements, and unfortunately victim to a lot of unfortunate happenstance, as recently a group of cultists entered the town, briefly disappeared, or soon thereafter disappeared, only to leave behind lots of like weird shit and happenstance. There have been earthquakes that have been earthquakes and large tremors that have been shaking up Swassen and destroying some of its smaller buildings and fucking with its livestock and all of its people. Several townsfolk from the town of Swassen went missing, and a call was sent out to any adventurers in the area for help. And some people answered. I don't know if they're exactly the best for the job, but they certainly said
They're
yes.
Barely people.
So, yeah.
Some of them.
And our 5 party members decided to answer the call, headed into the mountain, armed with some magic items as provided by the townspeople, where they found not only the cult, but also the people that they were looking for, dead, having been sacrificed in evil cultic ritual. Stopped the cult from their evil ritual, where they were trying to summon a demon, and have been exploring the temple since. They have found quite a few things, including the detailed journal of one of the leaders of the cult, who apparently was trying to get lower into the nether regions of this temple that lies within the volcano, apparently dedicated to some goddess from an ancient era. And you guys have also found a very magical, cool artifact that looked a little something like...
Didgeridoo.
Yeah, it looked like a didgeridoo. Well,
It's a didgeridoo.
it is a didgeridoo,
Mate.
actually.
Penis.
Didgeridoo, please.
I'm didgeridooing it.
A magic didgeridoo that you can submerge in magma and play, which summoned a giant dragon turtle that you guys rode, surfed to another part of the volcano, where you...
What was his name?
What was his name, or what did you call him? These are two different things.
What did we call him?
Bartholomew.
Bartholomew the Turtle. All right, continue.
Yeah, so you found a cool magic didgeridoo. There was lots of magma. You found a cool dragon turtle friend. You made your way all the way to another part of the volcano where you found basically a death trap built apparently by some ancient mage who had a hand in constructing both the temple and this death trap of a dungeon that you have happened upon. And you guys are still exploring the lots of weird legends about gods and the volcano and this person called the Architect.
It's Cthulhu.
And also, you guys slept in a very uncomfortable hallway.
Staircase.
Yeah, staircase where they were
Staircase.
full of a bunch of doors that when you touched, you had horrible dreams about terrible things.
You mean when Damien touched?
Yeah.
When I
So it was Damien and Steve
me.
and Gruck. But not me.
God damn it.
One of our party members is 75% blind and 25% deaf.
Reverse
Is
that.
is it the other way around?
Yeah.
Okay. And also, well, actually, he can tell you about that in his character synopsis or whatever.
So speaking of which, let's go down the list of who you are, what you're doing here, and what the dungeon has done to you, what the dungeon and/or the temple has done to you so far. ACOG?
Oh, jeez.
Very well. I am ACOG_Muffin, and I play the character Psycho Kira. Qu'est-ce que c'est?
You hurt me.
Psycho Kira is a bugbear samurai, towering over his allies with some strange semblance of honor and pride. He enjoys leading the pack forward, but is in fact dumb as shit. He speaks like this, and much appreciate you not making fun of his accent.
Because he lived alone as a hobbit or a hermit on the edge of this town for like whoever knows how long.
An urchin, Psycho. Urchin.
Fuck.
And the temperance thus far has not been quite kind to me. Then again, I have not been kind to it either. Quite a desecration of its inhabitants. Much dishonor in my name.
Well,
That is all.
Cool.
I guess that's me.
Yep.
Mhm.
I'm Jester, otherwise known as Steve, and the temple has done almost nothing to me. I'm completely fine. Saw a weird thing once or twice. Found this book that has nothing important in it. I'm sure that won't be a problem at any point later. And I am secretly conspiring with Damien to murder the elf in our party, but we're keeping that under wraps.
Bruh.
Bitch.
Next.
I'll go.
Oh,
Okay.
no, go for it.
My character's name is Tale, and he is a very handsome and androgynous elven bard from lands afar who has traveled here to Swanson so as to test his luck, so to speak. When really it's because he's on the run from his past because he did something very terrible and heinous to incite the wrath of all of his peers and cohorts. And so going to a bumblefuck out of nowhere mountain / volcano town seemed to be the best option for Mr. Tonley. And throughout his course in the dungeon, we initially threw Steve the Kobold across an entire chasm of lava. I nearly, well, I didn't do it.
Me and Gruck.
Yeah, I convinced him to throw it. He landed, and then I forget how it happened actually, but I ended up above the pool of lava as well.
Oh, I
And
remember.
I was crip walking in the air because my character's a bard. He's a very animated individual who's prone to fits of dance and performing on instruments and shit. It's very cool. My teammates saved me, despite the fact that my character is an insufferable bastard who has done absolutely nothing to assist them and has in fact actively tried to hinder them, if only to see the misery that it would cause. Indeed, Fartale is a sadist and he wants nothing more than to experience pain and to inflict it on other people, and to get rich and to become a god, which incidentally seems to be what may possibly be hinted at by a book that he found long ago, or before he showed up at the town, whatever. Anyway, he's a
But that's
prick.
not important either.
He is a prick. He is mean, eccentric,
Sorry, can you go back to talking about your character, please?
and extremely unlikable.
Oh, shit.
I'm channeling myself here. All right, that's all you need to know about Tale. He shit on a witch's doorstep and then got one of his party members to slip in it, and then wiped his own
excuse
ass
me.
with his stark white cloak.
Excuse me, I was forced into it. I did not slip, okay?
Oh, that's true. Actually, you saved me. Oh yeah, you forced him down into the poop. I forgot.
You may or may not have grabbed him by the head and shoved him face first into the pit.
Also, Shy made, because I didn't have time to make Tale at first, but Shy made him bald, and extremely. Wait, what was my character's height again? I'm pretty sure it is. Well, let's see. Hang on.
He's a manlet.
I know your age.
Oh, I'm 6'3", just like in real life, bitch. All right,
There's
next.
two measurements, chat.
Aren't you up 420 years old?
I don't think he's noticed how old he is yet.
I'm 69 years old, honestly.
20 years old. Which is
There it
pretty old
is.
for an elf, actually. He's basically a grandfather.
No, he's
but
not.
he
He's
acts
not
like
a
child.
grandfather, but he is up there in his middle ages.
Wait, what's the maximum age for elves? in
Elves
fifth
can
edition?
go pretty fucking high. I've
I thought it was.
750.
I thought it was 500.
no, it was like 700-800.
Oh wait,
Okay.
I totally
There was somewhere in there.
Next for real. I'll be right back.
totally forgot that we established the dick sizes of both Taole and Gruck.
Well,
Last
before we get too far off track, Mephisto, your character.
Yeah, so I'm playing Damon. He's a tiefling barbarian. He's pretty one-dimensional in the fact that his dad left him early on, and he uses that fuel and hatred to fuel his anger and rage all the time. Certain, I can't right now.
Alright, don't worry about it.
But he, unfortunately, that one-dimensionalness is fucked because I gained a form of indefinite madness in which I lost all my memories from age 1 to 18. So now I have no fucking clue what he's about, but we'll find out. That's about it.
Memories left him just like his dad.
Rip.
Wow.
Jesus
This is
Christ.
getting too real for me.
Fuck.
Good God.
Ugh, why don't I have an air horn sound effect? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I knew I had one.
Well, how about for the low, low price of $200, you can buy a 16-button stream deck from Elgato. Smile.
Motherfucker, I've already spent $200 this month on a series of 8 buttons and a stick. I'm good. I'm good on
8
buying
buttons
expensive
and-
equipment.
What stick did you
He
get, by the
plays
way?
fighting games.
Oh, okay. I was wondering.
All right.
Oh, the fighting
Moving
game
on.
stick? Or...
Sorry.
I thought we were still talking about dicks. Sorry.
No, I think there's one more character
On-
that needs
on
to be
the brain.
introduced.
Hi.
Gruck. Wait, did Gruck already
hi.
go?
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Super Kawaii Desu Princess, also known as Kirito. Shy will call me. Fuck weebs. I play the I play the very wise and overly large and burly full orc Gruck Steelbane. Gruck has been sent out to this final mission for his guild, as he is a master forger and he makes some of the best work possible. He believes in the god of forging and trade. Now he is here in this temple discovering the last bits of the magic and what this architect has done to it. The temple has been weary on me. I have had nightmares of my wife and children dying, and it has
Oh.
put me in a more serious tone. My orcish overtype has been taking over me. Bloodlust seeks through me. This architect will die. That's it. Also, just real quick note. Me, as a DM, I will be hosting a little mini adventure.
Don't
Literally next
whore
week, so
yourself
if you wanna
out
play.
on my stream,
Hey,
you
no,
fuck.
what the fuck? I'm trying to whore out Mooncorn.
Listen,
We-
we do this at the end.
Yeah, that's what I was
not
about to say. We
the
do it
beginning.
at the end, motherfucker.
I just wanted people to know that they
I
can
need
sign up
pay
for
your
Nice.
video games.
respect to
God damn
God,
it.
these DMs.
If anything, I'm whoring out Moon.
Yeah, keep it up.
Oh,
Good work.
God. Anyways, so Jesus
this entire
Christ.
time we've actually been Moon's pimps.
So let me catch you up a little bit more with exactly what we're looking at right now, specifically this, which you guys have just walked into. You have finally managed to defeat, let's say, the hallway with 12 doors. You have found the door that is a real door, and not a door that is a portal to more nightmares and crazy bullshit. And behind this door is an interesting room, a very spooky room, actually. Well, not really a spooky room as much as just a strange chamber. Beyond the door, the ceiling of this immense 80-foot square chamber glows red from a pool of bubbling magma suspended over most of the ceiling. The pool covers the entire ceiling save for a 10-foot square border, 10-foot square border next to the wall and a 20-foot square island in the very center of the room. From this, a huge statue of a creature resembling an enemy with 4 snake-like heads reaches its maws toward the floor. The green marble floor bears a 10-foot pit, which lines up perfectly with the magma pool in the ceiling. As with the ceiling, a 10-foot walkway surrounds the room. 4 10-foot square daises are located throughout the room, equidistant from the walkway around the outside and the statues in the center. On the ceiling, atop each dais, I fucked that up. 4 statues in the pit in the middle of the room. Atop each dais is a statue of a worshipper kneeling in supplication. While strangely little of the magma stuck to the ceiling appears to have fallen to the floor, some of it has, as bulbous blocks of pumice dominate the corners of the walkway. Now, this is a very complicated room with a very complicated structure, but allow me to help you out with a very... where is that room? Helpful image, if I can find it. Oh god, where did it go? There it is. So what we have here is a veritable fuck room, where on the ceiling there is this a huge pit filled with magma and an island in the middle.
Oh.
A statue with snake heads, like, coming down. An equally sized and shaped pit in the floor before you, but no island in the middle, and instead 4 statues on high up daises, like looking up, praising the thing above them. Although they're misaligned and not facing anything in particular, and even more interesting, the heads of the statues seem to be facing off in weird angles. Like they were not carved to be in this way, otherwise their necks would be broken. Hopefully you guys can see this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And then, as I mentioned before, there are all these pockets in the corner filled with pumice stone and other rubble that seem to have fallen from the ceiling.
Is it possible to walk over to one of the statues and reach its head?
You could, if you'd like. Feel free to move. You should have control over your tokens again, and you should be able to move them as you see fit.
Mm-hmm.
So I will mention, hang on, before you get into the orange zone,
Mm-hmm.
The orange is there's a pit in the middle of the floor that falls 20 feet, or I believe it's 20 feet. Sorry, 10 foot. So from the platform that walks all the way around the room, there's a 10-foot depression, and then the area where the statues are. That 10-foot depression is mirrored in the ceiling, where the magma is. And then this grayed out zone is where the statue in the ceiling is.
Okay, just an FYI, we can't see the green or orange zones.
Hmm?
We cannot see the the green or the brown zones.
I can see
On the
green
map?
and brown
Yeah,
zones.
it's just
I
on
see
the
it
map.
too.
On the stream I can, on this I can't.
I can.
I see it.
Reload roll 20.
That's right.
Try that.
Cool.
Tao Lei, why are you not entering the room?
From there, is it potentially? Can I potentially reach the
There is a
head of it?
there is a pretty far like you do have long ass arms, that is true, so you can
Yes.
reach real far and try to get to it. As soon as you stick your hand beyond the barrier of the pit, you feel a very strange sensation, and all of the things that you're wearing on your arm, like your clothes and your armor, feel like they're pulling up.
Feel like they're pulling up. Okay. Can I take a bit of rubble from the corner of the room and throw it towards the statue?
Sure. It goes in a weird S-shaped arc. When it leaves your hand, it begins to curve down until it passes through the barrier of the pit, and then curves back up until it falls all the way into the ceiling, into the magma pit.
Okay. So, reaching forward once more for the head, am I able to grab it with both hands?
Could I try something?
Yeah,
Can I cast Detect Magic?
sure.
Ritually, if it doesn't mind for you guys.
Hold on, 1 sec. I cartwheel into the room. Ta-da! Okay, continue.
Ritual
Well,
casting
watch it.
takes
That's
11
why,
minutes.
Steve, I wanted to make an entrance.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it'll take 10 minutes. So in the meantime, I will continue.
Well, I would, if anything. Wait. Let's not be hasty. Take this slow. Pull back. Give me a minute.
Very well. Do you have something in mind?
Let's try
In your
this.
mind's eye.
At this point, I would like to look at everybody and say, "Don't touch anything. Just wait 10 minutes."
Yes,
I'd
we'll
like to
see
cast
about
Detect
that.
Magic ritually.
So, you spend 10 minutes preparing your spell and making sure that everything is in order as you begin to channel the divine energies that it would take to cast this spell. Is
Can I
everyone
disrupt
else
him?
not touching anything as directed?
For now.
Okay.
Once again, there were bits. No, there were things around the room. You said.
There are pockets of like dried up magma that probably has like fallen from the ceiling and like pretty clearly is like has solidified into like collections of pumice stone in the corners and like pretty big chunks too. Specifically,
I'd
like,
like to
in the chunks,
Hmm?
like in this corner. Oops, I should probably change to a different color of not green. In this corner over here, and this corner over here. Yeah.
Okay.
This one
All right.
and this one.
Okay. While he ritual cast detect magic, I would like to go over there and investigate it.
Okay. It is very warm, surprisingly, for like solidified rock.
Okay.
And this is
I'm gonna
this
start
is
rubbing his shoulders.
this is
I'm
you
rubbing his
standing
shoulders.
like a couple of feet away from the actual like rock. It's the collection of rock. The first thing you notice is that it almost looks like it's one giant piece, even though it's clearly made up of a bunch of smaller pieces of rubble. But it's so porous and whatnot that it's not immediately obvious. The second thing is that like even from a couple of feet away, if you extend your hand, you can feel the heat coming off of it. Can you make a perception check, please?
I most certainly can.
Does he get disadvantaged because I'm rubbing his shoulders?
No. His concentration is a little bit better than that.
He was so aroused he couldn't even perceive correctly.
Yeah, you just hear. Sorry, you feel the heat rating off of it, and it's very strange.
Okay.
Just tell me when detect magic is done.
Damien, are you walking over to that corner as well, looking at some rocks?
Yeah, I wanted to just rummage through the rubble and see if I can find anything.
Make an investigation check, please. And I'm assuming you're going through the larger pile in the other corner, right?
Yeah.
Okay, make an investigation check. Amazing. Damien, you walk over to the
Found it.
you walk over to the other pile of rocks. Kick a rock or two out of the way as you're doing so, and as soon as one of the stray pebbles that you whack with your foot, dinks up against that nest of other rocks, you hear a very loud humming and buzzing sound, followed by a very concerning aura of heat as little blips of light escape out of the porous holes of the stone near you. Suddenly,
Do we all hear this?
oh yeah, and you all see too,
God damn it, Damien!
as several hundred
Breaking concentration.
small little insects that all seem to glow brightly with a yellow and orange light escape out of the rock and begin to swarm.
Just a.
Can I do a series of backflips to escape?
Hold up. From me screaming "God damn it, Davian" with my very gruff old voice of of a dad, does Damien get the weirdest sense of deja vu?
I don't know, that's Damien.
Vaguely recalling his maybe parents.
I immediately enter into a rage.
My childhood marred by
What? Just start.
All of the
swinging.
screaming also causes this other swarm to awaken. Psycho, you are enveloped immediately by veritable hundreds of lava bees who just swarm angrily all around you as everyone is kicked up into a panic. I need initiatives immediately.
This is what he meant from
This
that.
is not okay!
It's still written in my notes in bold letters. Bees? Question mark. He straight told me something about this, and he was like, "Don't," and nothing about bees, and I'm like, "What?"
Oh my fucking god.
We go and roll.
No, it's okay. They're rolling real shit too.
Oh!
Alright, team.
Everyone is just rolling horrific.
Oh
Yeah,
my
there we
god!
Alright, team. Okay.
Listen, I expect to be shit. I have a -2 index.
Wow, I have never seen such tremendously bad rolls in my entire life. That is genuinely shit.
Okay, team.
So, Tao Lei and Psycho, who has higher dex? I believe it's Tao, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
I'm very slender and agile and sexy.
That is at least 50% correct.
Oh!
Do you want me to
shit.
roll disadvantage in initiative since I'm casting?
No,
was
you'll be
casting,
fine.
which
You'll
will-
be fine.
Okay.
However, the thing that does happen immediately at the beginning of the turn, or beginning of the round, is Psycho, you are inside of the bees.
Hurrah.
What kind of armor are you wearing?
Chain mail.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe chainmail is metal. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Cool.
My eyes just went wide.
Several hundred bees very angrily erupt from their rocky nest. Many of them enter the crevices of your armor, and you are inside of a swarm of lava bees. If you are wearing metal armor, your armor is superheated. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please, with disadvantage because you're wearing metal armor.
Just
Oh,
heat
God.
metal.
Oh,
Nice. Nice.
God.
That's real bad.
That's a 1!
It
That
is
is indeed a one.
it is the same effects as a heat metal spell. So you take 2d8 fire damage.
Look.
And don't forget that your cloak, because you guys were all given ash cloaks at the very beginning of this adventure, your ash cloak that allows you to survive inside of the extreme conditions of a volcano, any fire damage that you take, the cloak takes half, rounded up. So
I'm ready for Sean to just throw a fireball at us one time, and then it's just over from my cloak.
you take 6 fire damage, your cloak takes 7.
Correct.
Alright, Damien, it's your turn.
All right, am I already raged?
Yep, you're
Is
enraged.
that cool? All right, perfect. All right,
Fuck it up.
my eyes just go red. I didn't spill anything. I swing at this thing. Oh, whoops! That still counts as 10. Whatever.
Steve, since he was late to the party, cause probably, off somewhere doing dumb stuff, you're gonna go next.
I rolled before, it just didn't get put up. I think I did it too early.
Alright.
10 and 24.
The 10 is gonna miss.
Okay.
The 24 is gonna hit. What kind of weapon are you using?
It's now magical, thanks to Gruk.
Very good. And it's okay, cool. So 16 slashing
Yeah.
damage. You
Yep.
slash away at the bees. However, because it is a swarm, it's slightly ineffective, as you can really only cut down so many bees with the edge of a blade,
Yeah.
magical or not. But
Okay.
the bees do take damage, albeit somewhat reduced.
Albeit. God damn it.
Steve, you jump into action. Or I'm sorry, Damien. Do you have anything else you want to do? Any moves or anything?
No, I'm good. I'm
Okay.
good.
Damien.
Or
Steve.
Steve.
Sorry, I clicked the button and then it was Damien. Whoops.
My bad. I don't know how to help.
Shoot a single arrow and just hit one of them.
Oh, to my left, I see the bees swarming Psycho Kira, and they're like
I'm
inside,
gyrating my hips behind him.
they're inside of it.
They're not. They're all around him. He's like completely enveloped by the swarm. I would even say that he has like very light cover. It's literally like a glowing orb of creatures flying in a mass.
So you're saying if I was to fire an arrow, it would
The orb, or sorry,
to hit the bees, I would hit him.
the swarm is big enough that you can shoot at the edges of the swarm and accurately avoid your shooting your friends.
All right, I'll go for that.
Unless you crit fail, in which case, what could happen?
Because now I'm within 5 feet, I have advantage.
Nope, you don't have advantage, but it would trigger. Unless wait,
Sneak attack.
yeah, it would trigger sneak attack.
Pack tactics.
Never mind.
Oh.
I always forget that you have pack tactics. That's fucked up. It's busted.
Sneak tactics is so...
Bellissimo.
So
Oh.
you're sitting there with your bow and arrow, waiting, and then in a split second, you see all of the bees before even the bees realize that they're doing it. A bunch of bees line up in a singular line, which you fire. Which is the only conceivable way that you could do that much damage to a swarm of bees with a motherfucking bow and arrow. Regardless, it is very effective, and you skewer like a kebab about 30 bees into the wall, like wing to wing to wing to wing to wing, all squished together on the shaft of an arrow. Very effective,
next arrow.
although still reduced.
I blow on the tip. Yeah, it's pretty easy.
Wow, that was
And I end my turn.
Oddly sexual.
actually ridiculous. What is that? 12, 22, plus 11, 33? Yes?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it reduces that somewhat, because it's still piercing damage. But yeah. Wow. Wow. Not bad. Tale.
Mechanics question.
Yes.
Would this hit my teammate? Hang on.
Fist Thunderwave, I swear to God. It's
Oh,
shattered.
hang on. How do I output the text?
It's
Oh, I know what
it's
Shudder
a bit
is,
funky.
inherently.
Give me a sec.
What are
It's
the
a
spells?
AoE circle that he casts. So
I can
Yeah,
I can
yeah,
figure it out.
So the answer is yes, it would.
Yes, that would hit.
Okay, I kind of figured. Okay,
it also hit you.
it would hit me.
No, no.
It's a 20. It's a 20
I
foot.
thought it was center of me. Regardless, it doesn't matter because I don't want to kill him because he's currently infested with beacon. So instead, I'm gonna do a backflip.
Okay, easily done.
Okay, one sec. Acrobatics. Okay.
I was gonna give it to you, but sure. It's a less than stellar backflip, but still a backflip.
I stumble a little bit upon landing on my feet. Oh no! And I pull out my drums and I start beating them. I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna give him the fat bardic inspiration, Psycho Kira.
Oh shit. Well, thank you.
I'm gonna
Arigato.
Arigato. It's a big old paragraph.
Hi.
Shut up and dance! Kill them for me!
That's a bonus action.
That is a
Still have
bonus.
a
You
regular.
still have a regular action if you'd like.
I stopped playing to scratch my chest and continue.
Was that
Right.
what was that first one? Test something?
I started to say test, but I meant to say chest.
Oh, okay. All right. Just check.
All right. Well, Psycho, I believe you're next. Whoops.
Due to the effects of the heat metal spell, I believe I have a disadvantage on attack rolls, correct?
Say again.
I actually have the spell, so I can make it.
Due to the effects of heat metal, I do believe I have disadvantage on attack rolls.
It would just it's just a damage part of like the if you're wearing metal armor, etc.
Okay, it's just the damage
Yeah.
part. Okay.
It's similar effects to the spell heat metal. Let me say that instead.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna swing.
Oh god. Whirlwind!
Commit seppuku!
Use your Bankai!
Oh shit!
Oh, there
He
it
actually
is,
used
boys!
Bankai.
Now,
Hi.
if I remember correctly, you're using a greatsword, yes?
Yes.
So you have mastered the art of swinging the greatsword as like a on its broadside, and you are scooping bees by the hundreds when you swipe thunderously at the swarm that is all around you. I was going to anticipate these bees might be more of a threat, but evidently you guys have mastered the art of just critting them, and then it's fine. But yeah, that is a lot of damage. It still gets reduced, but yeah, you just spin around with the flat side of your blade, throwing bees every which way.
It's a
Okay.
Fury Warrior.
It's 18 damage in half. It's a number 9.
Yep. And I'm going to attack again.
Oh right, you have multiple attacks. That's good.
Yes, I have extra attack.
Nice.
I bet I can't do
Incoming
it
one, here
again.
it comes!
26 will hit for another big chunk of damage.
How are they looking?
So these bees are every time you whap them away, the swarm disperses and then has to like reconvene, recoalesce into one form. And there are far, far fewer bees here than there once was. But they are still technically a swarm. Grrrk.
Is it?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Just to be
I was gonna potentially action search.
Sure, if you'd like. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
It was more a matter of, does it look like there's enough for me to scoop them up into swings?
It looks like they are severely reduced in size, and I would say to the point where, a couple of more swings like that, and you might be able to just completely disperse the swarm.
Okay, I'll just do that then. Action search.
17 and 18 will both hit the swarm. And for
Okay.
another collective, what is that? 20, 37?
That is 27.
27?
Half to, 27 half to 30.
Yes, that is enough. With another 2 swings of your sword, bees go flying, many die, and though some are still alive, they are not collectively together enough to return into a swarm, and the bees disperse.
I'm going to make my way towards my comrade.
Whoops, that was the bee that was using initiative. Let me add the other one. There we go. Alright, Gruck.
Now, to be fair, do the bees have a higher dex than me? Because I'm pretty sure they would. I have a 7 in dex.
They do.
Yeah, they should be going first
Whoops.
before me.
Alright. Well then.
Uh-oh.
Fantastic. These bees, Damien, they're just going to move through you.
Okay.
What?
I just noticed that I made a bee pun.
Yeah.
God.
And because
Fucking
What happens to
damn
them?
it.
so because they are flying bees in a swarm, they ignore the effects of reverse gravity and they just fly upside down in a swarm.
Whoa.
Why does that sound more terrifying?
It is terrifying. That's the point. Damien, when they fly through you, several of them, and they can attack while they move.
Okay.
Try to sting at you. I'm gonna make some
Okay.
an attack roll against you. 19, is that hit?
Yeah.
Right. You take 1d4 piercing damage, which is not that bad. Are you wearing metal armor? Right, so you only take 1d8 fire. So that's 2 piercing and 4 fire damage. So it's actually 2 fire to you and 2 fire to your cloak. And
Okay.
then everyone in the room that can see the bees, please make a wisdom saving throw, as they are a magnificent cloud of glowing, dancing lights flying towards your group.
No. I'm not very wise.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to use my bardic inspiration on that.
14.
You can call that after too, by the way.
Nope, you can't.
No, it says you can.
no. You
What?
can call it before the DM says that if you passed your
Yeah.
failed.
It's after you see the roll before you know the answer to the roll.
Is
Okay.
it everyone doing this?
Everyone that can see the bees, and I assume that your eyes
So,
aren't
yeah.
closed because you
Okay.
haven't said so.
Okay.
All right. If you rolled lower than a 12, which some of you did, or sorry, 12 or lower, so the DC was 13. Good job, Psycho.
Fuck.
Yeah. You are entranced by this swarm of like magnificent creatures as they fly both upside down and in this like huge cloud of like dancing lights, and they're amazing. But you're not charmed. You just can't move away from them. In fact, you have to move at least 5 feet closer to them on each of your turns. And that is their maximum movement, so they can't move any farther than that. Grok, it's your turn.
Okay, sweet. So for the purposes of them being bees, I'm not going to use Toll of the Dead because I feel like that makes no fucking sense.
No, it doesn't.
So,
I would say that they are
Um,
immune to effects such as Toll of the Dead, as only one bee would die, and that would be
Yeah.
unfortunate.
so, on the other hand, I am going to grab onto my holy symbol and look over to the creatures. And all of you guys that are looking over in just general direction, you watch as you begin to see smoke puff out of my ears and my nostrils. And all of a sudden, you see my cheeks get inflaming hot as I just give out a huge orcish war cry. As you see a huge bout of flames leaves my mouth that seems to be the same aura of holiness that I give off, this almost fiery golden fire, as I send out a sacred flame towards the
It's
beast.
hot. It's a sacred flame, yes?
Yeah, it is hot.
It is a
So
sacred
not
flame.
fire damage.
Make a dexterity. Not fire.
Are you sure?
Radiant.
Do you want to
Yeah.
you want to maybe like reconsider and maybe do some fire damage instead?
I don't think I can
Against
do
the-
fire damage.
Okay.
No!
All right.
Bing!
Well,
The
hey.
magma
Well, the
bees.
bees with an amazing +1 dexterity say fuck you to your sacred flame.
Yeah, they sure did. They take no damage.
Take no damage. They look awesome though.
And with my movement and
Yeah.
damn, I don't have really much I can do. That kind of fucking sucks. That was well.
You could move toward the bees.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Doesn't he have to move towards the bees?
No,
No,
he's
he
saved. He's saved.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not going to metagame, so I don't know my friends.
Oh
are
no,
charmed. I
well,
would pull them back.
I will say
so.
this much. You have clearly noticed that two of your friends went. Oh.
Which two of my friends are
Ah.
they near me? Is Tale?
No, it is Steve and Damien, who just got stung by a shit ton of them, and like he was furious.
Stephen Murner.
Or sorry, oh, it was Tale. Never mind. Yeah, Tale. His drumming becomes irregular, and he's like kind of just looking and barely tapping his drum anymore with the tips of his fingers, and Steve is very wide-eyed and clearly very intent on this swarm.
Well, I really don't want to metagame because like I wanted to
Sure,
see if I can
Steve.
use my movement, move right here, and just pull Steve back, giving him away from the bees, noticing that there's something wrong. But if you don't want me to do that, I will not.
It's up to you. I would say you certainly would have noticed that your friends have become unusually excited by the sight of these bees.
Do it.
With my
In fact, if
with
you would
my,
like,
with my movement,
It-
with my movement and my bonus
Yep.
action, if you're okay, could I push him back 5 feet?
you can certainly hold him. Because otherwise it would be a
I
grapple,
will-
and that would be something else.
Understood.
So,
I'll do that, and that's in.
Steve, your turn.
Yeah, so I am currently grappled.
You're not grappled as much as you would like to be.
Otherwise,
You just have a shoulder.
so I'm
You have a hand on your shoulder.
Just hands on my
You got
shoulders?
a hand on your shoulder.
Okay. Ooh, shiny.
Uh huh.
Take a 5-foot step forward.
Uh huh. So you take a step forward, and your foot just kind of like it goes down, and then suddenly you feel like the resistance that would come with reversed gravity, and then your foot just kind of goes up and it slips. Please make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh God.
Okay.
Would that be a disadvantage because I'm charmed?
No. You
Oh.
catch. As soon as the fear of death is. As soon as you feel the fear of death so presently, you immediately snap out of the charm. And
That means I
and your buddy Grok is right there with an arm extended, and you catch it. You're still here. In fact, Grok is also pulled forward a bit, but you are hanging upside down, holding onto his arm, floating above the pit.
Should I tell him what he sees above him right now?
Lava, magma.
magma.
Yeah,
It's
Just to make things funny.
technically,
Just-
it's below you, but yes.
Just for RP
Yeah.
reasons and how large my size is and how small he is, I probably didn't grab onto him with my full arm. He probably just grabbed onto my pinky finger or something like that.
Anyways,
2'5", boys. 2'5".
Steve, you no longer are fascinated by the bees. In fact, fuck them. You know, maybe this
Can I
isn't worth
use- Can I use my action to be pulled in?
it. You can try to pull yourself back onto the platform if you'd like. Yes,
I would like to do that.
I'll let you do that as a movement instead.
All right. So is that's 2 moves right there, or is that
No, it's a
just
5-foot
the
step
rest-
forward, and then you can use the rest of your movement to move another, back onto the platform.
I will look around and see if anyone else is affected.
Tale is very clearly like not watching his hands while he drums, or he's not feeling himself.
I'm thrusting my hips at the bees as though I am suddenly and unexplainably attracted to the prospect of being stung to death.
Or burned to death, who knows?
Or burned to
Whichever
death.
happens first.
Fuck me, bees!
I'm a good person, but am I good enough to save him?
I wouldn't save Tala.
Do I see anyone else?
No one else seems to be entranced by the bees.
I'll take a shot at the bees.
Not a bad choice.
It's respectable.
Maybe you'll kill him. Maybe you'll kill the bees. You never know. That's not gonna kill him.
Not gonna kill
Nah, it's not gonna kill him. It is gonna do some damage though. That is gonna hit.
So when I fire the arrow,
Yeah.
what happens?
So
Because-
you definitely go through the cloud of bees and you skewer some of them as well, but not nearly as many as you did the first time. And weirdly enough, because the bee's dying above the pit, when your arrow flies through, the bees that it kills along the way fall up out of the swarm.
Well, I was more curious as I fired the arrow, I noticed the reverse
Yes.
gravity. What happens to the arrow
As
it's
So
fired?
the arrow is fired with enough speed that you don't really need to account for the gravity too much, and the distance isn't very far. It's 25 feet, so the arrow is almost flying perfectly straight. But it certainly makes that weird S curve. As like just it leaves your bow, you see it behave normally, and then it like begins to curve upward as it clips a bunch of bees, crosses the full 80 feet, and then begins to curve down before it embeds itself on the wall about 40 feet up.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And then I'll take a 10-foot step back with the remainder of my.
Not a bad idea. Damien,
And I'll take a hide action as my bonus.
cool. What are you hiding behind?
The door.
You need to step even further back. Because you're in front of the door. There you go.
The door.
Coward!
Can I touch this statue if I reach out with my hand?
No, you can't reach it. It's 5 feet out, and it's like just at the edge of like your fingertips. If you had long bugbear arms, maybe.
I'm gonna like pretend like not pretend, but like I'll slowly put my axe out into the area just to see what happens.
It feels like it's being pulled up.
All right, I'm just gonna go over here,
Mhm.
look at the bees, and just and do nothing because I can't do anything.
Okay.
Your rage ends if you don't take any damage, or if you don't attack something.
I swing at the air, angrily.
Fuck you, Air!
Do you not have like a backup weapon you can throw at it?
I used all my javelins already. So
Oh yeah, I remember
Don't
that.
get them back.
Do I have any javelins?
no, I didn't.
So I might give you
But
them.
regardless.
I'm just chilling. I'll hold my action if they come over here, but that's all
Okay.
I got.
I do have javelins. They're going to you after this battle.
Tele.
Yeah.
Okay, so I throw my drums to the side, having grown so terribly bored with playing them, and I leap to my feet and throw my arms wide and say, "Take me, bees!" And I fucking do a front flip into the anti-grav field.
All right. Now, before you commit literal suicide, I will offer you one piece of advice.
Okay.
Technically, this is also 5 feet toward the bees. Moving 5 feet this way is 5 feet toward the bees. That is correct.
I've committed.
No. Like if you want to commit to literal suicide, otherwise known as literal Grundig, yeah, you can.
It was fun having you, Moon.
To which
Okay,
To which I say-
I'm gonna retcon this a little bit.
are you
then.
sure? Because there is an opportunity for an acrobatics check in here.
It was nice.
But
Moon.
I'm doing the fucking front flip.
All right,
thing.
front flip.
I'm flinging myself forward.
Amazing. Let's go here.
He's not a bitch. Woo!
An amazing front. Halfway through your front flip, you realize that normally you would be upside down and facing the ceiling. Now you feel all of gravity reverse. You're now facing just down, not upside down, and below you is a huge pit of magma. However, at the last second, you realize that you're flipping right past a huge statue with its head and arms, well, its arms extended upward in supplication. Please make an acrobatics check to see if you can catch yourself on the statue.
I spread
And
my
here
legs
comes-
wide and prepare to wrap around the arms of the statue.
Needless to say, you are no
Emergency
longer
natural.
charmed by the bees.
I fucking
Oh my God.
Well, Moon, it was nice having you. It was a great campaign. We'll see you next time we do this. We'll
Wait,
finish this without you. It's okay.
is it an auto failure on a 1 on skill
I'll,
checks?
I'll tell you right now.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't, that is very low.
Can we get this guy out of the Discord?
I cast Featherfall! Shut up!
Got him.
Go fuck yourself, idiots! You just Featherfall in!
in reverse gravity.
So
Are you technically falling?
he is
in
falling.
reverse
Yes,
gravity?
he's falling.
Okay.
So you do a front flip. Halfway through your flip, you begin to fall, and on the second half of your rotation, you extend your body as if you were to land and try to grab the statue. Fail absolutely miserably, and then as you continue to just flip closer and closer, or higher and higher up, you go, oh shit, and you remember that you have Featherfall, cast that on yourself, and now you are just flipping toward your inevitable doom in the pit of lava in the ceiling, which is fantastic. But you are falling at, I think it's what,
60 feet.
60 feet
around.
per
Per turn.
round, not turn.
Or is it round?
So
But I'm moving.
you are moving.
And the perimeter is... the darker area is the only space without lava, right?
There's the ceiling also has the 10-foot border around it, so you could try to move catch yourself on that before you fall into the magma. But you're not like constantly propelled in like this direction or anything. Like you did a front flip forward, it's not so much horizontal movement that you just keep going in that direction.
Okay.
So you're falling up rather slowly, but still falling up. Would you like to? Actually, I guess you cast Featherfall, so you're falling. Psycho. You're not entirely sure what could have.
Psycho!
Okay, so
I rubbed your shoulder!
how far up is he right now?
I'll say giving him a generous, like 5-foot jump height for his front flip, and falling. What is it? 60 feet per round, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. So he's 15 feet up.
15
Yeah,
feet up.
because he's gonna fall 10 feet per turn.
Okay.
You could jump.
I
Take me!
I had a plan,
Uh-huh.
but if he's only that far up, I can just walk over and grab him, basically.
Kind of.
Please!
You'd have to jump, yes, but you could do it.
Save me!
Long jump.
I am going to make a running long jump, yes,
Awesome.
and I'm going to attempt to grab him out of the
All
air.
right, make an athletics or acrobatics check, your choice.
Oh.
Athletics.
Yeah,
All right.
please.
I am a god.
A second natural one. Okay,
Oh.
no. Couldn't call it that.
Psycho, you
Yep.
press yourself up against the wall. You're gonna cut this corner like it's fucking. This corner owes you money or some shit, right? You jump
Like you're playing ball.
jump into the corner of the pit, begin to fall up toward your doom, and since you are not falling slowly, you fall very quickly, tackle Taolei in midair as you do so, sending you both flying over here. As you come back down, still, you never flip, so you're oriented normally. Taolei, you're upside down. And now you have an
Okay.
option. You can land and try to, like, catch him, or you can just maintain your orientation now and, like, tombstone pile driver him into the marble floor.
Whatever the case, as soon as he makes contact with me, I want to grope his ass.
All right, easily done.
And
Well,
wink at him
question-
if he
question. Did
notices.
this use-
If he notices.
did this use my action?
embrace me, save me from certain death, my savior.
Yes, it used your action.
Okay, in that case, for wasting my action, I'm going to tombstone pile driver.
All right, so basically, I'm saying you're catching him, getting into the normal. Hang hold on, getting into the normal gravity, and then just letting him fall and not bothering to catch him. Taolei, you land
Give him the people's elbow.
Taule, I will let you make an acrobatics check to see if you can reorient yourself, because you are still under Featherfall. You haven't landed yet, so you are falling considerably slower, even back to normal gravity.
I'm doing this at disadvantage because I'm aroused right now after having felt him
Amazing.
up.
Doesn't matter. You're fine. You catch another squish in there just as you begin to. In fact, you use the leverage of your hand on his taint to give yourself the inertia to flip back onto your feet, and you land and give him the eyebrows as you're standing there.
Saucy wink.
So how much of that
Jeez.
open movement did that use?
How much of your what?
Movement?
I'm gonna. Well, you normally use an up movement equal to the distance you covered, so 20 feet.
Okay, then can I move 10 feet this way? Okay,
Sweet.
because I'm gonna have my weapon at the ready because I saw these guys going towards Gruk.
Okay. Beast turn. Hey.
Oh, one last thing.
Yeah.
I close my eyes.
All right, so you don't see the bees coming, but you certainly hear them. They fly over to you and Taule. You feel the many, bees all around you. Since they are a swarm, they attack anyone who is inside of the swarm. So this attack counts for both of you.
Okay.
Where's their thing? Okay. 18.
Yeah.
Okay. Taule, you're not wearing metal armor, right?
Should be wearing leather. Bards can't wear heavy armor, so no.
B aggressive. B E E
I will
aggressive.
ban you. Dude, I'll do it.
He's Blammer Bard. Those bards can only wear
Alright,
light armor.
so
I'd assume he's wearing
You
leather.
are each taking. There it is. Alright, so actually, I need to roll this separately. This first one is for you, Psycho.
Okay.
So you're taking 3 piercing and 5 fire. So your cloak is taking 3 fire, and you're taking the extra 2. Taule, you're taking this.
Oh god.
You said 3 piercing and 5 fire.
Yep. So, sorry,
So my cloak takes
you.
3 and I take 2.
Yes.
Okay.
Taule,
So
you're
I take
taking
5 total.
4 piercing and 3 fire. Your cloak is taking the other 3 fire.
Okay.
All right, yeah, that's that. Gruk.
All right. Question. If I shoot a sacred flame in there, will it hurt my friends?
Normally, your friends aren't like you can aim around your friends under most circumstances, unless that number appears red. In which case, I get to decide.
Well, hold on. Where the fuck's my health bar at? Where'd it go?
There is no. There's no. It's a dexterity saving throw. So.
I can see your. Oh, sorry, your health bar is in the fog of war. That's why. It's right there. It's fine.
Oh.
You're fine.
I am going to give off a huge breath of sacred flame once again, with my mouth being completely full of this flame, and you see steam and smoke come out of my ears and nostrils.
Do it, Grok!
That is a failure.
All right, the bees take the damage.
They take 7 points of radiant.
And that is full damage, too. No resistances. Ouch.
B E dead.
You'll see a huge toothy grin smile on my face as I just puff out a bunch of smoke out of my nostrils. And yeah, there's not much for me to do for my bonus action unless I want to waste spell slots, and I'm not trying to do that. I'll use the rest of my movement to go right here.
Okay.
And for my bonus action, I would just like to cover my eyes. That'll be
You
it.
guys no longer need to make the saves because once you have, it's once every 24 hours.
Oh, understood. Never mind.
Wow.
So you
Yeah,
cannot
I'll just
be
keep-
recharmed by the things once you've already succeeded against the charm that you spent.
Okay.
Steve the Invisible.
He's not even on the initiative order at this point.
I removed
he rolled an
myself
add
from the alternate dimension, interlaced with the door,
Hmm.
and I step forward and I see the bees.
Yep.
Do I see Taole and Psycho Kira in there?
Yeah, they're slightly obscured, but they are in there. Also, you can hear them crying like babies.
Steve,
I'm just sitting
Or
there.
at least one of them crying like a baby.
I always loved you.
Move there. I'm gonna take a bonus action.
Moon, is that you with a mouthful of bees or food?
Yeah.
Okay. Thought so.
I was gonna say something. I was waiting for you though.
Oh,
I'm gonna bonus action to move there, and then I'll take a shot.
All right.
Through the statue.
Don't worry. The statue is not obscuring enough to do any, shit.
That's not what sneak attack is. There we go. That's right. Okay.
Wow.
That is a considerable amount of. Are you cheating? That is bullshit. you well, I mean the damage roll was a 2, but still, damn. That's really good. Total that is 23 damage, which gets reduced down to 12. No, sorry, 11. Don't. All right. Somehow with an arrow, once again you manage to skewer and obliterate so many bees that they cannot return back into a swarm, and this swarm too is dispersed. There are a few bees still alive and flying around the chamber, but not nearly enough to cause any issue or superheat your armor anymore.
Hold on. As I take my arrow, I pull back the string. I look at the swarm of bees, and I say, "You got long to take you a crow." And I let loose the arrow.
I turn to him and give him a nod of approval. I am proud of you, my son.
I turn to Psycho and give him yet another saucy wink and say, "Oh, big boy, you're such a firm hand."
I'm not even
Thank
looking
you.
at him. I'm not acknowledging his
And look at
presence.
me while I'm talking to you. I'm showing you my appreciation.
I'm walking away.
And I pull my deep V-neck shirt down a little bit, and then shake my torso. Hey, big boy, come back! I just want to thank you.
Same.
So,
What say you?
so this statue looks quite interesting.
Yes, I see.
I-
Play hard to get. I'll get you later, my morsel. As I spit out a bee.
Yeah, a mouthful of bees just eject
I
out of your
think I
mouth.
saw the lady from the village area.
I asked for 10 minutes and I couldn't get half of it.
Welcome to the group. I reach out and I go to touch the head once more.
I'm gonna start casting it, detect magic ritually this game, but I am not moving.
Okay.
If something happens, I don't give a fuck. Not moving until it's done.
All right.
So,
So you can reach out. You can hit the back of the statue, but its head is on the other side. And again, they're in this weird position where they're kneeled. Ignore the fact that these statue tokens that I'm using are not kneeling, but they are kneeling on their daises, with their hands
Yeah.
raised up, as if like praising something, and their heads look like they should be facing down. But some of them have their heads like turned to the right or to the left or at like weird off angles. One of them in the other corner of the room has like its head almost 180 degrees in the opposite direction. And you can very clearly see a line, a groove that runs along the neck of the statues that implies that they can probably be twisted or turned.
yeah, I was going to try that.
I have a question.
With the...
What race are the statues?
They look like they are.
Stone.
They look like they are pretty non-specific because they are also. Well, let's look at this picture again.
That's very progressive of you, by the way.
They look like they're just like
I'm very
suggestions
proud.
of humanoids. No obvious clothes or anything. Just kind of like vaguely people.
Okay.
I don't know if that's progressive if I call them vaguely people. It's not as bad as that one time where I was walking around the lab of my I was walking around like the open lab at my school, and I went to go find someone. This is a tangent, but I went to go find someone. And they weren't at their desk, so I asked one of their teammates, "Hey, if you see X person around, let them know that I called you." So later, I went to my team space and I was working, and the guy who I was looking for came and found me and was like, "Were you looking for me?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Yeah, I thought so. One of my teammates told me someone was looking for me, but he didn't know your name." So he just said, you had long hair, ponytail, glasses, beard, vaguely ethnic.
I just came back from that.
So,
What's up?
I
Vaguely
ethnic.
He's got partial ethnicity.
to which I said, "What the fuck does that mean? Vaguely ethnic?" And the guy who was looking for it went, "Listen, man, I don't know. But I thought it was you, probably from
But
the
he
other
knew-
context clues."
He knew exactly who to look for, though.
Well, he did say because of the other descriptors that he used, not that one.
Oh, he was just saying that so you didn't.
He
fucking
may or may
kick
not
his
have
ass,
been
probably.
covering his ass. Yeah, I mean it worked. Though. I couldn't.
That's
I couldn't
amazing.
have kicked his ass because I needed his help. So like,
You could have kicked his ass after you guys helped. Just fucking.
no, he's a very. He's
Boom.
very
Remember when you called me
So-
vaguely ethnic, you bitch?
anyways,
Jesus
so
Christ.
when you
I'm
called
going
me
to reach out towards one of the statues.
mhm.
I do have long limbs, so I can, I believe, reach the heads.
Not
I inch
not
closer
on
to him
this
as he's
one.
leaning forward.
because its back
No.
is facing you. So its head is still like
Okay.
forward, bent down. Its hands up, but its head just like turned at a weird angle.
Okay.
I step
it-
back a little bit to get a better view.
Hmm.
Continue.
As
I skip around to the other side. La 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 la. Continue, please.
I can I move forward while still holding onto the statue and not like just go straight upwards? Like can I grip the statue and then move into the reverse gravity?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Can I grip the statue and then move into the reverse gravity so that I do not fall upwards into the lava?
So like brace yourself up against it, so you like holding it while you do so.
Yeah.
You can you. I'm still gonna make you make a save, but you're gonna be either at advantage or the save is gonna be much easier. It would be a check, not a save, but yes. You can try that
Okay.
if you want.
What would it be, athletics or
Athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
cool? Advantage then.
Right. So you're holding on to one of the outstretched limbs of the statue as you step into the anti-gravity field and brace yourself up against it so that you do not like flip out and fall up into the magnet pit. So you
Yeah.
can step onto the dais of the statue.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible for me to,
Oh shit.
from there, twist the head of the statue?
Yeah, you manipulate the head of the statue, and it goes ka-chunk, 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 and it feels like it's offering you some resistance. Like it wants to turn, but something is catching on it.
Can I inspect it to see if there's something caught?
Make an investigation check.
Fuck yeah, bud.
So yeah, there's clearly a groove along the neck of the statue that implies that it should turn its head somewhat, like around its neck. But you also notice that the dais that you're standing on is like on the floor in this pit that's 10 feet deep.
Mm-hmm.
On the floor, you notice that there are grooves very much like the grooves on the neck of the statue. In fact, all of the statues have it, and they spiral together like this. These grooves in the floors that are protruding out of like the base of the dais where the statues are on, all spiral together like that. But when you
Okay.
try to turn the neck, it just goes ka-chunk, ka-chunk, and you can't move it.
Okay. Can I instead attempt to move the statue itself?
As you look around, inspecting the other statues and the grooves on the floor, you see a couple of gold coins just go flying up into the magma pit.
Wait a minute.
What? Oh my god. Fucking moron.
Anybody else notice that, or is that
It's not a swastika.
we're just ignoring that for now? Okay.
It's not a swastika.
If you motherfuckers are telling me that is what a swastika looks like, y'all need to go back to fucking middle school. All right?
Is that what they're teaching the neo-Nazis these days? You got something to say?
Can
Swastika.
That's like
We're
that's like saying
shitposters and memers
that's like
in
saying
here,
that
but we're not.
that's like saying that this shape over here, that's a Star of David. Right?
Can I attempt to move the statue itself?
Not without being like you would need to be on the floor to push its base. The statue itself cannot move on the dais, no. And you're at like this weird acrobatic angle where you're like having to clutch the statue's legs and arms and body with your legs, and like brace yourself so that you don't fall upward into the fucking magma pit in the ceiling, and sleep with the fishes in the sky, the magma fishes in the sky, of course.
Okay. In that case, wait, you said magma fissures in the sky?
Yeah, magma fishes in the sky. Yes.
Okay.
You have not. You have
there
not
are
seen any magma
snakes?
fish.
Okay. And there are there are snakes coming down from the top, you said?
Yeah, the statue in the middle on the ceiling has like a weird anemone body shape. This like amorphous, weird, tendrily thing, and several of the protrusions of the statue, 4 heads specifically, sprout down, looking like serpents at this area just below it. So like right around here.
Okay. Alright. So what I think is that we need to somehow push these statues into their respective locations. When they're all together, something will happen, but I don't know how we're going to do that with the anti-grav.
Just gonna cast out detect magic to see if there's any way around it.
Yeah, so after your inspection, in the meantime, your detect magic would have gone off. So you can now see
All
magic.
Yep, up to 30 feet in front
Yep.
of me, I can see magical auras, and you can tell me the
Big-
school of magic it's also using.
Big fuck off, huge aura in the middle of the room. It's probably the anti-gravity.
Okay. Do I see the edges of where it is?
Yeah, it is.
Like, could
It is
I-
perfectly the edges of this barrier. Like anything inside of the 10-foot walkway around the room is subject to the anti-gravity field.
Just technical question. What school of magic is it?
It is technically. Oh shit! I think it's reverse gravity. Is what? Let's go look that up.
Cast on a 7th level spell or an 8th level? Can't remember.
It is transmutation.
Yeah, it is. Transmutation.
Mm.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to walk towards the group and see what they're doing with my detect magic going on. It will stay like this for a bit. They'll see lists of arcana going on my eyes for a little bit as I walk up to them. Ooh, be careful.
You
I know this architect had obsessions with old gods and stars. This could be one of his fantasies that he made. And don't step around this. Transmutation. Circle of magic of some kind. Holds reverse gravity magic, a high level spell.
you walk up to a weird situation. You're like trying to concentrate on this thing, but you're like walk up to the rest of your party, who is engaging in a good old game of butt slappery.
Damn it! Will you?
And I'm already
I
I'm already in the transmutation magic.
You nearly lose concentration on your detect magic as you just see all of this, and you're like, you have to like rack your brain.
Huge breath. Fuck the other
Yes!
direction after saying what I had to say.
Would you like to join in, Damien? Please come near.
I don't want to touch him.
Come on, please. Do it.
You just bitched out!
You're just mad because we
Uh,
threw you into lava before and you didn't
Son-
die.
Psycho.
Embrace your death.
So I'm gonna like ignore that, and I have like a rope tied to my waist. I'm going to throw the rope to Psycho.
Yep.
And like tell him to tie it around. Tie this around your waist, Psycho.
You throw it, and it goes whoop, and goes straight up, and then it's like, oh wait a minute, hang on. You wrangle the rope back in, and then you have to like throw it low, like you're bowling,
Yeah.
and then it like curves down and onto the statue where he catches.
Motherfucker.
What?
All right.
Can I take the rope?
Mm-hmm.
Can I go down the statue and tie it around the bottom?
How long is the rope?
It's 100 feet.
Yes, you can.
Okay. I'm gonna do that and then try and get back up.
Okay.
And
The difficulty of this is that the statue's base is 10 feet thick. Right, it's a thick statue.
Wait, what about the feet?
So like the end of the statue is like on this. Well, I guess if you tie it around the feet, yes, it would work. He said tie it around the dais. That would be more difficult. But you could tie it around its feet as well. Tying it around the dais is really hard because you can't like land on the floor and then walk around it with the rope and tie it off and then get back on.
Yeah, it's more so like I wanted to tie it around the statue somehow.
Sure.
And then I want to. Can I just, since I've got 10 feet reach, can I just reach out to Damien and pull myself back over?
Yeah.
Okay. Damien,
Yeah.
tightly surround yourself. Go to the other side. Over here. And try pulling it!
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna do exactly that. Like walk around and then pull it. Just start like reeling it in.
Yep.
I will assist him in this.
Okay, both of you make. One of you make an athletics check with advantage.
What's your athletics?
I have 6.
I have 8.
Modifier. All right, go ahead. I'll help you.
I'll give you guidance.
All right. Don't even need it. I'm a god.
Wow.
And before I just fucking break it.
Oh god, that's way too long. All right, so you pull and pull and heave and pull, and the statue begins to slide and grind along the ground, slowly along its grooved track. And then it hits the corner. Now this is the hard part.
If we can get in there and stay on the ground somehow, maybe we can push it. Question is how can we stay on the ground?
I'm just gonna tell Damien, come over here and we'll pull it over this way.
So with the strength check that good, I'll say that you can force the statue to do the motion that it needs to, which is not only to move but also to turn as it moves.
Oh.
Normally, it
while
would
this is
require like an unreasonable amount of strength to force a statue to pivot as well, but you guys are pulling pretty enormous strength collectively,
Yeah.
and it does
Okay.
go into place. You notice now that the statue is directly below one of the heads of the statue in the ceiling. Although its arms are raised up to where there's only a 10-foot gap between the tip of the statue's hands and the top of the snake statue, but its head is facing the wrong way. Like its head is facing almost directly sideways.
How
We
do
have
we
to get- Looks like we have to get their heads in the same places with those snake things.
Hmm.
Maybe is there a way we can turn it?
I tried by hand, but it appeared to be caught.
Maybe there's a specific way we need to move all of these.
Perhaps it needs to be in place first.
Yeah, this is possible. You
Tell
want
it.
to try getting rope tied around us and seeing if we can get people to hold us and move it?
Hmm.
Hey, tell
Yeah.
it.
Hey,
Bet your didgeridoo would work in that lava up there.
there's. Are you implying that I should suicide? I'll do it. Didn't you see it earlier?
Is there anything around the green platform right now?
What do you mean? Like, other than the rubble?
Is
no.
there anything other nothing?
Yeah, nothing of interest.
Were the bees left? There was nothing from there.
There's the corners of the room that still have like those nests of pumice stone, but they're devoid of beehive, like devoid of actual bees anymore. So there's not really anything of interest.
Okay, so it's just
They're just rock.
the bees were.
Yeah.
In. There was just got it. Ah, this is. I would say that I would try to give a chance of dispel magicking the reverse gravity, but God knows that would have to be an insane check.
Yes, it would.
I do have
Specifically
guidance,
17.
I do have guidance, though. Is it possible? And Bardic Inspiration. Let's think about this. I could actually do this if I get Bardic Inspiration and guidance. I can dispel the reverse gravity.
Okay.
I'm dead serious.
I would say that you would know enough about the architect to know that this is not. The architect was an insane, crazy archmage. If they made anything that was intent on keeping people out of their laboratories, which you know of, they would go through many, many layers of prevention to keep you from doing something as simple as dispel magic.
Wait a minute. How does he know that?
Good question.
I have told all of you before a story at literally the first session that this architect dived into crazed magic and he had ancient civilization. I've told you this before.
Right. I didn't.
Was I pooping at the time?
You also recall a story a long, long time ago about another one of the architect's laboratories that somebody found. One of the ones that didn't make it, where someone tried a similar thing, and that's the reason it didn't make it. The lab kind of collapsed.
Damn. I thought I was actually getting onto something. Dispel magic with Bardic Inspiration and guidance sounds fucking amazing.
I mean, I do have a DC for it. I also have a text box to read of what happens when you do that.
Can we play this?
Do I say fuck it and give it a try?
I think
Yeah,
that
we'll
text
do it.
box. Alright, so I
The,
think
gonna-
that text-
the lava's gonna
Listen,
splash down
listen,
and kill
listen.
all of
Oh,
us,
yeah,
dude.
I think that text box has nothing after it, so I think that we should go ahead and keep trying to figure it out.
If
That is actually correct. We don't know how high that lava goes.
That's also true. No,
It just like fills with lava and we all die.
Yeah.
I mean, worst comes to worst, we could dispel it, close the door, and then just sit there and wait.
see what happens. Yeah, I guess the plan's out the door.
It was a good plan. It was a good plan.
But Shy, can I basically do the same thing with the other statues?
yeah, you can repeat the same process over and over again. Are you just
Okay, do you want me to roll?
no, I think collectively between all of the people here who would be cooperating, you could probably get the statues in place in about like 30 minutes worth of work, back and forth of pulling and stuff. Are you just moving all of the statues into place, and that all?
I'm moving all the statues into place, but on the last one, I want to tie a rope around myself, and I'm actually going to stay on the statue.
Okay.
As it's being pulled into place.
So let's move
While
all of these guys into
they're
place.
pulling the statues around on the second statue, I'd like to climb across the rope while they're pulling, and then kind of rest on the statue and start examining it.
On which one? The next one?
Yeah, this one.
I am going to make sure that my friend over here, Psycho Kira, has guidance while he's doing so.
Okay, so this guy, before he gets moved. Psycho, you would have to be over here with the rope. Damien, I assume you're helping him, yes? Okay,
Yep.
so you guys
I'm
are...
going to be on the last one, remember?
Yes, I got it.
I'm gonna go over there and pretend to help, but not actually
Right.
do anything.
And,
But yeah, I'll be doing the whole 9 yards too.
Okay.
But it's a really convincing act. Like I'm like,
I have extra rope if you need any. I have 50 feet more rope. So,
So you guys have a rope between you two that is all the way to here. You can't really see that really well. Let me use another color of rope, perhaps. Just an orange color.
Mm.
And Steve, you said you wanted to climb along this top rope to the statue?
Yes.
All right. So make an acrobatics check as you basically are... your friends are keeping it real taut, but you're still like rope climbing and not up. You're climbing sideways, and also you're upside down.
Side. What? Okay.
If you do that, can we have a rope
All right.
tied to you? Like I don't know.
Well,
It's too late.
he seems pretty confident in
Worst
himself,
comes to
so
worst.
he goes over to where you guys. As soon as you guys have the rope taut and pulled, he climbs along the rope, and eventually makes it to the statue. So you are just sitting like at the base of the statue, like pressing yourself up against all of the parts that you can to keep yourself from falling up again. And then the statue gets moved into place
imagine
with
if we
you.
had the immovable rod.
I give him a
Shit would
thumbs
be
up.
So good.
I take both of my hands off the rope and also give him a thumbs up.
Yep. For the last one, I'm gonna make sure Psycho Kira has guidance, and we are all gonna try to do this exact same thing.
All right, so Psycho, you should be on this guy. They're all on a weird layer, and everyone else is pulling. And
Yeah.
the difference in force is very minimal, and with enough time and with enough effort, you guys can manipulate the last statue into place, turning it as you do so, eventually putting it better. Yeah. And you rejoin your friend Steve in the middle of the statues, just under the huge snake statue.
Okay.
Examining.
Examining as well to see if there's any way that we can orient these into their correct locations.
I'm assuming this would, while we're doing this, it would take 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Detect magic is gone.
So
Just have to make sure.
I like how you rolled a 20 and it actually ends up being a 19.
10 minutes.
Pretty good.
All right.
Go for
So
it.
yeah, you're like on and amid all of the statues, and the collective 4 statues make the same footprint as the statue above you. Basically replicating the small island in the ceiling where the anemone statue, the snake statue, is. All of the smaller statues have their hands raised up to one of the 4 heads that look down upon you. And as you mess with the statue heads, they move in the same way that they did before. They go ka-chink, 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 and they don't line up properly.
Wait, so explain to me again the footprints?
The footprint of the statue in the ceiling is the same size as the combined length and width of the daises of the statues that you've put together on the floor.
Okay. So it's a rectangular footprint? Or it's just that big?
20 feet by 20 feet.
I would say something, but I'm not there.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm going to shout that to my comrades, basically, and see if they can think of anything.
At the bases, are there like, I don't know, are there any like switches or?
To correct something that you were saying, sorry, I was muted there for a second. It's a square base. Both the statues, in the statue in the ceiling and the 4 square statues on the floor. So it is now a 20 by 20 foot platform, basically, that you've created.
Is the anemone is the anemone
Ba-ba-ba-da-da.
sharp?
It's clearly like a
Maybe small.
stone statue, and it's got like protrusions and like something like suggestions of pseudopods or like tentacles coming off of it, but none of them that look like they would be like spikish or like piercing or anything. It's just very aggressively. It's like Gothic style architecture, you know. You're weird.
How far away is it from like the furthest point that I can like fall? So if I was like grip the statue's head and then let myself go, how far would the drop be?
From the top of the statue's hands to the top of the head of the snake looking down is 10 feet. So you could very easily,
And
like,
then-
if you were to hold your hands, if you were basically like hold on to the hands of the statue that are raising them up, with your hands, you could touch. Well, I mean, you're short, so it would be a little more difficult for you, but you could basically fall a few feet and land on the statue of the snakeheads.
I would like to do that.
Could I yell out and say, "Could you move anything of the statues, the heads, anything?"
I'll
They
start.
feel like they want to move, but they are catching on something.
Yeah, I'll tell them that. And I will actually go up to the statue and just reach up to the snake statue.
Yeah, you can just reach it with your hand, and you place your hand on the snake head, and it's wrong. Steve, you're just standing on top of this very precarious, like it's a large cobra-headed kind of thing, so it's got pretty big wings that you can stand on, but it's still at a weird angle and everything.
Do the statues seem different in any way, or are they exact?
Made of the same stone.
No, I'm talking about as far as like the statue themselves. Like, are they just replicas? Or,
They're
like,
not
replicas?
perfect exact replicas, but they're like vague humanoid shapes with no discerning features or anything, like the suggestion of a nose and a mouth and like not pointy ears or any real clothes that you can see. And they're all in roughly the same position, but they're not perfectly identical.
All right.
If I pull on one of the snake heads, what happens?
Nothing. It's just a statue.
I let myself kind of like fall up there, and I begin investigating.
So after some careful investigation here and there, Psycho, you think you might need to move the statue's heads all at once. You feel like they want to move. You're doing the correct action, but something in the mechanism of the statues is keeping it from doing it, and you suspect it might be that you're not moving them all at once.
Okay.
A lot simpler than I thought. I was overthinking that from a mile away.
Okay, I'm going to. I think I can get two of them at once.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'm gonna stand.
you would be able to if gravity weren't reversed, because you can't straddle between two of the daises and take both of your hands off of the
That's
statue.
true.
Well, maybe me and Damien can get over there.
I'm certainly not going to do it.
Fucking shit. Yeah.
Started a lot of rope, and I'm assuming they're still connected, so maybe we can try to get over there, but it's gonna be a little hard.
Yeah.
Well,
I
while they're
have-
doing that, yeah, you guys go ahead.
I have the rope still, but like we need someone to hold onto the rope before we just, or like tie the rope to something before we just.
I thought the
rope was
ropes
tied
were
to me.
tied to. Yeah,
It's
I
tied
thought
to
the ropes
you,
were
but,
tied to
like-
the statues.
But like, what about on this side? Otherwise, we'll just fall up anyway. Like,
I mean, I'm holding on to the statues.
okay, all right. You could just
Yeah.
pull.
It's just
pull
the
me.
question is
Yeah,
if
basically.
we try to make. Yeah, yeah, you can try to pull us, or if you can pull him, whichever you prefer, or both of
Mhm.
us. I don't know if you can do that, but I don't know if we're gonna be forced to make an acrobatics or an athletics check. And we fuck up.
Yeah. Using the extra rope that we have from our packs, could we potentially get Damien and Grok over?
How would you like to do that?
Currently, I am tied. I'm currently tied to Damien, so Damien's not going to be much of an issue. But if I take my rope, tie it into a lasso, throw it over to Damien, he can tie it around Grok, and I
do
can
have
pull.
50 of rope myself, so maybe I can.
I do as well.
So you can
Okay.
daisy chain a bunch of rope together, so you have a huge length of rope.
So I'm tied to Psycho, and then I want to tie myself to Grug.
Okay.
Okay. So that way, when I go over, I'll be tied to Grug, and then I can hold on while Grug comes across.
Okay. So
I have a
And I'm going to-
massive carrying capacity as
Right.
well. So
the mechanics of this are a little bit weird, because as soon as anybody
Mhm.
from the
Yeah.
normal gravity walks into the into the pit, they basically become an upside down pendulum,
Pendulum.
which would swing
yeah.
Meaning somebody needs to.
which would swing
hold on.
up, and if the rope is not long enough to get into the magma pit above, they would just pendulum their way and hit the snake statue.
Got it. So.
You could do it,
Somebody needs to hold on to
but
it.
then somebody's going to be hanging 30 feet above the floor statues
so,
by a rope.
So if we had somebody else holding on to it on the other end, would that be okay?
You figure that you could probably do some weird
yeah.
shenanigans of like a running long jump to shorten the length of the rope as much as possible. And then when you upside down pendulum, you're only floating maybe like 5 or 10 feet, not the full 30. But that's probably as good of a... Do you think that's like probably as complicated as you can get with all of this before it becomes so ridiculous that it's totally not manageable?
Okay.
Okay.
So it's
Right.
manageable. It's just we're gonna bash someone into the fucking statue.
If you
Okay.
jump far enough, they might not slam into the base of the snake statue, which is a little bit spiky.
Oh right.
Can I
That's
ask-
fine.
Can I
What's
ask
the
them-
distance between there?
What's the what distance are you asking?
Just to the statue, enough for us to grab onto it. Is it
From the
is it 20
closest
feet?
gap that you can do is 20 feet. Yeah.
Got it.
Just
What were you asking just then, Steve?
Can Taule hold the rope? And then Psycho can go up top and then use his long reach to twist 2 head statues at once. And then Gruck and Damien can give 1 head statue each.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I don't trust him.
No. Don't get me wrong. I don't trust him either. I take out my bow, and I'm like, I got a little persuasion. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
why you're not doing it. All right.
So if I take a long jump, if I just back up 10 feet and then jump, I can jump 18 feet, which I assume
Holy
is
shit.
enough. I can. Long jump is 10 feet, and then you can jump up to your strength.
Okay, so
number.
if you can jump
Hold
that
on.
far,
Hold on.
you could probably
Hold on.
clear the gap on your own and try to catch either the floor or the ceiling statues. The rope would be a safety net, but you could clear that gap on your own.
You can run.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys don't trust me? Why
We don't
not?
trust Taule.
I've done so much for you. You don't
at that point-
understand.
At that point, Shy, I'm going to back up 10 feet, and then with the rope tied around me, just in case somebody needs to pull me, I am going to jump
Can you
the
please?
18 feet that
Can
I
you
can.
please do that from the hallway where you have a greater starting distance than from the 10-foot side passage area?
I mean,
I mean,
all I have to
here's
do is
fine.
go here.
No,
Yeah.
I want to talk about this. Everyone shut up.
I'm gonna shoot
No.
an arrow
No, tell
right
me.
to the left of Taule.
What did I... Oh! Excuse you. I'm trying to have a heartfelt conversation right now.
Another arrow.
At which point, I will be doing the thing I just said.
Okay, so you clear the enormous gap. Make an acrobatics or athletics check to catch the statue.
I am going to cast guidance on myself right before I jump
Good idea.
to make this easier than me. Let's give this a try. Athletics or
Your
acrobatics?
choice.
Athletics. It is. That is a natural 20.
All right, so you
What the fuck?
straight up full clear. You basically like instant transmission your way onto the statue.
Ah. Ah.
And you're just there holding on. Like you're strong enough that you can just take a hand and place it palm up on somewhere on the statue and just like hold yourself upright with your feet planted on the dais that way. Basically, it's like
Awesome.
a one-handed push-up, but you're upside down.
Right when I'm about to jump, I'm getting a little old for this shit. So here we go. As I basically jump over and grab onto one of the statues, I assume like one of the statues might have cracked just even slightly from me putting that much weight on it automatically. And I'll try my best to get over to one of the statue's heads.
All right. So you pick a statue, and feel free to move yourself over there.
Sure.
All right, Taule. I'll trust you if you go.
As Tale is addressed, it's very clear and obvious that he was not paying attention at all. In fact, his back has been turned to the one speaking to him, and he goes, "What? Excuse me." He turns around.
This is
He's
why
been-
I
he's
don't
been-
trust you at all.
He's been picking his nose, and he kind of flicks it on the ground. He's like, "Yes, you can trust me now." What are we doing?
I start tying a rope around his waist. You're gonna jump across, okay?
We're from here, okay?
And you're gonna go to Psycho. Can you do that?
I sure can.
All right. If you do this, I'll trust you, okay?
It's that easy.
That easy.
Didn't you see my expert display of statue landing before?
Which is why I'm. This is your job. You can do this.
Very well. Move, peasant. I'm running here. And I'm gonna do a cartwheel 5 feet forward. And as soon as I land on my feet, I'm about to do a dive at the statue.
Okay. So, what is your strength score?
0
Score.
or 11, I guess.
Okay. So when you make a long jump, you can cover a number of feet equal to your strength score if you move at least 10
You can
feet
jump 11
beforehand.
feet.
So you can jump 11 feet. So you can go this far. That's how far your long jump takes you before the gravity predominantly begins to like throw you up, whereupon somebody on the other end of that rope needs to hold it taut and hard to pendulum your
Yeah.
ass.
I'll yank him.
All right,
in.
athletics, please, on your side.
On my side,
Yes.
sure.
Oh God! Don't
All right.
don't drop me!
So Tao Lei, you swing like an upside down pendulum over to here, and you
You lied! You said it would be easy!
you slam upside down up against this upside down snake statue, somewhat uncomfortably. The like big teethy snake face just kind of looking not at you but like giving you the side eye, and you're hanging upside down with Psycho like holding on for your dear life below you by 10 feet.
Bastard! Only I bruise my own flesh!
You made it.
Good job, Tale. Good job.
It was all me! Witness greatness!
Damien, it is your turn now.
All right, I'm
Oh, you're all making it? Okay.
we don't have to, do I? I don't have to.
I thought the plan was
Do
to do
it,
40,
pussy!
but-
You've got like 1,000,000 strength.
All right, sure. Yeah, you stay on that. You stay on that side then. Just so that in case if we need to get back across,
Tao Lei,
Yeah?
and also in case if all this shit comes down, it's not a total.
I shamble over a little bit out of the way.
so you have to reorient yourself back so that you're upside down, and then go back. Are you staying on the ceiling statue, or are you going to the floor statues? You can reach them by their hands. So,
I want to go to the floor
Alright,
statues.
so you pull yourself up, and then you walk your way down to, down onto one of the floor
Stand next-
statues.
Stand next to Gruck, or cling next to Gruck. Hey!
Hi.
Fancy meeting you here.
I can say the same.
This is a bit painful, isn't it?
A bit.
Have you ever held a pose like this for this long before?
One time. It was really odd.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Yes, me. Many times back at the
oh,
brothel on the way to
I
Sauce.
didn't ask.
It was quite
Tony,
grand.
no.
I had to grab my own
Turn the
ankles
head
for a
off the
solid
statue.
hour before I could. Excuse me?
Turn the head of the statue.
I tied the head of the statue.
Turn. You mean?
Okay, so we're all we're all turning them now. I'm gonna turn 2 of them at the same time.
You would be unable to do 2,
Oh right, yeah.
but
that's
Steve
right.
is right there, and he can
Alright.
do the last one.
Yeah, Steve.
Okay.
Okay.
So you all turn the heads. Their action is non-linear, but when you are done turning them, they all have their heads 180 degrees from their body, facing the snake head directly above them, so that they are kneeling, hands up in the air, heads turned, like breaking their necks, looking up at the snake statue above them.
Oh, did I turn a statue
Yes.
yet?
You hear a very loud
Creepy.
ka-chunk. Damien,
I think I got it.
you watch in horror as the magma pool in the ceiling begins to stretch and elongate and then turn from a magma pool into a magma curtain, which falls like several
I step back.
tons of rock. You see a magma wall just descend from ceiling to floor, completely obscuring your entire vision of everything in front of you and all of your friends. And just
Just take me!
Is it getting hot
a,
in here? Oh, fuck.
tremendous, thunderous clap of tons of stone falling 60 feet before landing like a perfectly shaped mold of rock into the pool directly below the one in the ceiling. The thunderous, like, curtain of magma falls,
Wait, my dispel magic would have worked.
and then all of your friends are there, 4 bleached white skeletons.
Oh,
No,
Yeah, nice
joking.
try.
No, they're all...
As the
all
llamas
just-
fall, I fall to my knees.
I was like, oh, we're shit. Oh, shit.
Man, what a great campaign, guys.
I fall to my knees. All my friends are dead. And
And then you
That's it.
achieve the state of super Damien,
yeah,
granting yourself a super rage.
yeah.
And then he looks up and sees that we're fine.
Ultra Instinct Damien.
I
Alright.
go super Damien Blue.
So looking up,
So a weird thing has happened. The magma has reversed, but the middle platform has not. Or sorry, yes, it has. I'm done. All of the reverse gravity in the room is reversed. So everything is now completely normal gravity.
So the huge rock stone statue is now plummeting out.
No, that is affixed to
With
the ceiling.
snakes and everything? I see.
Looking up, you see Damien. You can see this because you're on the walkway on the outside.
Okay.
There are, in the base of the statue in the ceiling, now that there's a pit in the ceiling instead of a pit in the floor, you can see at the base of it a set of stairs entering the base of the statue, ascending up.
How high is the ceiling?
It's an 80-foot cube room perfectly. So from the bottom of one pit to the bottom of the other pit is 80 feet. Since you're 10 feet up, so you're 70 feet away from the staircase, which is at the base of the snake
Gotcha.
statue in the ceiling.
Okay.
can I just climb up and start?
Yep.
Start towards the
Is
staircase.
the reverse gravity still
No.
on or no?
All of the gravity
No,
is normal,
reverse gravity is off.
but there
Alright.
is plenty
If I'm
of there's
still-
plenty of statue and stuff that you guys can climb up from the ones on the floor to the ones on the ceiling without too much issue.
I assumed our ropes are just gone.
My
Oh,
question is the staircase reversed or is
The staircase is
staircase?
normal relative to your gravity.
Got it.
Okay. So the staircase goes
Yes.
up. Okay. So thankfully, someone should still have rope.
Yeah, I assumed that the rope was only for the people who were moving on to the statue, so the rope should have been inside of the statue square that was safe from the back.
Sure.
Let's say that you didn't lose all of your rope.
Okay. All right. So, I'm going to then throw rope to Damien.
Okay. I tie it around myself. I don't know. I guess I just jump and hope for the best.
10 feet long
can-
jump. What's your strength? You
Yeah, 16.
you have a strength of 16.
Yeah.
You can jump 16 feet. Not sure if that's enough, but
It's not, but if I stand there, I can catch him.
No, that's enough.
he has to jump 10 feet. Well,
It's like
He
Right.
was
The-
10
the
feet,
gap
you
is
jumped
15 feet.
15.
To land on
Yeah,
the
so it's-
statue like cleanly, you need to be able to jump 20. But if you can jump
Okay.
can jump 16, you would land here, and you would have to rely on your friends to catch you.
yeah,
All right.
Psycho can do
I will
that.
do that.
all right.
Yeah, I'll catch him and then afterwards, just
Okay. Psycho.
climb up.
So,
Yes.
well, I guess you're making the jump, right, Damien?
Yeah, I'm making it.
Damien,
Go for it.
you run, get a little bit of run up, turn, and then jump into over the magma pit. Psycho.
Move, Tole.
Athletics check, please.
Yeah.
I'm helping.
Do I have advantage because I have a 10-foot reach?
Let's say that yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Athletics?
Yes,
so?
athletics. All right, you're fine.
Easy.
He lands into your arms like so many children that you have picked up before. And
What?
What? Hello.
Before their mother screamed in terror
Exactly.
and took them away from
And
me.
you ate them.
And hate them. He's a psycho killer, dude.
Psycho Kira.
We
This
never
is it.
we never questioned that. What are the naming algorithms of bugbears anyway? Is that
So anyway, let's continue. Let's continue climbing.
Thank
is that like his murder name? Like is that what's
I
going
believe-
on?
hold
Is
on,
that
I
how he's
believe
known
it's-
on the street?
You don't know.
I believe it's of like an ethnic.
I
origin.
may or may. Vaguely, I think. So climbing up.
Okay. The statues are very easy to climb. There are plenty of hand and footholds for you guys to grab onto, and you ascend up to the base of what is now the ceiling statue, where you find a staircase that has been carved into the base of the ceiling statue with normal relative gravity orientation and everything. Very unusual. The first thing that you notice about the stairs look completely clean, untouched by the magma whatsoever. They also look very precise, straight edge, cut, very, well, precisely, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Okay.
Start. I am leading the way.
Right.
Searching
I'm
for
leading the
traps.
way.
Can you search for traps?
Yes.
efficiently?
Watch me.
No,
No,
no.
he
Go
can't.
for it.
You do not let him go.
All right.
I am leading the way, looking for traps along the way with a 4.
Nah. My character is tired of coming close to dying. I will push you back. If you want to fight about it, I'm okay with that. I'm not
You
having your
pushed me
shit.
back and I just rolled down the stairs.
Oh, I'll do it. My character's tired of dying. He wants to go home and see his wife. Oh my god, you have pissed off an orc.
Whoa! Does anyone see this?
that's
The staircase ascends into a huge spherical chamber. This 50-foot diameter spherical room appears to have some sort of relative gravity, allowing its entire inner surface to be traversed as a floor. Its black walls have been painstakingly ground to a smooth surface and adorned with millions of tiny metal rivets that reflect light and make the room look like a star field. Suspended throughout the room are hundreds of thousands of tiny glass balls. Some are as large as a sling bullet, while others are as tiny as a marble. They reflect and refract the light, and many appear to be filled with liquids of some sort, causing them to illuminate in different colors. The tiny spheres are arrayed roughly along one plane and look somewhat like the bands of stars visible above the horizon on a clear night. They rotate around a large ball of energy in the center of the room. 4 doors are equally spaced around the room's equator.
Yep. The architect was fascinated by old gods and stars. What's going on?
Most madmen are typically fascinated with things and beings greater than they once they've achieved a certain prowess in the mortal coil, my friend.
I'll stare at him. I don't get the hottest case of deja vu while listening to him.
So
And,
Sorry.
I would just like to say, I'm going to leave it on this image for a while on the stream, because there's no fucking way I have a map for a 3-dimensional space this complicated. Chat, bear with me for a while, alright? Proceed.
What a shitty DM.
Gives me
am I right,
time.
guys?
Not even
yeah,
making
I'm
3D
alright.
maps.
Oh my
lol.
Just make a map, lol.
gives me enough time to write down notes about the room. So
You're making
Okay.
games, right? Why didn't you make a game for this? God.
I'm
So
gonna go.
continuing. Mhm.
I'm gonna go touch one of the pretty stars.
Oh man, do I have popcorn available?
It looks like a regular, like it's literally a glass ball. One that you find is like filled. It looks like it's filled with a little bit of liquid. But there are only so many that you can reach at the outskirts of the spirals of this arrangement. There may be 3 or 4 that you can touch at the distance that you're at. But you can reach out
Question.
and grab it, and it's very warm actually. It's like a little glass warm bead.
Can I take it out?
Yeah, you can move it, manipulate it.
I take it and put it in my pocket.
Okay, you're carrying
Hey,
just a
hey.
glass ball with a little bit of liquid in it. It
Hey.
glows faintly a yellow light.
It's
Uh,
pretty. It's pretty.
Don't let him stop you, Damien. You can do whatever you want. Your dad is
Shy,
dead and he hated
what
you
is the?
forever.
What are you talking about?
Your dad has been dead for 20 years.
Oh, that's not true.
That's not. It's not true. I just made that up. But he does resent your birth.
Uh,
Jesus Christ.
It's not
Grub,
true.
what
I
is he
still
talking
love
about?
You, Damien. I still love you, Damien. It's okay.
Wait, hold on. You're his dad?
I sure am.
Oh.
So.
Wait,
Oh.
Yes, Damien.
I am your father.
you're my dad.
Oh God! Is it gonna wrangle?
I meant your old
John.
dad.
What?
Did I sense any magic from him when I casted Detect Magic a while back while I was looking throughout the room? From Damien.
From Damien?
I know it was a while back, and if you
His-
want to say no, then that's fine.
No magical auras other than his weapon.
Shit. I'm kind of curious if I can take away what he has with Lesser Restoration.
No, it seems like any afflictions that he have are entirely due to madness.
Madness. Oh.
I'm gonna
Oh, but
take one of
Sparta.
the glass balls and smash it.
Then I'll just nod my head, yes, and I'll pat him on
So
his back.
let's just, before your friends go randomly smashing shit, I will give Grok you the opportunity to first realize that this certainly you have found it. This is one of the architect's laboratories. You know that they had multiple. All of them were destroyed. All of them exploded very violently or collapsed in on themselves. Usually due to the fact that the architect would set up multiple redundant safety measures such that if something or someone were to fuck with their stuff, it would destroy itself or just invariably be destroyed by the nature of the chaotic magic that they were messing with. This
My hand
all
just-
looks a lot like chaotic, crazy magic that would go better unmessed with. So now I will throw that to you, and you can try to stop your friends from doing whatever that would assuredly probably blow you all up.
All right.
And
All right.
Hold on.
Damien.
Very quickly.
Very close to leaving my
You'll
hand.
notice that Tale has begun to unzip his trousers so as to relieve himself. It's been quite a while now. Continue.
The glass
He hasn't,
ball.
he hasn't started yet. He hasn't, but he's about.
I'm going to
he's
look to
about to-
everybody, and I'm gonna first by coming in and taking one of the balls that Damien just took. I need that. Everyone, let's calm down. I know what this is.
I'm
I
gonna-
read about it a bit. This is one of the laboratories that
Are you a
this
cultist?
architect.
I'm gonna like pause.
In second thought, maybe you want to go touch one of them.
so
uh,
I can smash it.
But my character will look to
Yes.
everyone. Yes, this is magics. Do not touch it. Tally, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm relieving myself. It's been so long. I can't even.
Relieve
hold it
yourself down the stairs.
anymore. But it. Okay. I begin
I'll
to
look
try
at-
it. I'm gonna try and pee on the floor anyway.
You're just peeing on the floor. You're just standing in a puddle of your own piss now. That's gross. And I don't know where.
Making a clear 20 feet distance between Tale and
Wait, hold on. We need to know what happens here. Okay, is he arcing
Okay.
it up? How is the gravity affecting it?
For
Is it hitting
hold,
the
hold on,
balls?
hold on.
I'm aiming
Listen,
it up. I'm aiming
listen,
it up. I'm aiming it up.
Hold on. The relative gravity
Oh.
of the room makes it so that any creatures inside of it, the gravity is such that like you can walk on the insides of the sphere. So something about the spheres makes it so that they can float in the room, but you cannot. You are always attracted to the nearest surface on the inside of the sphere. So your piss would do the same.
But the okay. The piss
So,
is still
listen.
related to him. Got it.
This is heavy and high magic. We
Oh.
don't touch anything. We look to
Oh.
the doors. If you touch anything of this room, something can go terribly wrong.
I'm
I've
still
studied a bit
holding.
in the arcana of this magics. It is deep, dark, and terrible, and wild. Damien, put the ball back where you found it.
I put it back as soon as he says like dark magic and
Don't
stuff.
touch anything. If you do, I'm not saving your ass.
When you let go,
But it's-
when you let go, of
Won't
the,
it just blow up? Won't we all just die?
Damien, when you let go of the little ball, it reorients itself where it should be in the diagram.
So, what does the center of this room look like?
It looks like a huge ball of energy.
Hmm.
In
Question,
fact, I'll let you make an Arcana check to see what you can figure out what it is.
I'm not too good at that arcana shit, but I'll give it a try. Can I cast guidance on myself or no? Got it. My dog says hi.
Yeah.
Wait, you still had Arcana before you still had guidance before you walked up the stairs. So you don't have to cast it on yourself.
It's a 13.
Yeah, it looks like a
Nah,
huge,
it lasts
huge
for
ball
a
of
minute.
energy. It's mostly just emanating light. Something is weird about it, probably given the history of what the architect messes with, but you don't know exactly what it is.
I could cast detect magic and figure out what kind of school of magic it is
Yeah.
if you guys wanted to wait 10 minutes. But if you guys want to move on, that's perfectly fine.
I need
to
If you
use
guys can actually wait and sit for 10 minutes.
Can I squat instead?
I'm going
In your own piss?
to.
Yes.
While that goes on, I
See-
am going to actually look around the room and see. if there is an exit.
that's exactly what I was talking about. If you guys could wait 10 minutes,
Hold
we'll
on,
be good.
if he-
Psycho
if
Kira's
he
like, all right,
moved-
I'm gonna start moving.
Hold on. If he moves, does the piss move with him?
The piss is attracted to the nearest surface that it is at.
So it just stays there.
Yeah.
It doesn't like flatten itself out in a pool.
Well, it
Like
does
that,
pool,
where it's, like,
but it's
spreading?
pooling in like a bowl-shaped room, so it's gonna
So knowing
be weird.
so knowing the group,
Yeah.
I don't think I have any time to cast detect magic without them fucking up or touching something.
just cast it as a
I'm-
spell.
I'm quite li-
stand still. I promise on my mother.
I am
not
quite literally
wasting
standing
all the
Right for you
exactly
fucks.
where I was. I'm quite literally standing exactly where I was, looking around the room to see if there is actually an exit.
Oh, okay.
Jesus Christ.
I start walking.
So there is around the hemisphere of this spherical chamber, there are 3 other exits that you have not explored yet. All of them seem to be a doorway that has a couple of steps of a staircase that lead into a room. You cannot see really beyond into them very much until you're properly oriented at the doorway.
Okay. I would like to sit down and begin a short rest.
I dance in place like a monkey.
I will just sit down for 10 minutes casting detect magic.
Would you guys like to take
I'm
a
splashing the pee.
I walk around the room.
Would you guys like to take a short rest here? Would you like to do some stuff? Or one person has suggested a rest.
I
Can I-
personally don't need a rest, but if you guys
Can I
need one,
can I short rest while dancing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I short rest while investigating?
No. If you're doing things that require me to read an extra text box, no.
I'm not missing anything.
I'm gonna be real with
yeah,
you.
I'll investigate.
If you guys want to take a short rest, I'm okay with it. I personally don't need one, but if you guys need one, then we can.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I
investigate.
don't necessarily need one, it's just that I'm missing a tiny bit of HP, and that would help me get my action surge back.
It's up to you guys.
I'm only doing it because everyone else is doing it.
Uh,
It seems cool.
Damien?
That's fine. That's fine.
So, how much HP do we get back from
Okay,
that?
so
You can roll for
first of all of you, find a spot somewhere in the dome to sit. It's a little bit weird considering that it's like kind of like sitting or laying in a hammock, because it's curved. After 10 minutes, I believe a detect magic goes off.
Yep.
What exactly are you trying to detect here?
everything. I want to see if I can detect the equator that's in
Lots
the middle.
of
I wanna see
magic,
if I can detect
lots
the,
of floaty bally magic. You think that
I wanna,
many of them are glowing magically. You think that many of them are floating magically. The ball in the middle is of the school of conjuration.
No, none of that.
Make
I'm
another-
gonna look over
Make
towards.
another Arcana check now that you have the detect magic up.
Advantage?
No guidance. Oh, I can't cast guidance. But here we go.
Advantage, maybe?
That's a 6.
Yeah, I'll agree with Steve. You can do it with advantage.
Okay, my man.
Back to a 13.
Yeah, it's weird. Certainly is a conjuration spell up there.
I'll scratch my head to that.
Figure it out.
And
don't have all
and I'm
day.
going to, and if I can, just scan the doors. Anything on them?
Nothing. There are the edges of magical auras that you can feel from the doors, but not like from inside the room. Not the doors. In fact, there are no doors. They are
Inside
just
the room.
doorways.
Interesting. Oh, I can just look inside.
Yes, you can see like the edges of
Okay.
magical auras, but you can't like the most that you can see inside of the rooms are like a chair or the leg of a desk because the gravity is all fucking in here. All of the rooms seem
Well-
to have like a couple of steps that lead into the room to reorient gravity so that they can be on a regular plane again.
Okay. And is that all the rooms what they look like, or is it not just one?
All three of them seem to have edges like the very borders of magical auras.
All right. Seems to be some strong magic in the middle. Like I said, don't touch it. Let's just look around for a bit if we can. In the different rooms. Let's start with this one.
So, are you resting first or are you investigating first?
Well, if the group wants to rest, I'll rest.
I'm resting.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll
All right,
rest.
so this would be a great time for us to take a quick break. I'm gonna take let's call it a 10-minute break. Go pee, go eat, go get a drink if you need one. I'm gonna go take out a dog, have him pee, and we'll be back in 10.
Wait.
Yeah.
Leave it unmuted so we can banter with them a little
Sure.
bit.
Go ahead. You guys can shit and chat and shoot the shit all you want. I'm gonna put on a timer and mute my mic. All right, so 10 minutes, guys.
Cool.
Okay.
Then.
What's my hit dice? How do I determine what I get to roll to see what I healed?
Your
Alright,
hit
so
dice.
Your character
Hit dice
sheet,
on your-
there is an actual thing called hit dice on your character sheet. If you hover over it, it will turn it a color, and you can click on it.
Where
Super easy.
where is? Oh, I see.
The middle.
Yeah, you got it. I believe in you.
And the plus is your con.
Mhm.
Yes.
It
Yeah,
automatically calculates all that for you. Just click.
Oh,
There you
Nice.
go.
You
And
roll
of course
max.
you get maximum.
that's exactly the amount that I was missing.
Yeah. But you can roll that if you're missing more, you can just roll as many up to your level.
During the short rest, Damien, you can have all 5 of my javelins.
Okay, thank you.
You just have javelins on you?
Yeah, I started with them.
This is
Okay.
what happens when you pay attention and make a good character, Moon.
I didn't have time. I like my character.
As
He's
far as
nice.
weapons I have,
Oh,
on
that's
me,
weird,
I
I
have
don't.
a shield, heavy armor, 4 javelins, and a dagger.
J-
That's about it.
JK, your character's
Moon, finish up your character for the thought patrol.
He's gonna be.
Do you have offensive spells?
He's a cleric.
He's a sexy.
He hasn't finished his
Cleric.
character sheet though.
He's a sexy cleric of the light.
The light domain's always really cool. Like a hybrid damage and healing. They get
Yeah.
fireball innately, and I think that's really cool.
Yeah. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
So I feel like it's really hectic right now. We're all talking. We should go in initiative.
Yeah, it is. It is hectic a little bit.
Yeah, my character isn't trying to die anymore, and after having seen that nightmare, he's definitely trying to make more initiatives. He was more like when this adventure first started. He was definitely like, "Oh, we could do this," and I've heard so many funny tales from the guild, from my guildies and stuff like that, and come to figure out that we've nearly died like 3 or 4 times now. Yeah, he's not having it.
All right, chat. D&D questions, go.
Oh shit! The DM's
The,
answer.
the answers are
this is
no,
your-
yes, yes, no.
Yeah. Yes or no
Yes.
questions.
Yes, you can do anything. Yes, you have to put in work. No, you can't do anything illegal. Yes, you can subscribe to moon_W for
We're
$4.
playing 5th edition. I answered that already. How much longer will you guys be playing? Potentially one more week.
Yes, your
As my
mom's
mum-
gay.
What is D&D? D&D is Dungeons and Dragons.
How big is your
how
dick?
big?
10 inches. We covered that.
Am I rolling to get drunk? Yes. What
No,
does
we
the
did
N
not
stand
take an
for?
account of the
And.
Bard's Song of Rest.
Am I a pretty person? Yes.
Have you ever pooped your pants as an adult? No.
Ever used the penis pump? No. Do you guys
When
take
you-
into account of our
Can you send me
Song of
one, or-
Rest? He is level 6. I don't believe he has Song of Rest yet.
Can we talk about that?
Understood.
Give
Moon,
me a-
Moon uses deodorant. He uses lavender deodorant. I don't know.
Oh, an actual question. Do you do beginner D&D sessions for newbies or just Moon session? The sessions that we do are based around players of all skill levels, and we make sure to account for newbies when doing those. But we do
Yeah.
have one-off game sessions that the DMs kind of participate in every now and then that kind of get newer players affiliated with D&D as a whole. Specifically 5th edition as it stands right now.
Favorite player race for me personally is the Goliath. Song of Rest is a
Lame.
level 2 skill. My apologies. That's that. I was incorrect. Do you hate moon subs too? Yes. Any tips for a first time DM with a player who's playing an illusionist wizard, i.e., how to balance illusion magic? Illusion
Oh,
magic is
man.
fairly balanced.
Yeah, it is.
There's really
I feel like
There's
that's a
really-
Moon reference.
you're a manlet IRL cog. No.
So
The,
like
the only
All
reason
or nothing.
the only reason illusion magic is balanced in 5th edition is because there's like 10 wizard spells in the whole game. So it's
But
very
also-
balanced.
to back up to that question for the illusionist magic, most of the rules are stated actually in the spell, so it's not really hard to go around, and you can look up in D&D forums and much more to see like what people do, and sometimes you'll just have to make shit up on the spot. That's just like the role of a dungeon master. If something happens in a very odd specific situation, sit down for like 20 seconds, think of a genuinely good balanced outcome, and then just do
The
it.
best answer for any question that people have about being a DM is being able to make up shit like that. If you
Yeah.
if you are
You-
great at bullshitting, you will be a great DM.
The one thing that fucked me over in my campaign, where I played a level 3 illusionist wizard to level 11 over like 2 years, and the one thing that fucked me the hardest was monsters that were immune to mind affecting magic.
Mm-hmm.
And
Jesus.
there's other, I forget the other type of magic that they were immune to, but Arcanum would just throw these monsters like at us occasionally. I was just like, okay, so you could just look at monster types, I guess, question mark, if you're trying to balance your shit that way.
I like
and
this
fifth
question.
That's super meta.
I like this question. When you guys make characters, do you have a person in mind first and then fill in with the mechanics, or vice versa? I think for me, characters or like NPCs, I sort of like have an idea in mind first, like who they're gonna be, and then just fill in the mechanics. I don't do mechanics first.
Oh, can I hop on that one?
Mm.
So what I like to do with the character is I like to think of something cool that I want that character to do. Like one of the characters that I'm creating is a druid necromancer. So the way that I came up with that concept is I wanted to pick something that accomplished a certain task, like raising something from the dead, being a caster, or like being someone who's a melee fighter, or just something along those lines. And then I went deeper, and then I wanted to say, all right, what type of spellcaster? I wanted to be a necromancer. So it's pick something broad and then get more and more like concise with it. And you don't have to start out with like that grand scheme at the beginning. You just start out as something broad, and then you narrow it down step by step by step.
You want to know a cool way that I've built characters that's really helped me over, like, because D&D's like not my first role playing. I mean, it kind of is, I guess. But what I used to do is I would make a list of personality traits. I would have positive traits, neutral traits, and negative traits. There's actually a list online somewhere that you can look up, that you can look at and kind of help to shape your character's personality.
Yeah, it gives you ideas of what you want to, what you could do.
Also, you want to have what I always do is I have like maybe like 4 or 5 positive personality traits, and then like 5 neutral ones, and then like 8 negative ones, I guess.
My personal, like, I don't know, it kind of makes me basic, but my personal idea when it comes to making characters, I actually get the idea from the character from art. I'll stare at art and I'll be like, that's an amazing idea, and I'll just get it from all of that really cool art. And speaking of art, just because I was so amazed of it, a couple of days ago, one of my players was just recently commissioned some art from one of her really good friends. If whoever's in Twitch chat, if you check out the Dungeons and Dragons discussion room, I actually linked the art that was commissioned for her, and I was blown away when I saw it.
It's pretty fucking awesome. Me personally, in terms of how I
Who drew it?
decide what character I want to play,
I can actually link the person's Twitter. Give me a minute.
Oh,
Okay.
that ain't gonna go.
the type
Sorry,
of
Chris.
the type of character I like to play is generally something that I haven't played before. Thus far, I've played a ranger, I've played a fighter, a samurai, I've played a sorcerer, and I think once upon a time I played a paladin. But that's in 5th edition. Thus far, the things that I want to play are warlock and cleric. I haven't had a chance to play either of those yet. So really, I just think about the things I haven't played yet, and then rather than going with, hey, this thing's super optimal for that class, that thing's super optimal for that class, I look at the different races, and I'm like, that sort of thing would be really fucking interested when paired with that. So, for example, this is actually an idea I proposed to SKDP.
Hang on. I'm going to answer this quick question because I saw multiple people ask it real quick. Will this module be available for people to use in Mooncord? Shad, the person who's running it, is trying to talk to the people who initially made this because it's not his, and he's going to see about finishing it because it was unfinished when he got it, I believe. So yeah, maybe eventually.
Also, one quick, like, to the people that are asking about like Mooncord and like trying to get into Mooncord D&D stuff, you need to be sub to Moon, and then you need to go to the Discord, and then the Dungeons and Dragons channel. There's a pinned message, and there's a form you can fill out. But there's like every time there's a backup, so like it might take a while to get to you.
Mhm.
Speaking of which, I'm back. Hello, welcome everyone.
Oh,
We're
hey,
back from the
welcome
break.
back.
A fair warning.
Hey.
Yeah.
I am pet sitting my roommate's dog. His name is Kona. He is now in my room. So if you hear whining, that's Kona. Everyone say hi.
Hello.
Hello.
No.
Okay, well, fuck you then. Announcements about stuff to do with D&D at the end of the stream, if you're interested in playing. So, we're back.
Mhm.
Where were we? All right. You guys had just finished up your long rest. I assume since I have a game full of dungeon masters, you guys have figured out what you do and do not get back after a long rest.
Short rest.
Short
Yeah.
rest.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Whoops.
I was not resting during the time, given that I have nothing to get back because I haven't used anything, and I was searching the doors in the room and investigating.
Okay, then all of this is just going to be for you on your own then.
Cap.
Assuming that
Go for it.
no one else would have gone with you.
It doesn't have to be. I'm gonna give it to the
Pick
party.
pick a random room.
One.
Pick a room other than the bottom one, which is the one that you guys came in from, based on the illustration provided on the stream.
Top.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
A huge spyglass dominates one edge of this room. A number of large metal cylinders connected to each other, with the largest penetrating the wall in the room and the smallest terminating in the center of the room. A footstool sits near the eyepiece of the spyglass. 3 desks are arrayed around the outside of the room, each covered in star charts and tools such as astrolabes, compasses, sextants, etc. An alchemy lab is set up in one of the desks, surrounded by tubes and vials, most of whose contents have been reduced to colored residue. A cloak sits on a coat rack near the door.
A coat rack?
A cloak sits on a coat rack. It's actually a robe. A robe sits on a coat rack near the door.
At this point, he'll hear memories of me saying, "Don't touch anything."
Yeah, flashback
what type
to
of robe?
your friend saying, "Don't touch anything. You're gonna explode."
What
You will kill all of us.
what color is the robe?
Literally everyone will die, and it'll be your fault.
What color is the robe?
It is a predominantly black robe who fades into a brilliant blue and white colored speckled star pattern.
That's not very interesting. I go to the left room.
Would you like to see a picture of it?
Yes. Of the cloak or of the
Of
robe?
the cloak.
Or both. I will see a picture of the cloak.
Okay, give me a sec.
You have a picture. Oh. Is this on stream?
It'll be on stream.
Just a-
Looks like this. That image scaled absolutely terribly.
Oh shit!
Oh
My,
God.
my
Oh,
character
fuck,
my-
dude.
my character wouldn't know what that is. Okay, it's not very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
It's shiny. It's shiny.
Looks like those yoga pants that some chicks might wear, you know?
I mean that.
Yeah, that's
They do.
Wow, that is a really terrible resolution. I don't know why it's so bad. Because I saved the thumbnail, not the actual picture. You fucking dingus. Sorry, let's
you
save
dingus.
and redo that in a way that isn't offensive. Anyways, yeah, that's a much larger image. So yeah, you find that, and then all of the other stuff that I described.
Got it.
There's a way better illustration of that thing that you saw. That was cool. That cool thing that you saw that you're ignoring.
I'm like 90% sure I know what that is, but my character wouldn't be
I'm
interested.
100% sure I know what that is. But then again, I'm looking at it right now. Anyways, yeah. So you're in this weird room with this spyglass that is embedded into the wall and has ever increasing. Like you've seen like collapsible spyglasses before, but this one isn't collapsible and continues to expand in size until it's about 2.5 feet in diameter wide at its widest, where it penetrates the wall on the other side of this chamber.
And it's just an empty room besides
Well,
that?
all of the desks with all of the star charts and implements and the alchemy lab.
This is the left room, right?
Top room, you said.
It's still the top
Yes.
room? Okay. All right, I have a general idea of what that room is. I will not go in it.
Okay, so you're just looking into these rooms, inspecting them, and then not actually investigating anything. Okay,
Correct.
that's fine. What room next?
Left.
Left room. This room contains a bureau and a large opulent bed. Its surface is badly stained, however. On the bed, an open book lies atop a long dead skeleton. A pair of spectacles hang in its mouth, and a heavy crossbow lays across its knees. A reading desk and a bureau make up the rest of the contents of the chamber. A huge stove dominates one side of the room, next to which stands a rack of glass-blowing tools and a huge barrel of tiny glass beads.
Oh shit.
Anal beads. I'm sorry.
Jesus.
How old?
No, you're not.
How old is that skeleton? Rough. Can I?
Just peering into the door, pretty old. The status of the room and like the furniture, like that bed looks older still. Like the bed is standing technically. You're pretty sure if one of the larger members of your group were to sit on it, it would collapse.
Interesting. All right. The beads, do they look like magical floaty beads?
It is a
that one might
it is
go
a
around your
it is a
head?
large barrel full of glass beads.
Kind of like the ones outside.
Yes, almost exactly.
Yeah,
They look like they
okay.
probably are, like, given the fact that there are glass blowing tools in here, it looks like it's probably scrap glass or like extra beads.
Oh, I see. All right. Close the door. Go to the room on
There's
the
no
right.
door, it's a doorway. But yes.
Okay. Go to the doorway on the right.
The black walls of this room are covered in chalk scrawlings depicting all number of bizarre non-Cartesian shapes. Ink maps are scattered across the floor, and dozens of them adorn a bookshelf that is otherwise dominated by reference books. A scale model of the temple stands next to a model of the chambers that led up to this. A monument to the sick mind that conceived this trap-filled warden. A desk shoved into one corner reveals a circle of runes carved into the floor against the wall, emitting a faint blue light. A stone urn on the desk contains an object resembling a stalk with three tentacle-like vines hanging from it. You pretty easily identify the circle of runes on the ground to be a teleportation circle.
We are not going in there. All right.
Don't be a pussy, Steve.
I would like to go to the top room.
Okay.
And I would like to take a step inside.
You're not going to ask what that weird thing that you saw in the room was?
Nope.
The other... No? Well, I have an image for it.
Nope. Nope.
Would you like to see the image anyways, Steve?
Yeah, please.
It wasn't there.
Okay, then don't look at the stream because I'm going to show the stream. So yeah, you go back to the, let's call it the observatory room, because it's got a giant spyglass.
And I take a step inside. Anything happen?
You're in a room. Indeed.
For the rest of the time, I would be investigating that room then.
Okay, so after an hour of time, let's say that you have fully investigated the observatory room. Now, what exactly... This is the one room where I'm going to ask you to, in detail, tell me what you're looking at and how. Because there's a lot of stuff.
All right, I'm looking at papers to see the language it's written in, if anything's
You
recognizable.
do not understand the language that it's written
I'm looking for traps.
in. No traps that you can
anything-
find, so you don't even need to make a check for that.
I'm investigating the coat rack and the robe.
Okay,
And for like if there's like lever, if it's like put up there specifically.
it's just a coat rack hanging, or it's just a robe hanging on a coat rack. It's pretty normal. You feel it. It's not crazy. But while you like observe and like analyze and investigate the fabric, you touch it and realize that it is magic. You also notice that
You touch it and you realize it's
yeah,
magical.
it radiates energy. So, you also observe that there is a book. The only other there are tons of books and like notebooks and stuff open on many of the desks around here, but They are all like laid open, or scrolls laid open and arranged very particularly and like organized in like sections on all of the desks, except for one book which is just sat on one of the desks next to the alchemy station. Next to that book, there is also a ring.
Ooh.
Surprisingly, no, not most of this is like not. It's clearly ancient because, especially the alchemy station, the stuff that was in it at one point has been reduced down to like residue and like colored powder. So it very clearly looks ancient. But the like this area is surprisingly just clean. Not pristine, but it's not dusty or it doesn't have that sulfuric smell that a lot of the rest of the volcano.
All right, before I investigate that book and that ring, I would like to look through the spyglass.
Cool. So as soon as you look through the spyglass, you observe that you're looking into empty space. Just kind of like as if you were lying on your back looking into the stars, nothing in particular. As soon as you do so, though, you hear the sounds of tons of implements, objects moving on their own behind you. When you pull away and you look, all of the instruments on all of the desks have animated and begun to take notes.
Spooky ghost!
The compasses are turning and moving and making readings. Multiple pens are writing in many of the notebooks and scrolls, making observations, writing things in a language that you don't understand. Some things small, some things large. The sextants are all moving and making observations. Everything is completely automated and just begins to jot down notes.
Does the area where the spyglass is looking...
Yes. As soon as you pull away from it, the spyglass then shifts ever so slightly.
Real quick, just because I got a little confused at it because I'm writing down notes. What door did you
That's
go
top
into?
one.
Top.
Just top one. Got it.
The top one is the telescope room. The left one is the skeleton/bedroom. The right one is the one with the teleportation symbol.
Understood.
And the creepy...
And the bottom one is where you came from.
I'm going to go investigate the book in the ring now.
The ring looks interesting. Would you like to see what that looks like?
Yes.
Give me a sec. The book I do not have an image for, but the book looks like a regular leather-bound, book that is held up surprisingly well given the status of a lot of bullshit in this temple. By now you would expect it to be like frail and fall apart at the seams. This is what the ring looks like, by the way. Very clearly magical.
Are we gonna touch these things? Oh shit.
I have to say, your image choices have been fucking amazing.
So now
I hope they're accurate.
I assume you are touching the book and the ring against the advice of your friend.
I was just examining. I haven't touched
Okay,
them.
you're just looking at them.
I will.
Right?
I did not say at any point that I touched anything.
I'm
besides the
trying to be
spyglass.
very clear. This is, clear, open communication, not just looky look, no touchy touch.
Gruck gets a weird tingling sensation on his back.
And your loins and everything.
Open communication is the most important part of a healthy relationship.
After it is at
Between
this
the player and the
point
DM.
when you guys see Steve on a stool looking very closely, like that toddler thing where you're like 2 inches away from something that you're looking at, but you're not touching it so no one can yell at you. He's doing that with his eyeball and the things on the desk here. You also all walk in when this whole apparatus is jotting down notes and operating as it does. I would say that you also saw the spyglass slightly shifting, and you see this whole scene going on.
You're gonna do anything?
Bitch. Oh, you weren't gonna say it.
No, okay, I'm getting it. It's pretty neato.
Wait, what's happening? Sorry.
You guys finish your rest and find Steve in this situation.
Oh, we all get up
Yes.
with each. I thought it was somebody
No,
else.
everyone.
Sorry.
Oh, Steve!
Hey, tell it.
You didn't
Grab
touch
it!
anything,
Let's
did you?
go! Come
I haven't
on!
touched.
Don't
I
you
haven't touched.
fucking touch it.
Grab
I
it!
haven't touched anything. I'm
Grok,
just very
listen.
close.
Grok, why can't we touch it?
You will die.
Who's gonna kill me? The wizard? He's not even here anymore, idiot!
The wizard's projects are enough to kill you.
The wizard's dead.
The wizard's projects are enough to kill you.
Well, listen here, Grok, my keen elven eye, trained by centuries of eagle watching and other assorted leisurely arcane studies, tell me that this is a finished and complete ring of protection. +2. That is the second circle
I'll
of
tell you what.
protection.
All right,
Sure.
so
Let's try touching.
hold on. Hold on. Before we touch anything, I don't want to be like that guy, but I mean, would he really set up his entire office where he was like resting and he died in his sleep? Would he really
Yes.
set this entire thing up to blow?
Yes.
Well, and it to take a completely different stance, Steve, probably. Wizards are fucking insane. There's no reason that he would do that, and yet that is the first thing he would do. They make no sense. I don't even know why we
Neither do
abide
you.
by wizards. Why
This
don't we?
is
Hey, hold on.
the
Actually, I
first
just got the
time I
best.
agreed with
Grok.
Haller.
Exactly, Grok. How about if we don't become gods after our mission here, why don't we get together and form a wizard hunting band? That's right, we can have people pay us to go and murder wizards because they're just menaces anyway. It's a
Yes,
great
they make
market.
terrible games.
We will do fine. Don't worry about it. We can get our own wizard and he can hate himself, but while killing his own kind. It'll be an inquisition.
All right,
But I think we
So-
should.
Wait, who's in?
hold on. I am totally
Steve, are
in.
you in? Shut up.
Yes. If you
Okay, good.
touch the ring, I'm in. If you touch this ring,
Yes, touch it.
I will definitely touch this ring, but
Put that
only
ring
if
on.
all of you swear on your siblings, your family, that you will join me
No.
on my grand inquisition to kill every wizard ever.
I have far more interest
And,
in
find myself.
Hold on, one
Wizards
at a
down
time.
to
One at a
extinction.
time. Steve, you're in. Psycho.
No,
I walk up to one of
why
the.
don't you
I
wanna
walk
kill
up to that
wizards?
cloak. Shy.
because I have more.
touch it.
Don't touch that. That's mine. I can.
It's magic.
You were at the ring, weren't
It's a
you?
magic cloak.
It's-
I
Yeah,
swear.
but he called that one.
I'm just gonna skip the procedures and I'm gonna cast Identify non-ritual.
Cool. It's a robe of shooting stars. Sorry, it's a correction. Correction. It's a robe of stars, not a robe of shooting stars. Just a robe of stars. If you cast Identify, hold on. What? Shut the fuck up. You know that you can take. So it's adorned all over the place with a bunch of these beads, especially around like the head neck area. The star decorations on it can be pulled off, and then you're holding like this little magical bead. If you let go of that bead, it's a magic missile. It has.
Okay, that's another effect.
Hang on. It has 6 little orbs around its front portion, around its like neck front portion, as the image shows. Hang on, let me bring the image back up. There it is. It's got 6 things that you can grab onto. It casts Magic Missile as a 5th level spell.
Yeah, I'm reading that.
You get 1d6 charges back onto the robe at dawn. Or sorry, daily at dusk. Whoops, that's one of the ones that's backwards. And while you wear the robe, you can use an action to enter the astral plane along with everything that you're wearing and carry. You remained there until you use an action to return to the plane where you were on, and you appear in the last space you occupied. Or if that space was unoccupied, a space nearby.
Neat.
Requires attunement, but yes.
Okay.
Do I see the ring?
It's currently being touched
Okay.
by Steve, who is yelling at Gruck not to touch the other thing that he wants to touch.
Excuse me, I'm not touching it.
Sorry.
I'm
Okay.
touching it.
Our hands touch as we both go for it.
I caress the top of your hands and also say it out loud, like so.
Try.
I am caressing the top of your hand. Now let me have this ring, you bastard.
I'm gonna look at the robe and look around the edges to see if there's anything odd in it, and I'm going to try to put it on.
He's stealing my fucking robe! Oh!
Steve, relax. We're going to kill so many wizards. We're going to get this stuff anyway. Don't worry.
You're putting it on. You're wearing the robe. You're wearing a robe of stars. You look pretty fly. You know that you need to attune to it before you can do anything.
Understood.
But yeah.
Um,
Also,
since
sorry,
he's-
I forgot. You gain a +1 bonus to saving throws while you're wearing it.
Yep, it's a pretty nifty little item. I went to go look it up while you were
Yes.
talking about
I
it.
forgot to mention that part out loud.
While what's his name, Towley, is caressing the top of my hand, I pick up the ring.
Yeah, it's a very fancy-looking, similarly decorated ring to the robe that Grok just put on.
Put it on, psycho. You
I
won't.
put it on.
Oh, you did. Touche.
I'll walk up to the ring. I'm debating on if I should use another first level spell slot. And just to say fuck it, let's move on. I'm going to cast Identify on that as well.
Okay. It is a ring of shooting stars.
Oh.
While wearing the ring in dim light or darkness, you can cast dancing lights and light from the ring at will. Casting either one costs an action. The ring has 6 charges, and if you do one of the following things, it'll use 1 charge. You can cast Fairy Fire. You can cast Ball Lightning for 2 charges. Sorry, it's a variable amount of charges. You can cast Ball Lightning for 2. And as a bonus action, you can move each... Oh, sorry, that's part of the Ball Lightning thing. And then you can expend 1 to 3 charges as an action. And for every charge that you expend, you launch a glowing mote of light from the ring at a point that you can see within 60 feet of you. And each creature within 15-foot cube originating from that point must make a Dex 15 saving throw or take 5d4 fire damage on a failed save. Half as much on a success.
Huh.
It can do a lot.
Yeah, I'm looking at it again.
Let me specify one thing
Alright,
about this
so-
ring. Requires attunement. Outdoors at night.
Alright, so just to be clear, I was told not to touch anything. And then you guys finished your rest. You barged in here. You didn't look at anything. You didn't investigate anything. You're just like, oh, these are cool. Oh, let me put that on.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I leave the room and I go to the teleportation.
Just as you are about hang on. Just as you were about to leave the room, all of the instruments finish their writing, put themselves back on the desk, and then the spyglass finishes its span across the sky and locks in place. Goes,
Where's it looking at?
would you like to look at the spyglass?
I want to look. I go first. No, let me.
I heard him first.
Damn it.
You are looking into the night sky at a very peculiar looking constellation. It is a trio of 3 stars that you know as the Dark Trinity.
Okay.
Now, you weren't here when this session happened, but all of you who saw that door where you fought the magma worms,
Oh.
do you remember
Bitch.
when you had seen that door, the inscriptions all over it, and you guys got the weird vision of staring at the night sky?
Yeah, and then the
I do.
catatonic state.
This is exactly that constellation. You are looking at the Dark Trinity. Please make a.
I don't say anything.
Please,
I'm just looking at my robe and be like, "Oh, this is awesome."
and
My
of
dog
course,
is flipping
while as soon as you look into it, all of the things begin writing again, all over the room, and they all animate and they're doing these things. Please make a perception check while you're looking down there.
Bonk-ass.
Yeah, it's a thing. How much do you know about constellations?
How much do I know about constellations?
Well, you spend a lot of your time outdoors in the night.
I do, yeah.
Uh,
I spend a lot of time away from the light pollution, so.
The light pollution of the medieval society.
it does.
That one bonfire is really fucking with
It
it.
does count. It does actually work. I will let you make either a religion or history check. Your choice. I know that those are both terrible. Yeah, you know that the Dark Trinity has a lot of mystery and story around it. It is generally considered to be an omen of bad luck. Depending on what culture of person or what kind of people you ask, sometimes it's worse, sometimes it's better. The most notable thing that happens when you pull away from the spyglass is, Grok, you notice one of the scrolls, or one of the writing utensils, is writing on a big, big red letters on one of the scrolls. 42,518 days until arrival.
You'll see my character go from looking at my badass robe to like this. Oh, this is what the fuck is that? And
no.
I'm gonna look over to it, and I'm just gonna stare at it. Is it just still writing?
Yeah, everything is still taking notes, but that particular scroll has stopped notating.
Oh no.
I'm gonna go over to one of the. Is there like a pen or a pencil writing?
Well,
Furiously.
there's a bunch of quills. Yeah, they're just going.
Could have grabbed one of them.
One of the animated ones. Yeah, it
Just see what happens.
ceases to animate, and you're holding a quill.
I'll let go of it.
Okay, it goes back to writing notes.
Oh, look at this! And I keep going, doing it.
I'm gonna pull away from the spyglass and say to everyone else, the spyglass has focused upon the Dark Trinity. It is a constellation of 3 stars.
Hey, Mr.
Yeah,
Religious
it's
Man,
better
you know a
than-
lot about that.
Spells an omen of bad luck.
Brock, you're a man of the sky, a man of the gods, yeah?
A little bit.
Make
Yeah.
a religion check for me.
Sure.
Please roll better than me.
Nah.
Oh no!
Okay, you don't know much, but you do know more. The Dark Trinity is a constellation often associated with an old god. You do not remember his name because you rolled like shit.
Yeah, I do know he worshipped old gods and had fantasies of stars. I just didn't know the specifics. I have no idea what this really means. But it can't be good. Has anyone checked the book? I'll take that as a no. And I'm gonna walk towards the book.
Mhm. You can't read the title.
Dust off the edges. Does it have a title?
Yeah, it does, but you can't
read
read
the
it.
title. Probably can't read the rest of this book, but you know, worth a try. And I'm gonna turn the page and wipe off the dust and see what happens.
You can't read the book. Just looks like a bunch of scribbles to you.
Yeah. Bunch of scribbles. Is it the same language we've been seeing, or is
Yes.
this different? Same language we've been seeing. I have no way to read it, so. Guess I'll close the book. Don't know if we should take this with us or not. Should we?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'll stick the book in my inventory for right
Okay.
now.
Well, you've looked at this room.
Yeah, I'm gonna go like after Steve.
Okay. Steve has walked into the room to the what was it? The room to the left.
Right.
Sorry, to the right. And you see the same description I said earlier. The black walls, all of the scrawling all over the ground with the chalk, and all the star charts and everything, the non-Cartesian shapes, ink maps, etc. Bunch of books and bookshelves. The curious thing that somehow Steve just walks right by is the perfect scale model of the temple and the perfect scale model of the rooms that you have been in this wing of the dungeon.
Oh, I wouldn't walk right by it. I would investigate
Cool.
it through.
You're looking at a perfect scale model of not only the temple that you have previously explored, but also of this complex as well.
Perfect scale
Yep.
model. Are we talking like? Oh, okay, all right.
You can even see
And
all of the
I'm
traps
gonna be
and
going over
things
here
that
as
are
well.
behind walls that you haven't seen before.
I'm gonna look in towards like the bed.
Mhm.
Does it have a skeleton
No.
on it? Oh,
Mm.
man, it's just a model. It's not a lifetime. All right, I'm gonna look at that staff that I completely ignored last time.
While you're looking
Well,
at the model, please make an investigation check. Sorry, perception.
Perception.
There are 2 rooms that you missed in the other temple.
Well, I'm sure we'll get back there someday.
Do you remember the crypt room?
I remember
The crypt room with all the ghosts.
I do.
Yeah.
There is an identical room behind it.
Hmm.
On the far wall of that room, where you guys saw, well, a wall, there is a room that is identical to that, but it has sarcophagi in it.
Okay.
There is also
What? A,
a secret door that is attached to a tunnel in the shrine room. The base of one of the bear statues seems to have a false door in it that is attached to like a crawl space that leads to the part of the temple where the door had been buckled in by all of the magma. There's a staircase that leads to a couple of extra rooms there. The secret room that the crawl space in the bear statue is in, it leads to one of those rooms behind the staircase.
interesting.
I'd really like to go see that sarcophagus. That sarcophagi.
So wait, that's 3 total, or is that 2?
Well, it was
One,
2
two.
things that you guys missed: the secret door and the room
And-
behind the crypt.
I thought it was 3. I take mental note and I jot it down in the journal,
As you were
and then I go investigate.
as you were jotting it down, Damien walks in behind you and sees the same thing.
So
Hey, Steve.
apparently
I'm
we
going
can
as well,
just
by the
touch. Apparently we can just touch whatever the fuck we want. So you just go ham. That thing on the ground is probably a teleportation circle. Go at it, Damien. See where that takes you.
I go.
Am I
over
in
to
that
the-
room
I,
or no?
I go over to the circle.
Gruck walks in just as you're doing so.
I'm gonna investigate the staff, and I'm going to do it before. I'm going to act, like physically rush and try to investigate it before anyone else gets
Sure.
there.
It looks like it's not a staff; it's like rod length, and it's got these 3 tentacle things on it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Is it by any chance a tentacle rod?
Maybe. You don't know that. Fuck you. You pick it up.
Fucking
But I was
DMs,
actually going
right?
in. I was going in as well.
You pick it up and realize that it is also a magical item.
I never said I touched.
Okay, well, it looks magical and it's got fucking tentacles on a rod. What do you expect?
All right, I'll pick it
All right, it's magic.
up. I'm gonna start like waving it around.
It just flops about.
Steve, you know you're a bit of a child sometimes, right?
I'm a bit of a child. Gruck, I need you to think for 2 seconds. We said not to touch anything. You entered a room and you touched literally everything that you could have touched. I don't
I sure
want to be
did.
lectured by an old man right now.
I know, I said that because I didn't want you to get hurt. I wanted to make sure that we were all okay and do it as a group.
I
Can you
walk
give him
into
a
the
pat on
room.
the back,
I
and I'll give him a pat on the back, and I'll cast Identify and tell him exactly what the rod does.
Awesome. It is a magic rod, magic weapon. While holding the rod, you can use an action to direct each tentacle to attack a creature you can see within 15 feet of you. Each tentacle makes a melee attack with a roll of +9 bonus. On a hit, the tentacle deals 1d6 bludgeoning damage. If you hit a target with all 3 tentacles, it needs to make a DC 15 Con saving throw. On a fail, the creature's speed is halved and has disadvantage on Dex saving throws, and it can't use its reaction for 1 minute. Furthermore, on each of its turns, it can take either an attack or a bonus action, but not both. At the end of each of its turns, it can repeat the saving throw, ending the effect on a success.
I will then tell Steve that after giving him all that information on that, if you still want the robe, you can have it. I'll walk past him and investigate the room.
Oh. Steve is fuming right now. So, quick question about mechanics. So, the attacks that I make with the tentacle rod, I can add sneak attack to that, correct?
It is, if sneak attack says a weapon attack, then
Has to be a finesse weapon.
Has to be a
has to be a
finesse
finesse
weapon.
weapon.
Finesse or
Yes.
range.
So this is not a finesse weapon, but I'm going to call it. I'm going to call this a melee weapon with a range of 15 feet, not a ranged weapon, because it does make melee attacks, just at a huge distance.
Kind of like a whip.
Yeah. So I wouldn't call this a sneak attackable weapon, unfortunately. It also requires attunement, by the way.
His eye's gonna like twitch because like it's not useful to him. Hey, hey, Damien.
Yes, Steve.
I'm gonna walk over. I'm gonna hand it to you.
I could. What is
Yes,
this
yes, you
thing?
can. Yeah, you'll figure it out.
I have no. I like my axe.
I walk away. I go investigate a different corner of the room.
Okay.
After handing it to him forcefully.
Yeah. Most of the bookshelves
Okay.
contain reference documents and tomes, scrolls. It looks like, well, you can't read any of it, but it looks like a lot of boring shit. There occasionally is like an interesting looking journal or book or something that you open and try to read, and again, it's unreadable.
Wait. I go back to Damien. Hold on, give me that.
Okay, I easily give it back.
I go to Tao Lei.
Yes.
I take it with I take it in my right hand and I present it to you. I feel like you're into this.
I take a very close look at it and lean in. I sniff it.
Smells like drow.
Smells like drow. I didn't know how drow had a specific scent.
Well, Tao Lei does. And he looks at Steve consideringly, eyes narrowed. Yes, very well. Hand it over, and I'll take it.
All right.
Good. Done some good in the world. All right.
I still hate you. I mean, honestly, Steve, come here. Bring it in. I'm gonna stoop
please.
down a little bit and then wrap my arm around his
Oh, please
shoulders.
stop. Oh,
Bring him in close against my breast. You can see the faintest hint of a singular chest hair peeking out from underneath
please.
the deep V-neck of my blouse shirt.
Save me.
Steve, being honest with you, you are the one with the most potential. And I'm gonna lower my voice. When the time comes, I trust you will know what you need to do. And I'll breathe in his ear a little bit. You need to understand that there is only room for so many gods in the stars. I'll slap him on the ass.
Keep going, soldier.
I am going to try to pretend that I didn't see any of that.
I'm gonna slowly walk away.
Okay. Well, that was a lot.
What the fuck is going on?
You know, I'm just jotting down notes as fast as possible, and the more they keep talking, is the more and more like my notes get jumbled, and I don't know how to take it. I'm just like, God damn it! What am I trying to type? Oh God.
Okay, so to actually try and make some progress here, looking at the scale model, I see the extra room with the sarcophagi. Okay. Does it appear as though there's anything else?
No, it looks identical to the room before it.
Okay, but there's just a sarcophagi in there. Okay, and you said there's a thing that's led around.
A secret door in the shrine room at the base of one of the bear statues that led into a crawl space, which terminates in one of the rooms beyond the staircase that was buckling with lava that you interacted with that one time. Actually, no, that was Grupp. Never mind.
Way back in the beginning,
Uh-huh.
there was in the room with the guy with the freaky tongue mask. There was an obsidian room that we couldn't open. We did end up opening that.
That
right?
was the crypt room. It had
Oh,
a
right,
door that was all black that needed a special key to get in.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Anyone got any ideas on where to go?
There is one room you have left unexplored still.
I was about to say that. We still need to check the other room.
How about instead of going in that room, Gruck, you did say that our odds of disturbing the magical what have you of this place may result in our immediate death, correct?
Could be. Depends on what you touch.
So
It's mostly outside of the rooms that I'm scared about.
you
It's the
touch
large door.
you touch with your hands, yes?
My eye twitches just ever so slightly.
So
Yes.
why don't we all at the same time
Touch with our fists.
step on the teleportation circle?
No.
No.
Not until we check the other room.
Why would he put it there if it wasn't meant to be stepped on?
This is true. But I think we should check the other room just in case. But if we can't
Fine.
find anything, then I might agree with you.
Okay, remember, all at the same time.
As you two look around, you're the only ones in the room.
Yeah, I went over to the other room a
Yeah.
while ago.
The rest of you eventually find the room in the state that I described before. The large, opulent bed, stained, gross. On the bed is the long dead skeleton with a pair of spectacles hanging in its mouth, heavy crossbow on its knees, the desk and the bureau, and the huge stove with the glass-blowing tools and the barrel of beads.
Can I inspect the body?
Yeah, it's a skeleton. It's dead.
Okay. Can I
I take
perceive
crossbow.
any potential cause of death?
No, it just looks like it died.
I
Okay.
take the crossbow.
Yeah, like it looked like it was just like it died in its sleep or something like that. Clearly, it was reading this book, but other than that, you don't know if the book killed him.
Wait, sorry, it's got a book in its hand?
But it had a crossbow on its knees.
On the bed, an open book lies atop a long dead skeleton.
Okay, I'm going to take that open book.
Where did I hear a crossbow?
The crossbow
Look
is
at
also
it.
on its knees, but not on its lap.
Oh,
He shot himself.
No, the crossbow is pointed toward the door.
yeah, sure.
He shot himself and then it fell forward and pointed at the door.
He shot
see-
himself 2 times in the back of the head.
Yes, you see the arrow going through his skull? Yes.
He shot himself so hard that it went through his skull.
His perfectly intact skull.
The inner machinations of the wizard thing that he created here repaired his
Machinations.
skull after
But
it
not
was
him.
pierced by the crossbow bolt that he shot himself with. after it began to face the door.
Exactly correct.
Mhm. I see.
So,
I take the crossbow.
Okay.
can I look at this book?
Yep, it's a book. You can't read it.
Yeah, I can't read anything.
Yeah.
He's illiterate.
Why did no one take the spell to read stuff?
Isn't that tongues?
Tongues.
Where's-
Tongues is
It's called comprehend
tongues
languages.
is to speak
I can't
things.
get that.
Comprehend languages is to read things.
I have
Mm.
tongues, but I can't get that spell, unfortunately.
Moon
And
can
that
do
is-
it, but he needs to level up first.
Yep.
Okay.
Wait, is the
Um,
crossbow cool?
Is there what?
Is the crossbow cool?
It is magical.
Nice.
Mm.
I go
I'll,
sick. I got
I'll come up to Steve. I'm not going to cast Identify without ritually casting it this time because I need to.
Okay.
I'll ritually cast Identify to help out Steve trying to figure out what this crossbow
It is a +1 heavy crossbow. It fires. It does not need ammunition to fire, and it fires bolts that look like stars, like shooting stars.
That's cool. Can he even lift a heavy crossbow? That's like the size of him.
It attunes to you, so you can.
Actually, this one does not require
I'm
attunement.
assuming
This is
it requires
this does not require attunement. It is just a +1 heavy crossbow.
Alright.
Did that?
Say again.
I have
I don't
strength. Can I
think
use
he
it? I have
can.
As long as you're not a
Strength
as long as you're a medium creature, yes.
He's a kobold.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm
Pretty
small.
sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's small.
If you are small, then you cannot use it because of the heavy crossbow.
God damn it!
Do you even use crossbows? Is there a differentiation between crossbows and longbows or whatever? in
Yeah,
this?
damage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's
I mean,
huge.
like proficiency wise.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, but I
Okay.
am proficient in them.
Oh.
Well, the cool beads. Do they look explosive?
They look like glass beads. These are spare glass.
What about the liquid? Can I identify
These
the
do not
liquid?
have liquid inside of them. They are just glass beads.
Is there anything inside the room that seems interesting
You
at all?
haven't looked at the bureau or the desk, but there's some stuff on the desk that look like writing that again you can't read, and the bureau, no one has looked at it yet. So.
I'll take a look at the bureau because there's no reason to try and look at a
Inve-
desk that I can't
in-
read anything on.
Investigation.
I go to the desk. I'm looking for rings.
Can I pick up his glasses?
You're holding his
God.
glasses.
Natural one.
I put them on.
Oh my god, dude, come on, man.
Well,
You open the drawers, clothes, but dusty, old, ancient. Totally gone out of style. Like, completely just the worst. Psycho.
yeah.
You put on the glasses. They're like really old fashioned spectacles.
Yeah.
Nothing seems to be unusual. You look down at the book, you can read them.
Oh shit!
They are
I pull out my
understand
book.
words.
they are
But
they
he-
are spectacles of
he-
comprehend language. Any written language, these will read.
He's never read anything before,
Recognizes
He
it.
doesn't know how to
I
read.
He
can.
can read.
though. Does he vomit after like
I
having
can
this phenomenon in his
comprehend it.
brain? He's just like so
Wait, how does
sudden.
that work?
He's like, is this
What?
reading?
I vomit all over Towley.
Are you telling me that that's a magic item that doesn't
just-
have?
He just starts having an aneurysm on the spot.
A magic item that doesn't have
It's
what?
Too much information.
Wait, there's no intelligence requirement for this?
No, it just is glass spectacles of comprehend language. While wearing
I'm
them,
gonna after vomiting all.
Yes, rain on me, Dad.
Yeah, I basically vomit all over Towley and then begin reading.
Every like paragraph, he has to take a break. He's getting seasick.
Why is the illiterate bugbear the one who's reading these?
the book that he was reading when he died, or that they were reading when they died, is a what's the word? It is an astronomical manual. It details the relative movement of heavenly bodies and things, and it is like a thick huge book, like a reference book.
Oh.
It's pretty boring, but whoever was reading this clearly took the time to write many notes and criticisms about the contents of this book in the margins. In some cases, triple underlining things, writing yes, 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 and in other cases, completely discrediting that everything was written on a page at all. Clearly, this person was like passionate. Say that.
Nerd.
You can also
I tell the
Nerd.
you can also read everything on all of the desks. You figure that you could probably read anything from any of these.
Oh,
rooms
that was the
as
book
well.
he was reading?
That was the book he was reading. Yeah.
Oh shit. Oh,
can I get that other book
Yeah.
that they had before?
Yes.
That was in that weird
Sure.
language. Okay.
Wait, I think
Literally
I'm the-
anything that you guys have that was in that weird language, I'd like it, please.
I think I'm the only one that has the ritual book, right? I think I still have 5
Well,
copies.
there's the hymnals that you guys found. There's the book from the other room that you got, and there's your journal.
I think it's the hymnals.
Okay. Well, there's a bunch of stuff that you guys can now read because you have spectacles.
You want to
Okay.
start from the top, or we doing all of it?
Now let's go with the book that was in the. Oh yeah, let's go with the book that was in the other room.
Cool.
Let's go get it.
I follow.
You. Oh, did no one take it?
Yeah, we picked it up.
Who picked it up?
Oh,
yeah,
they were going
I
back.
have it.
So
Yeah, I have it in my inventory.
I'm assuming you handed it to him.
Yep.
The title says "The Prophecies of Kul Latesh."
The prophecies of Akuradish.
Say that again, but in common, please.
Hey, can we go look at the big red letters? Or
The big red letters were in common.
oh, I was more concerned with like the rest before everything else.
Yeah.
Said.
Let's read one thing at a time.
Okay.
But
Are you opening the book or just reading the title?
Certainly.
Sure,
Yes.
cool.
Opening the book.
Once you start reading, you cannot stop.
Oh.
The book is not that big. It is maybe just under 100 pages long. But once you have started reading, you are compelled to finish the book. Once you've finished reading the book, you suffer some permanent wisdom damage.
That's fine. He's got like 6 anyway. Dude.
What is your current wisdom?
Oh,
12.
Okay, it's 3. It's 9 now.
All right.
And
you
it-
know, if I read that, I just noticed my character would just go in the
Yeah.
shitter. Like, there's nothing I could do.
I'm glad you didn't find the glasses first.
Holy shit.
Um,
dude. Like, my heart just dropped when you said that.
Yeah, your Wiz is now 9.
Yep.
And when you're done reading the book, and while you're reading this thing, somehow you read incredibly quickly, like very fast. When you look up,
Very
having
fast.
finished reading the book, your skin is turned a pale, faint yellow. You no longer need to sleep.
Oh shit! I have
Oh.
jaundice.
Yeah, you're just completely immune from sleeping and any negative effects of not sleeping. But you must spend at least 6 hours a day scrolling mathematical formulae from the book.
This is the most ironic thing I've ever seen to happen
Yeah,
to a
it's
dumb
actually
character.
crazy.
His
It's like-
character
it's like
actually
on
has like
par-
7 in.
It's on par with David.
So you have gone insane. However, the
that's fine.
contents of the book detail a very kind of out there prophecy about a great old one. It says something about a creature who you don't recognize the name of at all, and that you've never heard of in your life, that lives inside of the Dark Trinity. It is often referred to as the World Eater. It details a prophecy about how long ago the World Eater came to this world, and how the gods of mortals turned against it, as it was demanding sacrifices from like living people, to be satiated. They didn't want to do that, and so it decided to go on a rampage and start just murdering all gods. All of them. And it got through a lot of them, according to this legend. Eventually, however, the entity was banished and trapped within the Dark Trinity. The prophecy details that in some indeterminate amount of time, and then it has a bunch of math shit that says that it will return. It also hints at something about an aspect of that creature remaining on the world today. Today, contemporary to when the book was written. The one name that you do recognize on here that you've heard before is the word Defiler.
Can you try and pronounce the name?
You can, but it is completely that is something that does not translate. The language is so foreign that it does not have a translation. It's like a garbled mess in your mouth to say it. It's like or something.
Yeah, that sounds about right for Eldritch Mythos. So it said that there is something hidden, or something, a piece of that thing on this world today.
Something about an aspect of that creature.
An aspect of that creature.
As if the entity, when it was banished to the Dark Trinity, left an aspect on the world. And it called that the Defiler.
Okay. Well. Hymnals. Can I read the hymnals?
Yes, they are hymnal/prayer books. They look pretty standard: songs, poems, etc. There's an interesting thing is that when you open the book, there's a woodblock print before the first page, with the depiction of this feminine humanoid woman standing at the edge of the base of a volcano, with her feet dipping into the ocean, just barely, tiptoeing her way in there. Sitting next to her on the edge of this, or standing next to her, is a bear. The book is titled Poems and Prayers of the Devout Followers of Pele.
Pele?
Pele. P-E-L-E.
P-E-L-E. Pele, okay. The Devout Followers of Pele.
There is a poem that it begins with, and a poem that it ends with. Everything else looks like it is songs, poems, hymns, simple prayers, etc. But this is the only one that repeats. It also looks like there's a common theme, like certain phrases from this poem appear in other writings in the same book. The little poem goes, "She who walks amid the flames, made of mountains, made of isles, law and chaos both reclaimed, the world devoured in cleansing fire, faithful follow in single file." I will post that in our chat so that you guys can see it.
Okay.
Can I get a music sheet to go along with that? Or?
No, it's a free verse poem,
She who walks amid the flames made of mountains made of isles, law and chaos both proclaimed, the world devoured in cleansing fire, faithful follow in single file. Law and chaos both proclaimed, the world devoured in cleansing fire. She who walks amid the flame made of isles.
This is the first instance of any writing that you've seen with this depiction of this goddess and a name. Her name is Pele. She's clearly, from the reading of the book, a goddess of nature, a goddess of life. She is supposed to be a good goddess. This book is, however, very, very old. It also has a couple of stories here and there about About legends. They're like psalms that are maybe a page and a half long. The Defiler gets mentioned once or twice.
The Defiler gets mentioned once or
Yep.
twice.
Saying things to do with like the Usurper, the Defiler, how he has challenged her and has failed, and how that one day Pele will rid the world of his presence once and for all.
Okay. So I'll relay this information to the party. Like all of it from start to finish.
You can tell him.
My eyes will go wide as I turn my head slowly to him, as I just noticed that he just vomited out information and a good and like a good form too. And I'll look to him and I'll have like the hugest like question mark and is he okay look on to him as I notice his skin turns a different color.
I'm also worried about the like general insanity look that has come about his person.
Yeah, the rings under my eyes now. The bags under the eyes. And the sort of like stark wideness of my eyes. And the fact that now I talk much more coherently.
Mm.
Are you okay? Oh, Psycho. Psycho?
Yes.
Oh. I'll take a
No
look
time.
at his body. Okay.
Stand up. The Defiler.
The
Your
what?
first step to stopping him.
The what?
To stopping that
No.
the arrival of the one within the Dark Trinity.
The fuck's a Trinity?
The other room. I told you of this. The Dark Trinity. On the constellation.
I'll start coming back to my head. Oh, yes. Oh, of course. I'll stand up with him. I'll look at him, very worried. We'll follow you. Are you sure you're all right?
I just walk out of the room and go to the room with the...
Okay.
You kidding me? He
Then
looks
I was
great.
taking all the notes.
I think he's gonna need a very, very, skilled cleric.
Grok, you're a man of reason.
Uh,
He's insane. We must kill him.
I don't think that's the option.
Do you see? He's rambling about stuff that doesn't make any sense. It's the only way. We're currently ankle deep. No, knee deep in some madness that a wizard has crafted. Do we really need a liability such as he? Look at the way he
Or-
stomped off like some sort of zombie caught in a trance.
Or,
Whoa, 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 whoa! I
now
think-
hear me out.
wait.
He went insane after reading the stuff with his
That's-
glasses on.
He's still insane.
Not a
Now-
Oh, you're
chance.
saying get the glasses away.
Now, I think there was some dark magic used on him, and I think a high skilled cleric could help him. We don't need to kill him. He just needs help.
But can we agree if you can't help him, that we can kill him?
No, because by the time we are gone and he has tried to get help, he is no longer my problem.
Grok, honestly, we're pretty dead. I don't even know where we are anymore. Are we even still in the volcano? We're not making it out of here. We may as well have some fun before we die, right?
I hate to agree with my friend here, but
I say we try to complete the mission at hand, and we try our best to keep our sanity together. This is exactly what the wizard wanted, us to pick us apart slowly until we have completely been drained of our mental stability.
I feel like he's
I say we keep moving forward as a group, keep our sanity, and make sure that Psycho Kira after this gets the help that he is needed. But
And
I
then
think he's
a-
on to
and-
something.
And then after that, we form a wizard inquisition and begin killing all of them, right?
Tell it. Can I have a heart-to-heart with you?
Sure.
I believe out of everyone here, you are most likely the craziest.
Maybe.
You can't prove that.
I say that from the bottom of my heart.
I've seen a lot of things in my life. It's been very long.
Same.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that. However, you would be the last person I would follow into battle against Wizard.
You're an interesting case, Tully. Let's follow him and let's see what we can do.
So what did I find out while they were talking amongst each other?
You see and can read a lot of notes having been taken down, observations about things. You don't discern any more information because you don't really know about like astrology or astronomy. Sorry, but it's like a lot of very mathematical, very accurate observations about the movement of stars relative to one another. There's also some things about the adjustments of the balls in the other room. But the adjustments are so subtle that you would not be able to perceive them.
Okay.
The only thing that's like striking in it is the big red letters or numbers reading, and I repeat, 42,518 days until arrival. It is still pointed at the dark trip.
Okay.
Wait, does the rod have its own turns? Sorry.
Well, you think with all that information, Psycho, that as when the Defiler comes back?
No, not the Defiler.
The World Ender?
The World Eater, yes. The World Eater goes back. The Defiler is but a portion of the World Eater.
I'm gonna look at the scroll with like the big number in like the red letters.
This is gonna be a long shot, Shy. But I'm gonna do it anyways. I'm gonna grab hold of my holy symbol. Just give it a quick, press it up against my lips, give it a small kiss, and put it up against my forehead and just begin to give a small prayer. Does my god, Gon, know anything about this World Eater?
Who is your god again?
Gon, the god of craft.
To your deity, the name Pele is recognizable, and in their sense of time, ancient.
Gon has answered my prayers the best he can. I'll say thank you in Orcish, and
They leave you with a message.
Ooh.
They say, it is a message from above me. A message from
The god?
many, nay, all other gods. We are in agreement. We have seen what you have seen. I permit you one exception. This time you do not craft, this time we destroy.
I'm typing it down. Give me a minute.
Looking at the
I hear this in my head. I assume that it's like overwhelming, almost.
The news is startling. If he is giving you a message on behalf of all gods, yes.
What does Gon sound like? Just give me a quick rundown. I'm actually
It
curious.
sounds like your deity. It sounds like a regular person speaking. They have a very, like, actually smooth voice, honestly, and like a regular. It's because they can project whatever they want to project, but they speak very precisely and very. They choose their words very carefully when they say, "On behalf of all other gods." In this case, you may go against my domain. Do not create, we destroy.
Do not create.
Also, like, probably get out
I'll say
alive
this
and stuff.
Also, like, probably get out alive and stuff. Say all this stuff out loud to my my group members as the message slowly comes into my head. I assume there's some divine flair around me as he talks to me ever so slightly in this message. I'll look back to my group members. This is something much bigger than any of us. Tale, you might
What?
want to forget about being a god. This thing will still kill you.
Yes, maybe. Or maybe every other god is just weak.
The
I will
Lord
throw you
killed
in the
many,
lava.
many other gods.
I will throw you in the lava like I started with.
Now listen here. You've never witnessed my divinity.
I haven't. I'll put down my holy symbol and still grasping onto it as hard as I can. Listen, we need to make sure that we take steps carefully. This is bigger than any of us will ever be. So, let's make sure that we follow Psycho Kira's steps. Because from what Gond has told me, no, what the gods have told me. This is the right direction. We must destroy this creature.
All right, Grok. I'm gonna stand on top of the desk so I'm like kind of even with Grok. Grok, I'm a level with you. I think this is a little above our pay grade.
A little. I think this is the fate of something much more dire than our small world.
Yeah, but imagine.
So what's our plan then?
I think we should search for the goddess, and maybe she can do something, or at least.
Search for a goddess.
Well, yeah. I mean, we've got so much information about her. Like, obviously, she has something to do with this.
I don't think searching for a goddess is going to be that easy.
I don't think
Where do we
us
start?
taking. I don't think us taking on this world eater as a kobold, an insane bugbear, whatever the fuck Tale is, Damien,
No,
and
hold
you,
it right there.
the literal gods fought this
No.
thing.
Speaking of literal gods, you've been so soundly rused this whole time, my companions, and I'll throw my arms wide, for I am the goddess Pele, and I have been the whole time. I am here, immortals, to save you and the entirety of my compatriots in the sky, the heavens, the far reaches.
When you say
I'll
this,
look to
the
Psycho.
entirety of the mountain shudders.
Do you feel that, my divinity in place?
That was just a coincidence.
On your knees, Steve! I'm
I'm a little
Pele!
worried.
I'm gonna look over to Psycho. And,
Can I get everyone to make a
who's this?
perception check, please?
Sure thing. We're gonna die.
Ah, okay. Those are some good ones.
Ow.
Steve and Grok. In the midst of the rumbling of the volcano, you hear someone. They are screaming loudly.
What is that?
You hear the sound, the wrath of someone in dire, dire suffering.
Female, by
Yeah.
chance?
Just by the way, Shy, they can't see our rolls.
The chat. Oh, right. Yes, because I'm still on this thing.
Yeah,
They
'cause you
rolled
had
some
that
stuff.
for- I like that.
Yeah, it's a female voice.
We don't have a particular origin from that screaming, do we? Or...
No, it is very, very faint. But the mountain rumbles, and you hear the far off, agonizing scream of someone in pain.
Oh.
Wide-eyed turn. Fuck, dude. I don't. See?
Oh. We need to go. We need to figure out what that is.
It is likely one of my servants.
I
Whatever
pushed
it is.
Past, my compatriots, and I try my best to run to that direction.
Rook! What are you doing? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope.
I fail to see how rushing into nothing will assist us in any scenario.
I don't see what waiting and doing nothing does either.
Mortals, listen as I skip behind them, my hands flailing behind me. We need
I'm
to go
going
into the
to-
teleportation circle so that I make do stuff relating to my domain. Pele's domain.
Eloquent.
Mine.
So the scream came from nothing?
The scream came from everywhere.
Everywhere? There's only 2 ways that we know out of here. All the other rooms have been searched. Psycho, did you find anything in this room?
In the teleportation room?
Oh, you're in the teleportation room? Then
What?
He's in the book.
The notes room.
whichever you were in.
The room that I was in was the room with all the instruments taking notes there. But no, it's just astronomy. I'm going to go towards the.
I'd say we're going the magical teleportation circle. That's the only way I can go through.
Indeed. I told you 5 years ago, but no. Perhaps you should judge my wisdom more highly, Orc.
I think we
do
found
it.
more information than we can possibly imagine.
But when you think about it, when has my intuition ever been wrong?
Rook, I agree. We should all enter the circle.
That's right.
Let's go.
Gruck, whose idea was
This-
stolen from me. It was my idea.
You're right, Tale. You were right from the start, but I'm
That's
glad we
right.
checked everything.
This
Let's go.
teleportation circle, and then I walk into the teleportation
He-
circle.
Disappears.
I
I'm going
I
to-
front flip into it.
I go straight into it.
I'm gonna go grab the heavy crossbow, and then I'm gonna run back into
Okay.
it.
I go through it.
I'm gonna keep the books with me.
Oh yeah, you're
And
not
I'm
leaving
gonna-
without that prophet book.
Yeah,
That's all yours, homie.
yeah, and I'm going through.
Okay.
Pep. Blap, blap.
There's a huge big demon in front of us, and we start next week.
You all reappear
Wouldn't be surprised.
right here.
Oh.
Oh, hi, Turtle.
No, not there. Here. You can move your tokens over there from earlier, or reset your tokens so that they reflect your new health more accurately. Also, I'm a dingus. There's a door here. Whoops. Sorry. But it has caved in from the other side because
Oh, yeah,
some
yeah.
rubble. It could probably be cleared, but it would take some hours. You all reappear, and whenever anyone goes through the teleportation circle, you see the runes appear on the ground, the person appears, and then the runes fade. So it seems to be one way. And you find yourselves back, this being the one of the whatchamacallits, one of the not sepulcher. The fuck is the word? What are the antechambers to the temple? Where the congregation would gather before the actual service, and then they would go into the temple. Also, some place where priests would often do their preparations and then, actually go and do their shindig.
I'm going to, seeing our proximity to the location that I want to go, start making my way that direction.
I'm following Psycho.
Now,
I take.
we are at a crossroads here.
Yeah.
I am free, and it has been roughly 4 hours. Normally, I would call a session here, but I'm going to leave it up to you guys. We can keep going as long as you guys could stay awake, and as long as people decide to watch. Because I have way overprepped. If all of the players want to stay, I'm going to stream for as long as you guys want to keep playing this game.
I mean, it's kind of up to Moon, isn't it? 'Cause
How
he's-
much more do you think?
Leave it up to you.
I can go for What are you
I
looking
mean,
for?
how much more?
Time
what
estimation
was
or
the-
what?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
Another
guess.
hour or two. Like I could go if depending on your speed, I could do like another hour, hour and a half.
I'm down.
All
with
up
it.
You guys are down?
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right. Let's go.
Okay.
R.I.P. the morning stream, boys.
That's why I was asking. If you're okay with us going long, it's totally up to you. If you need to sleep, that's understandable. But I'll get you motherfuckers through this. All right.
All right, let's.
So I'm assuming most everyone ran to the crypt.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm running right with them.
Okay. Did someone's character
Look.
disappear?
Plug in the heavy crossbow.
Oh, it's over there. Okay, so before you enter the crypt, you can read the inscriptions on the door leading to this room. It says,
Okay.
accessible only by the word of the high priest. Only by word from the high priest.
Accessible only by word from the high priest. I'm going to go back out and I'm going to read the poem from the beginning of the hymnal book.
You read it out loud,
Yeah.
nothing happens. You step in,
Sure.
everything is still silent.
Okay. Word from the high priest.
Read
I'm
off her
going,
book.
I'm going to move forward. And I'm going to touch the wall.
Solid wall. Not an illusion.
Look at my notes.
Yep.
What does it say?
Nothing about this.
Well, I marked down the reference
Yeah.
points in my.
Oh yeah. So
journal.
behind this, there should be a room that is identical to this one. You're not seeing any obvious entrance. You can search for secret doors if you'd like, but it is not an illusion. I'll say that much. The fact that I said
Do
that you
I-
can search for secret doors if you want probably means there are no secret doors, but you can search.
No.
Okay.
So
Whoops. Check.
I'm going to take a look through my items. Do I have anything from a high priest?
No. It
Pele.
looks like it is referring specifically to a high priest of Pele,
High priest of
considering it is her temple.
Yeah.
Um,
Word from high priest of Pele.
If I grab onto my symbol, I'm going to say the following. I don't know if this is going to work, but fuck it. Priest of Pele, I believe in your words and everything that will come.
so you're in the room of silence,
The
so you
god.
actually can't speak.
Oh, I can't speak, but even though
Oh, okay.
I know I
You're
can't
praying
speak,
in your
but
mind.
I'm doing
Okay,
it.
got
Yeah.
you.
Fuck, I lost my track. Just restart. It's like a sentence in. Pele, your words, your scriptures have all spoken to me. The gods have spoken to me. The world eater comes. I wish to assist you. I believe in your powers. I believe in you. You are a benevolent goddess.
Make a charisma saving throw.
14.
Okay. So a couple of things happen. You have made contact with something. It hurts a lot, like specifically in your chesticle region and your back. You feel some incredible mortal pain in the middle of your chest and back. And the thing that you get back from this connection is a screech, a scream, an immortal cry for help. And it completely fills your mind. And it deafens you from the inside out. And you just tumble over onto your knees, clutching at your chest. until probably another 5 seconds pass, and you realize that you're entirely intact, and you made contact with something, but it is in immense pain, and it is very, 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 very angry. Ow.
I think a little bit.
Then this happens.
Oh.
Did we hear the scream again?
No.
Psycho,
Hmm.
does your book have any reference to the father?
Does it?
From context, you can pick up, Steve, that the notes in your book, when it refers to the father, it refers to the Defiler.
Oh, I see.
Zorin was a leader in the cult of the Defiler.
Well, from my readings, I've been able to determine that there are teleportation circles that the architect has used to travel around the temple, and I believe one of them we have just accessed. But the priests or the cultists here were unable to access them. And
I look at my cloak. Guys, do you think going in the astral plane while sitting in here would do anything?
The astral plane
Well-
could potentially get you through that wall.
That's what I'm thinking.
well, you can't move when it activates, and you're also not attuned. So
Yeah, if we took a short rest, that would be attuned though.
Also, can you bring all of us?
No, just
No.
aware.
So it'd just be me.
I'm down. I'm down for anything. Tale is fucking hip thrusting in the general direction of where it is you were praying. He's not at you.
Before
Like,
that,
he is fucking ready, dog. He's-
This is just an idea that it came up because doing that and hearing borderline what I think was a scream of a god in pain, probably being tortured right now. My character Gruck is deeply invested in this, and he'll do whatever it takes to make sure that this is all going to end well
I don't
for
think
him
you-
and his god.
By the way, thank you to chat. About 112 years until arrival, by the way, just in case. So, for those of you who are elves within your lifespan.
I'm
I'll
excited.
exit out of the room.
Okay.
I'll exit out of the room, and I'll tell everybody what happened, the immense pain, the screaming that went on, and how deeply horrified I am of what's going on, and how I think that this cloak might help me get to the next room.
I'm quite confident you can't move when you activate that cloak.
Does it say that? Maybe I can see things while I'm in there.
Where are you guys taking your rest?
um,
On this uncomfortable step
So-
on this staircase.
There are a couple of obvious
actually-
places, although one of them is full of magma, or at this point, hard lava. There's the cell room. There's the shrine room, which you know has a secret door. There's the barracks that now is, covered in magma. And then there's the library.
I can move.
Alright, we should rest in the room with the bear statues, so we can, while you are resting and focusing on this robe, you can just do that while we investigate the secret room.
How about we rest in the cells so that Steve can be closer to the degenerate kin that we released earlier, so he can kind of live vicariously through their inevitable experience. Have
Wait.
you ever been to jail before, Steve?
Psycho,
I'll lock you up.
Yes.
the
I got
library.
locked up- I got locked up for fucking your mother.
the library. I'm gonna run to the library.
Okay. When you get to the shrine room, you run into someone.
I push them into the lava.
No,
No, but for real.
it's someone you
Oh.
recognize.
It's the fucking kobold!
Yeah, dude!
Damn it, Steve! I told you we should have killed him!
Hmm.
No, don't celebrate for him!
He
Hey, do you have the statue?
he sees all of you and he goes, "Whoa!" Monkeys.
Praxis,
Silence!
what?
Disgusting creature! Why are you here?
Yo, Praxis, what's up?
He waves, and then two large leathery wings sprout from either side of him. And
Tele vomits at the sight.
and then a little head pokes up over his shoulder.
He vomits again.
It's a baby
Splash.
dragon?
It's a dragon wormling.
Yeah, dude!
He says,
What color?
Okay, you found the egg?
"No,
It found you?
he hatched."
Hmm.
What color is the dragon?
Oh no!
And the dragon begins to climb on his head and shoot gouts of flame this way and that way and this way.
We need to kill that thing immediately, Kobold.
No, dragon.
Okay, right.
And he points to himself.
Okay. Yes, Praxis, we got it.
It's a baby. We can kill it very easily. It's defenseless, basically.
There is fire and lava everywhere.
So
I'm
what?
not hesitant to throw you.
Praxis.
The red dragons are evil, Gruck. Aren't you 500 years old? You should know that.
First, I'm 76. Thank
You're
you.
2,000 years old. That's common knowledge.
My character will get a little depressed as he's a bit self-conscious about his age. I'm 76. Second, no, I didn't. I don't know much about dragons. It looks cute.
How about we have it blow fire at the words on the wall in the crypt?
So, Praxis, why are you back here?
Praxis and tribe went out in cave, find little explodey man. Many little explodey men.
Yep, it's definitely a problem.
Big
Wait, what?
fight. Lot of explodey man. No egg. Egg pieces everywhere.
Jesus.
And then
I look back to
We find
our
dragon.
friend Kobold. What the hell
I'm
is he saying?
I'm assuming he's speaking in Draconic.
English. Common.
He's speaking
Yes.
common. I don't even understand him. I'll look back to the Kobold.
Uh-huh.
What did he say?
Hold on, he's not done yet. Please continue.
Oh, okay.
Praxis big hero. He bring
Oh,
baby
yeah.
dragon back to Zeret.
Okay, hold on. Zero, got
Uh-huh.
it.
You will notice that when Hraxus left last, he was accompanied by a big group of kobolds. He is not accompanied by a big group of kobolds now.
I drew the conclusion that by big hero he means I ran away and was the only survivor.
And yes, probably that. But he got the baby dragon, so that's good.
Okay.
I'm gonna
There's
just
something
try
happened.
to scratch the baby dragon's his head just a little
It
bit.
nibbles in your finger.
Slowly pat him.
Garak, don't get too attached. It's going to grow up to be evil and eat people and demand sacrifices and exist in a cave somewhere where it's going to hoard a bunch of treasure and secretly plot the demise of every powerful creature around it and hunt certain other creatures so that they can kill them and to collect more power.
Why
and
do you
influence.
know so much about
I am
dragons?
almost 500 years old. That's almost 5 centuries,
Yeah.
Gruck. You know how many
Uh-huh.
books I've read in my time?
And I'm gonna go back to just slowly
These
rubbing
are
it.
children's stories, Gruck.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
It's a very cute dragon.
Oh,
What-
and I'm just gonna
What
keep
color-
rubbing it and
What
just.
color are its scales, Gruck?
Oh, he's so cute.
They're red.
Yep. Praxis.
Yeah.
Oh, he's...
So why are you here?
Hraxus had left stuff in the cell.
Ah, okay. Okay. Well,
Who's gonna grow up to be a big eating fire dragon? You
It's
are.
going to kill
God,
it.
that
if
is
it takes out.
disrespectful.
That's my job.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm gonna go past.
Okay, yeah.
You're gonna be the ender
Yeah,
of the
just
Well-
world. Yes, you are.
All right.
Well,
all
he says,
Praxis, we're having a bit of issue.
"Bye." The dragon waves goodbye and shoots another fireball. And he goes, "Oh no, no!"
Wait, hold on. Ask him why he came back to this forsaken
You forgot
place.
something in one of those cells. Also, because you know some
I'm
people
gonna pull out
some people were wondering what the fuck happened to Haraxis. So you know, wrap it up.
So I'm gonna
Fuck you,
pull out some food
Haraxis.
rations, and I'm gonna hand him some
He
food
incinerates
along for him and the dragon. Okay, all right.
What? This is
Oh,
disrespectful.
alright. It
Stop
is-
paying homage to an evil creature. All of this hubbub about you doing your god's work for nothing. You pander to evil. Good. Join
Cute
me after
dragon.
the adventure, Grunk. Let this not be your final foray into the land.
Goodbye.
You and I shall grow in power.
Then he's
Oh,
gone.
ignore him. Bye. I'll give the dragon one last
Follow him.
good pet,
Huh?
and I'll go where Psycho is.
Steve,
I'm like, huh? There's no exit
well,
there.
there's the door, and Haraxis goes to the door, and with the help from the dragon wormling, removes a lot of the rubble, just enough for him and the dragon to squeeze through, and then they squeeze through and they leave.
Huh.
I squeezed through.
You can peer through it. There's a big, very dark cave on the other side. And
Huh.
Haraxis carrying the baby dragon with his hands up above his head, running at like full tilt.
I'm like,
Occa-
We'll go back to that.
occasionally,
we're both
occasionally the dragon like begins to flap its wings, and Haraxis like floats for a few feet,
All right, when you say huge cave, do you mean
like 40-foot wide, 30-foot tall, winding, super dark cave.
like man-made, completely
Natural.
natural?
All right, peace, guys. And then he just had his baby dragon blow a hole in the wall,
Well,
and then
he,
leave.
he helped him like remove the rubble in the doorway and then leave.
Either way.
Anyways, meanwhile, in the library room, Psycho.
I'm going through those books that I didn't understand before.
Okay, so there's a lot of them that are still pretty much deteriorated. Some of them that are barely readable.
Okay.
But you notice that the fake books in the shelves have names along their spines that you can now read.
Yeah.
They say, in no particular order, faithful follow in single file, law and chaos both reclaimed, she who walks amid the flames, made of mountains, made of isles, the world devoured in cleansing fire.
Oh. But he doesn't say this out loud, or does he? I already know what we're supposed to do, and that's cool as shit.
Faithful follow and single fail the world devoured and cleansing
This is,
fire.
again, in no particular order,
It's the
books
poem.
just all over the room.
Wait,
Okay.
It's the
it's a
poem,
clue.
Yeah, that's the poem.
and I
Uh,
think we probably gotta. Oh. So we start the timer, and then we start the timer, and then we probably try to use those books in the exact same, as in the exact same order the poems in.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that actually. I'm gonna walk around since I can actually understand them, and do it in the order: she who walks amid the flame, made of mountains, made of isles, law and chaos both reclaimed, the world devoured in cleansing fire, faithful follow and single fire.
All right, after you push in
I'm doing that in
After you
order.
push in the last book, the jet of flame in the alcove reignites. So, I guess briefly re-describe this room. This was a library room, and in the corner, well, it was a library room full of ancient books, many of which had just turned to dust, some of which were barely still readable, and 5 of which were fake books in the shelves all around the room that had names on the spines that no one could read up until right now. Previously, the group had figured out that if you pressed all of the books, or depressed all of the books in no particular order, there was an alcove in the corner with a depression in the floor that would make a giant gout of flame, literally like a blowtorch, ignite and fill the alcove. Doing it in order, same thing happens.
Doing it in order, same thing
Correct.
happens.
There is an inscription along the edge of the alcove, along the perimeter of it, but it's in runes, not in a language.
Okay. It's in runes, not in a language.
So from the diagram before, I know that there's a secret passage behind this?
No, that was behind one of the bear statues. Another room.
But there's nothing behind this. Fuck.
The world devoured in cleansing fire. The world
Right.
eater in cleansing fire.
I'm gonna stick my hand near the fire.
Hot.
Hot.
Faithful follow and single fail.
I'm just gonna walk into the fire for a second.
Yeah.
Okay. You walk faithfully right into the fire. To everyone else, he walks into the fire and goes, he's
Yep.
gone.
Well then,
Yeah. I'm gonna do the same thing.
grab
Faithfully.
onto my holy symbol while I go in there, and though I know it might still hurt me, I'm going to give a small prayer to this new god that I have heard of while I walk into her flames.
Cool.
Hmm.
Tale.
Sure. I would like to be last.
Tale.
Hell no, I'm last, bitch. I shove you back. I try to anyway.
Is there any? Just by the way, this is me. Is there any like sigil that we figured out that represents this god? Have we passed? by
You've
any of
definitely seen some iconography, yes. It's usually a mountain, like a cinder cone, with a tree growing out of it where lava or magma might be spewing out during an eruption. So, like, the tree trunk begins at the mouth of the cinder cone, and it explodes into leaves.
it? And this is the goddess of peace
Uh,
that we figured
well,
out.
this is Pele, the goddess of nature and of
Nature
life.
and life.
Nature and life. Got it. Okay. I was wondering. This is like some. Well, I'll get into that if we take a short
Okay.
rest.
Alright.
You appear somewhere else. The chamber you are in is uncomfortably warm, but not nearly as hot and decidedly more humid than the temple proper. The walls, floor, and ceiling look to have been naturally formed by volcanic rock, and dark passages branch off in a spiderweb of directions. Pores in the pumice floor vent thick, sulfurous yellow smoke, which smells of rotten eggs and makes you feel lightheaded. The smoke pools under the low ceiling, which is not very high above your head. Condensation drips from the ceiling and the walls. Behind you, an oval plane is suspended in the air, its surface rippling slightly with your movement and breaths. Through it, you can see the temple library just as you left before. Directly above a particularly thick vent of sulfur kneels a person who might be human. The figure is tall, lean, and bald, with no discernible traces of hair. Loose red robes cover muscular shoulders, which relax, allowing 4 arms to drop into into what might have been a meditative pose. The 2 top arms fit the rest of the figure's olive skin. However, the one on the bottom left is pale and crisscrossed with tattoos and scars, while its pair is greenish gray and scarred. A pair of large, dark eyes open above a rapidly forming grin. You are greeted by many voices, all originating from the same figure.
Oh.
It says, "I am the Oracle of the Mountain. What is it that I can do for you?"
Oh. Oh.
Return to us the goddess Pele immediately.
I don't think he has a god.
Where is the goddess Pele? And can we save her?
I can tell you, as I am an oracle. I answer questions. I see things. For a price.
Steve will pay it. That's the kobold. He's our leader.
I'm assuming you don't take cash or credit.
I
Maybe
take
if you hadn't thrown out your gold coins in the anti-gravity pit, you moron.
it says, I take valuables and oddities.
Well, the heavy crossbow I've been dragging this whole time.
What use do you have for oddities in your
This is
stupid?
This is the
mountain
magic
cave?
crossbow.
Yes.
He lifts a hand up, and it levitates toward him, and he takes it and says, "This will suffice." And he puts it behind his back, and then the arm comes back as if he put it in hammer space, and his hand is free.
All right.
He's eating it with his backside. Disgusting.
He says,
How did you do that?
He says, well, that's another question. You'll have to pay. He says, Pele is beneath the temple. She is trapped and in grave peril.
I believe I asked, and can we save her?
You might.
Drugged.
You could.
And
She is suffering from a great hurt. And if you were to remove that hurt from her, then you may have saved her. But she has awoken.
All right, team, fork it over. Come on.
I reach
I
in my
will-
pocket. Oh, go ahead.
I will raise my hand with the ring upon it. How do we get beneath the
Oh
temple?
my god.
He extends a hand as if to ask for something.
Wait, Psycho, can we please, not to disrespect you, oh fair Oracle, but can we please give him the less valuable items before we start going to this super crazy shit?
Hold on.
He says, I am a businessman, and I will offer you a trade. With one of his forearms, the one that he has still extended, still there, waiting for something. But with another arm, he reaches behind his back and pulls out a deck.
oh no!
Oh, yes.
Oh no!
I take off my ring and I hold it up.
No!
No, it
Oh, wait, I got something cool for you!
is, I will say right now,
The
it is
ring.
not a
Moon, you stay
it is
away.
not a deck of many things.
Fucking
Oh.
bastard,
He
dude.
says, if you draw from the deck, I will consider this payment.
I will draw from the deck.
Okay, please roll a d20.
Easy.
Which, maybe good, maybe bad.
Okay.
You die.
Wow. Okay. Man, we're just gonna
Moon,
we're just
do you
gonna
know why we're
we're just gonna fuck with your character sheet all day today, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Jesus.
+4 wisdom?
Hit me with that shit. Make me catatonic. You won't.
Your character draws death.
Okay. You lose your stealth proficiency bonus. You completely forget everything that you learned about it.
I don't have stealth proficiency.
Who was that I just
bonus.
unchecked?
I don't. Wait. Oh, you unchecked
Yes.
it. Okay. That would.
Yeah, I just
that would be-
unchecked it. You lose your stealth proficiency bonus. You completely forget all of that. And then you see one of his forearms reach to his face and like scratch his chin as if there were something there and say, an interesting skill. Thank you for teaching me this.
That's amazing. Are you kidding me?
Oh, it's fucking awesome.
And then he says, to reach the Holy of Holies beneath the temple, you must be a high priest of Pele. Only they knew the ritual to descend down below.
We already knew that.
You need 3 things to perform the ritual. The priest's robes, the high priest's robes. You need the high priest's staff. And you need to be a high priest.
Am I wearing the robes of the high priest?
No,
So,
But-
guys, you know that guy I knocked into the lava?
but Taolei is.
You fucking kidding me? The guy that you knocked into the lava.
Silence,
and then-
peasants!
Oh,
I'm pretty
I-
sure.
I pull out the didgeridoo.
I slowly just rub my temples.
Hey guys, I'm pretty sure that none of those people that we killed were priests of whatever the
Finish your sentence. Say it.
Paul's
Pele.
Priest of Taole, indeed.
Okay, so it
Oracle.
requires the word of the
Shut up!
high priest, which was unhelpful
Paoli?
information.
I have an important question. I didn't ask it.
Oracle,
my
why did you
moment.
do this? You could have said anything. Once you did
Listen.
this to me, I fall on my knees.
Oracle.
No.
Please stop.
He's
I have a
looking
question.
between all of you with a huge grin on his face. Yes.
Take out a potion.
I offer you this magical didgeridoo, the device by which we have navigated the very lava seas of this
You can't
disgusting
get
land.
the turtle if you give him the didgeridoo.
We will escape through the stupid cave that the kobold you let escape. We should have killed it. It was harboring a dragon. How you call yourself an adventurer?
I'm just
Do
gonna
you
look
know
at
how
the
much we
Oracle.
could have sold
right
that
in the
dragon
eyes.
baby for? Regardless,
He reaches out and grabs the didgeridoo and places it
my question
places it
to
behind
you
him.
is
and then it's
thus.
gone.
Okay.
Listen
Listen.
to me.
Listen, Oracle. Can we have some discussion between us? I feel like I'm dealing with quite a few
This
crazy
is my
people.
question, you kobold scum!
I'm just gonna look at the
Never mind, please.
Oracle, and I'm just gonna mouth Y and just staring him right in the eyes.
He,
My question is thus. How do we achieve the divinity that Pele enjoys?
she is under great, no, immense pain. She is angry. She is unlike herself. There are many a way to become a high priest. You can, well, there he goes through a list of things. They include things like walking from the base of a volcano into the top of the volcano completely naked, jumping into a pool of lava and having Pele save you and not let you die, being blessed by a red dragon, having yourself be
Cried.
set on fire and having her save you again.
Hold on one sec. I turn and glare at Gruck as he says the dragon thing. I'm giving him the squinty eyes. Continue.
I look at him.
And then he thinks for a
And-
second and says, if you wish to see Pele, I have another offer for you.
What?
The last high priest was in dire need of information. He traded me something. He pulls up one of his 4 sleeves and reveals a toothy, snouted mouth. You see, the high priest traded me his voice.
Oh, you could do that.
That's on
Yes.
the tape.
I will trade you
Us.
2 for 1. And he hands out the
Oh.
deck again.
My
I draw 2
turn!
cards.
My turn! I draw a card!
I'll draw one as well, because fuck my character sheet right up my
Roll
brain.
was gonna draw one at first.
d20s. The 2 of you who drew a card, roll a d20.
Yep. Just fuck my character sheet up, man. Yep.
You tried
That's,
moving.
Slash-
roll
/R
D-
space
slash
d20.
roll
There you go.
space 1d20.
Cool.
Dude, it's not my fault you guys use this fucking, I don't know, soy boy D&D program.
Soy boy.
It's not our fault that we use this D&D program that you pay us to use.
Whoop.
Shut up!
Tele.
Go on.
Oh my
Indeed.
god.
Yes,
No.
give it to me.
You blink, and then when you finish blinking, everything is very flat.
Oh no!
During his clumping vision, he can only see in 2D.
No, worse. The oracle blinks. The oracle blinks and like stretches his neck, and there's a stray eye just on it.
Oh!
Tale, one of your eyes is gone,
Did it hurt?
No. but everything is very flat.
Do I notice that I'm missing? An
Yeah,
eye?
you like it's weird, and then you notice the eye on his neck, and you're like, man, that looks a lot like my eye. And then you feel your
it
face.
gaping?
It's your left eye. It's just a solid, flat surface.
Oh, so I touch my face and I try poking the surface. What happens?
It's like hitting cartilage.
Oh my god, I'm gonna vomit.
Jesus.
Psycho.
I'll start rubbing myself.
Oh yes!
So what happens to me?
Even more, Oracle.
I regret to inform you that when you yell more like, "Ooh, yes!"
I can't.
You
I
now
can't.
have the high priest voice.
Oh yeah,
Can I make up, can I make up a different voice?
Yeah, well, it sounds like a dragonborn.
I'm a scaly and I jerk it to porn of dragons.
So, what happened to me?
Oh, you're just dead. No, I'm joking.
Oh,
I'm joking.
Uh,
I need to look at the. What'd you roll at? 8.
yup.
This is the deck of fucked things.
That's the
Deck
deck
of
of fuck
steel
your
shit.
shit and hail, etc.
Oh, I can
What do
do
you-
the Slorpo voice.
Yes, I'm Sorbo.
Oh my! Oh my!
It's me, Tale.
Oh my fucking god!
That's one I can
How?
do.
Why did I write this down? Okay,
Why did you?
listen.
Yeah?
My god, man.
Yeah? Uh-huh.
What abilities do you care about the most?
Well, obviously I care about my charisma.
Oh wait, ability.
Strength and constitution.
Okay, those are swapped. So you now have a 16 in strength and a 20 in constitution.
My health
mean,
just increased by 10.
By a shit ton, yeah.
You just got a bunch of new. So you literally go from being like big, wide, muscular to like somehow like firmer, harder. Your lungs increase in capacity. Your heart beats more steadily. Your veins just like, "Brr," and then you immediately just go like, and you feel weak. You're still extremely strong, but your health, or sorry, your actually it's supposed to go on your class saving throws. But those are
Wait,
strength and
what?
con anyways. So they just swap.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well then.
Yeah. Any other deals?
I was not ready for today.
Do I have the voice
great.
as well, or?
No.
Great Oracle.
Oh, sorry.
Great Oracle.
Yes, you split it so you both get it.
Okay. In that case, I turn around and I walk back through.
Okay, you're back in the library. Everyone else?
Yeah.
He's like holding the deck of cards out, going deals, questions, or answers.
I get down on my knees. Great Oracle. And I pull out the rotted big toe that I found. And I try to give it to him.
What is your question?
How much can I sell a goat for?
He holds out the deck. You can sell. You
I
can
take a
All
card.
right, D20.
What the fuck?
We're
16.
going play. Oh, you already got a 16. Roll another one.
I was gonna roll an 8. Oh no.
Oh, that's actually not that bad. This actually, considering what you've been through, this is actually fine. You
Nice.
can no longer dream,
Oh, cool.
good or bad.
I don't
Wouldn't
know if
that
that's
make him
necessarily a bad
insane?
thing.
It would. So basically, when you go to sleep, you close your eyes, and as soon as you enter sleep, you wake back up and you're done. That's it. Sleep's over. But
It's not a good or a bad thing.
imagine not being able to dream.
It's pretty hard to
It would
imagine.
be
Yeah,
it
it's
would be
really hard to
really
imagine.
bad. But given that you have so many nightmares that drive you insane, this is a
Yeah.
reprieve for you.
I'll take it. How much is that goat?
much is that goat?
Goats are commonly purchased for about 1 gold piece, or exchanged for other goats.
Yes, very good.
Thank you, great Oracle.
Yes. Yes, darling.
I need you to ask him a question.
I rub my temples, depending. We go on.
The question is thus: ask him how to become a god.
No.
Do it.
I am going to take the magical silence sword.
Yep.
And I'm going to. I'm assuming that you're still bartering, Oracle.
Ask him that question.
I'm going to place it. I'm going to say, can you trade me something of equal power that will assist us in our combat with?
Trades I
Fine.
make 2 for 1. Questions 1 for. I deal in knowledge, but when I exchange, there is a price. Something I give you must be so worth it that you are willing to give me twice its value.
I'll stand up and I'll be like, oh, listen, everyone. Psycho and Taule. Now, we've had our differences, but you have given up a part of yourself to make sure that this mission continues. I respect
Yes.
you and thank you, both of you.
That's why I did it.
I'm not there. I've already left.
He
Oh, you left.
he is gone.
I'm already over at the entrance to the
Yeah.
crypt.
But I don't think we need to continue this. This Oracle has gotten what he wanted. I feel like if we persist, then only worse things could happen.
Grok, I think that we need to kill him and get our things back.
Absolutely
The,
not.
Why
the
not?
Oracle
He's-
laughs
he's-
with all of his voices.
Silence, creature.
I'm gonna take the sword back so he doesn't.
That Oracle seems more powerful than any of us.
Then why is he trapped down here? Ever think of that?
What?
Who said that he was
He
trapped?
closes the portal behind you. Who is trapped?
Oh, I don't.
Open the portal immediately, you disgusting creature.
I'm gonna rub my eyes. Oracle, you are an immensely powerful creature, and I cannot even comprehend. Thank you for your dealership. Could you open the portal so I could leave?
It smells like rotten eggs in here, you horrifying, too many armed creature.
A pleasure doing business. He opens the portal.
No, it wasn't. I hate you.
I may come back to see you one day.
At least I still have my sexy body.
Does the
No.
portal open?
I'll get the most regal eye patch.
I will leave.
The portal opens and you guys can walk.
I skip out.
Farewell, bitch.
Look how hard it is to do this.
You're not. You're not even remotely sorry.
I feel like bitch is like in character for.
Oh yeah, it
Colin to
is.
say those, so.
Yes. Bitch is a
Hard
word
it is
that
to RP.
Bitch is
I'm
always
sitting
in
here-
character for someone that's chaotic stupid.
I'm sitting here trying to actually like RP, and when you're talking, dude, I can't. Like, I have to like take off my push to talk to laugh. Like, holy shit, it's so hard.
Same. Anyways.
Oh fuck, I'm crying.
Having been there, the portal closing as I was leaving, and then going over and actually speaking to the crypt. What
What did you
happens
say?
when I will? Fuck.
Good question.
I'm going to read the poem.
Nothing happens.
You need the
What is it?
robes.
What does it say again?
I have all the tools, idiot.
He has the voice too.
Do we have the robe, the staff, and?
I'm wearing the robes and I have the staff, idiot.
It says
Oh, the tentacles.
it says accessible only by word from the high priest.
I believe that the priest quarters are somewhere up in that lava in the northern room that Grook released. So if we could go there before messing with this, that would probably be more eventful.
Yeah, potentially.
I'm sure the lava's cooled down by this point.
Maybe we could check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go check.
Oh, I'll consult with the group. Do you guys think we should take a short rest anytime soon, so we can?
I think we should
I
take
can
a
get attuned to
long
this. A long rest? Do we need that?
We rested like 10 minutes ago, Gruck.
Well, I wasn't attuned to the item.
So are you saying anything at the crypt?
Hmm.
Other than the poem?
Well, I'm gonna go. I'm wanting to go get their staff and robes. Or is there only one?
Staff
Oh.
and robes he has are of the evil people, the cultists. We need the staff and robes of the priestess, the good people,
Yeah.
good peeps.
So we
Yeah,
have the
that's what I'm
staff,
saying.
robe, and
There
voice,
was-
and it's all
no,
in Talon,
there
right?
is
No, we have none.
there is the
We have the voice.
you have the voice. The robes you
staff.
found is of a priest, that you got from the priest's office, one of the priest's offices, and you don't know what the staff is, and you don't seem to have one. It was
Okay,
not the
we don't know
didgeridoo.
what the stuff is. I don't
Okay.
think it was the rod thing that we got, because that's a rod, not a staff. So.
Let's get tentacles.
Let's go up here then.
Yep, I 100% agree. Let's go.
So the magma has hardened to lava, but it has pretty much obstructed this hallway.
Well, there's a doorway right there.
Yes, and it has like you can go into the barracks room and then go into the dining room, and you can't go past that.
So the priest quarters are cut
Yep,
off.
and have been since the beginning.
Hmm.
From your observation of the small crawl space behind the secret door in the bear statue, leads up to that staircase.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. Go that
It's
way.
this one.
Where is the bear statue? Okay, that's the bear
Yeah, there.
statue. Got it.
Okay.
It takes a little bit
So,
of
gonna-
finagling to figure it out, but you realize that you can manipulate the paws of the bear statue. Just show everyone again what this room looks like. You can manipulate the paws of this bear statue to be inverted, which causes a small trap door to fall open at the base of the pillar. The crawl space is large enough for a medium-sized creature to crawl through.
Okay. I will go through.
Okay.
Can more people go inside, or just one?
They have one by one.
Oh,
Faithful follow in single file, my dudes.
Oh, you were 100% right.
oh, after you, Tele.
No, you go.
No, you go.
Don't mock my voice, you disgusting creature.
We have the
You're-
same
you're-
voice. Will you shut up already?
Your kind wallow in their own shit.
You know,
You are my kind now.
And
You know what
your
just
kind
came
will
up to my
never take
mind?
you seriously again.
Shy.
Yes. I'm going to kill
What if somebody was
you.
playing a Kenku
You better try.
and they were
Bitch.
able to copy the form of the priest because they
That'd
can
be pretty
copy
fucking
what's
interesting.
here? That's actually fucking amazing.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda,
That's
did.
pretty basic. But yeah, so making my way downtown, walking fast, basically.
Cool.
And I'm
Yes,
homebound.
So
I'll
you all
follow
crawl
behind.
through this crawl space. Now, I would show you on the map where it is, but I haven't drawn it because I'm a dingus. And I was making other stuff.
Over prepped, he
I
says.
did over prep. But then I had to run home and take care of a dog and also the stream and my computer and all that shit. Anyways.
Yeah, I got you.
But it goes up, almost like a vent would, and turns several times before going straight for seemingly like hundreds of feet. At which point it ends at a cloth drapery that's just hanging over a hole.
Cloth drapery that's hanging over a hole. And if I move the drapery out of the way,
This 20-foot square room has two benches back to back in the center of the room. Along the wall is a low table whose contents have been reduced to ash. Along the wall of the room are tapestries that once may have featured grand illustrations, but are now gravely torn and burned. The room has several scorch marks on the ground and walls, and the benches feature multiple gashes in their stone, indicating that a battle must have taken place here. Some of the markings form silhouettes of horned humanoid creatures, contorted unnatural poses. These shapes are burned into the wall as if by some tremendous explosion of fire. Scattered around the edges of the room are piles of black bones. 2 doors leave this chamber, one on each corner of the opposite wall of the room.
okay. I'm gonna take a look around. Sorry, what did you say anything about the ropes or?
No.
What was it you said was in the corner of the room?
Piles of bones. Black bones.
Okay. I'm going to sift amongst them.
You find that while some of these bones are like regular bones that have been charred black, some of them are actually black bones. Like, you find a femur that is just black as charcoal, but not made of charcoal. It just naturally is that color. You also find some interesting features among the skeletal remains. You find fangs, chitinous armored plates, and horns. There's basically like an Acme-ass silhouette explosion in the wall where like everything is charred except for the shape of this creature that was like blasted up against it. They seem to feature very strange skeletal structures with horns and like big claws and fangs and things like that. Looks like something blew all of these creatures up in this room. And that they were you note that like the silhouettes are not of creatures when like creatures with flesh. They are the creatures as skeletons that were blown up.
You guys hear an echo?
That's
Not
potentially from me. Because apparently my headphones are loud enough that my mic picks up my the voices. But
No problem. I thought it was going crazy.
yeah. But yeah. So taking a look around the room. So it looks like there's these outlines of creatures flashed against the wall.
Mhm.
Okay. What else was there in the room? Was there anything that looked remotely like clothing or anything of that sort?
Nope.
Any sort of container in the room?
No. Just mostly these... It looks like a waiting room. These 2 benches that are back to back, the draperies and stuff all over the walls. There might have been some etching and some, like, cool inscriptions and stuff on the walls at some point, but the explosion that occurred here clearly like blew everything to shit.
Psycho, can you enter the room? It's kind of cramped.
Am I not already in the room? I was sifting through the
Yeah,
bones.
you probably entered the room already.
Yeah, I'm already in the room, so I'm gonna take some of the draperies and start moving them to the side, see if there's another exit in
No.
this room.
They're all burned and torn and would have revealed something. Yours was the only one that was even blocking the hole. Like and just barely too.
I searched for the source of the explosion.
There seems to have been a big explosion that happened in the middle of the room, just above the benches, but no sign of what it could have been or where it came from. There are 2 exits out of this room.
I go
Two?
to.
Okay,
I go to the left exit.
I'll go to the right.
Okay. Let's start with the right.
Okay.
This surprisingly Spartan chamber is dominated by a large stone bed. Its walls are painted in reds and browns in a motif of bears parading in a file around the walls of a volcano, or around the walls to a volcano, painted above the bed. Black bones are scattered around the perimeter of the room, replete with fanged horned skulls that sneer even in death. Ancient silhouettes charred into the walls imply twisted humanoid creatures with large curled horns. Most of a suit of plate mail lies prone in the center of the room. Its breastplate seems to have been removed, and a blade of a sword protrudes from its back. An ancient black stain emerges from beneath it, across the stone floor.
This is plate armor?
Plate armor with
Breastplate.
its chest plate removed, and a sword embedded into its, all the way through it.
Okay, taking a now look forward and at the armor with the blade through it, there is. What is the pose that it's in?
Face down.
Just face down? Okay. Does
Grok.
it look sacrificial?
Grok, you
Yes,
see
sir?
this scene? Your chest begins to hurt.
Oh.
Sympathy pain that is all too real for you.
What's going on? Can I walk up to the plate armor?
When you enter the room,
Sorry about that.
a piece of chalk flies out from a bag underneath the prone creature, or the prone remains of the creature. It animates and begins flying in the air, scrawling weird things on the walls. You must be wearing the glasses to read this.
I'm wearing the glasses.
It says, "You awoke her."
What does it say?
We awoke her.
Who's her?
Pele.
Pele. Oh. Sorry, my dog wants affection right now. And that's why I wasn't paying attention for a little bit. He just came in my room.
Then, the suit of armor begins to get up.
Oh no.
Rising from above it is a ghastly form of a wraith. It is rising up, mimicking the actions of the skeletal creature, and floating just above it when it unleashes a horrific screech. On the chest,
A familiar screech?
similar but not the same. When the creature gets up, on the chest of the armor is an engraving of a volcano with a tree coming out of a cinder cone, imitating a magma eruption. The skeleton in the plate mail also animates and removes the sword from its chest and brandishes it as if it were about to defend itself. Above it is like this.
Pull out my mason
Above
shield.
it is this wraithy thing that's like waving back and forth. It looks draconic.
High Priest, is that you?
The chalk stops writing.
In response to that?
Yes.
I have my mason shield out after seeing it take its weapon.
It writes, "Who are you?"
Psycho Kira. Member of Adventure, who wished to help Perry.
I'll slowly put down my shield and mace while listening to Psycho. I don't know. He's just like talking to air basically right now.
You see me looking over towards the chalk scrawlings every now and then.
Yeah, and then you answer a question that I have no idea what's.
The chalk
what you're
just
answering
writes
to, so.
again, "You awoke her."
Yes. And now we wish to help her.
What's going
It
on?
writes, "She is angry."
Yes, she is. She is very angry. And for the pain she is in. Rightfully so. Will you help me? Will you aid me in stopping her pain?
With what? How?
I need your robes. Your staff. Only with the robe, the staff, and the voice, as you can hear, can I help her.
It points to a bureau in the other side of the room.
Okay. I will deeply bow to the spirit.
I'll follow in suit by pitting away my mace and shield and do the exact same thing like you're.
The
Psycho did.
Skeleman is definitely still weapon drawn, watching you carefully, turning to face anyone who enters the room.
I'm going to. Is there a door to this room, or it's just?
So there's the entrance that you guys are in, and then on the left side of the room, there is another door that presumably leads to the room next to this one, that the previous room's other door would lead into. But otherwise, there's just the very sparsely decorated bed, a bureau, a mirror, and a chair, and not even a chair, like a stool. You open the bureau and find that most of the stuff in here has been destroyed, save for a handful of robes. All look identical.
Okay.
They are red robes with gold and white embroidery.
Give me a roll.
I'll take it and put it on. You're not there. What the fuck?
They were
Where did
following
those come
you.
from?
They were following.
We all
Oh, okay.
crawled in here, you cunt, just because you're fucking the one doing all the talking doesn't mean the rest of us are in the same fucking room.
I was trying
No
my
one else
best to
said
like
anything.
ask what I was trying. I was like,
Yeah, my
what the
apologies.
fuck is going on? Characters
I-
just sitting there watching you talking to a chalkboard that I can't read. With a floating armor and a sword. I like for a second there my character was definitely ready to fight this. And then all of a sudden I knew that something was going on and then you bowed to it.
Going to the left door. At the same time that he did.
This square chamber is 20 feet to a side, its walls lined with bookcases containing a vast assortment of large and small texts. A veined red marble desk stands in front of the eastern wall, its surface covered with assorted parchments covered in faded ink. Behind the desk is a carving covers the wall, wrought with uncanny skill that makes it appear to be a window over a vast expanse of ocean. In the mid-distance, a female form wreathed in flame kneels on top of the water, coaxing a jet of magma from beneath the waves as volcanic rocks coagulate around it. An armor dummy lies in front of the desk as if knocked over in haste. The office in general is in a state of disarray. Amid many of the things on the in the room, just lying about the ground and everywhere, there is a staff in 2 pieces.
Psycho, what is going on?
Oh, right, you can't read.
My character will be like it's like a slight insult because through this entire thing you couldn't read and now you're telling him that and he's like, "Excuse me, bitch."
Try me, bitch. No, the spirit is of the old high priest of Pele from long, long ago.
The floating armor is.
Yes. That is why I did not attack.
We'll go into the other room real quick, or if he's still there, I'm just gonna full-heart it all on my knees and bow to it. And I don't know if it understands me, but I'm gonna say in common, I full-heartedly apologize. I wish for nothing but for Pele to come back and for her to be happy. The gods have spoken to me. I wish to help. And I'll give a last bow while staring at the armor. Probably can't talk to me, I assume. And I'll get up and rejoin my group.
Steve walks in holding two halves of a staff.
Oh.
Okay.
There was nothing else in that room that you could read or interact with.
Got it. Hey guys,
I'll hand a set of robes over to Towley.
Anybody with
And
eyes
weapon
can
staff.
tell that this staff has been desecrated. No
Desecrated?
longer a valid clerical.
I know of some clerics that can fix stuff like this, but I unfortunately am not one.
Hey, I think we know a guy.
Who?
Our oracle friend. I'm sure he's picked up the ability to fix clerical items at some point in his long adventures of stealing whatever.
Only if you bargain with him this time.
I'll
What
bargain
of-
with him.
I want Gruck to do it, never mind.
I'll give away the. I'll do my best to get rid of the robes.
Before that, if I may, our skeletal friend here, do you still have any semblance of magic at your disposal?
It reaches
you perhaps
into its
prepare?
skeleton, rummages around for a bit, and pulls out a garnet statuette of a bear, about the size of a paperweight.
What was that?
I'm unsure. I'll actually relay the question to it. What is that?
It says it's the only thing I can do anymore. The only thing I can offer you.
Okay. Take it graciously.
Is a figurine. It is a
Gracefully.
figurine of wondrous power.
Oh. shit.
What that? What that?
It is a tiny.
Basically, you
it's
can-
basically a Pokemon item. It's a little figurine of a
Use it,
bear,
someone's-
about like a couple inches tall, and when you use it, it turns into the animal that it is the shape of.
It's cool. We get a bear.
Yeah.
Does that require a attunement or no? Can't remember specifically.
They do not usually.
Nope, it's usually a command word.
Yeah, it's not.
I bet the
How
command
do
word
I
is
use it?
"Rawr."
How do I use it?
It writes a command word out for you to read.
Okay.
Bears, bears, bears. Duh, bears.
Duh, bears.
Is that just basically your way of telling me that, hey, I know how to use it
I
now.
was gonna say an actual command word, but I'm
Okay.
tempted now to just make it bears.
Duh,
And now it is.
Duh.
It has stuck, and now the command
Duh.
word to summon the bear is da bears.
I'm gonna.
I wrote that down in my notes.
I look at the chalk writing. I look back at the high priest with a look of great confusion.
He shrugs.
And then
What, I
The chalk writes.
shit
The chalk writes. She likes bears. I don't know what to tell you.
Take it up with my goddess, God.
I'll laugh, pat the armor on the shoulder.
It's very jumpy. So it like if you go to tap at it, like the sword goes like.
Hmm. Seeing that it's uncomfortable with the proximity, I'll back off.
Okay. There is something very unusual about this weapon. There's also something very unusual about the staff. It has a black corruption on it. It is otherwise a very fine steel sword that has been marred and marked, almost like it has rusted with a black, creeping corruption. The staff looks almost identical, although as if the wood itself had been poisoned and was ill, and had been like just started to grow like calcified, almost bone-like black chunks made of a very similar material, like a chitinous material, just like the bones that were lying all around this chamber and the others. Anyone with any amount of religious training at all would be able to tell you that these things have been desecrated. They cannot be restored to their magical potency, no matter what. Unless a god themselves hallowed them, they are unusable.
Could I pray to her again? I don't think that would be possible. But
Cleansing fire.
cleansing fire. I don't think we throw this in lava, do we? And I don't think that.
Go to flame.
Maybe. Go to flame. It's possible.
What do you guys think?
I like the lava idea. That's a good idea, honestly.
Whoa. You sound normal.
Well, he said it normal too. I thought we were talking out of character.
Yeah, we're kind of
talking
just
out of character
just talking out of character for the sake of holy shit doing voices at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So like, if it's easier to just get it across normally, I'm gonna do it normally at this point.
I actually do my orcish voice for quite some time. I'm very happy with it. Endurance. Anyways.
But yeah, so any ideas? I think that it's something to do with the cleansing fire, since, as Min said, I think that putting it in the lava isn't a terrible idea.
Just give it a little dip. Tiny little dip.
She who walks amid the flames, made of mountains, made of isles.
I'm pretty sure we're in
Law and
new territory.
chaos both reclaimed, the world devoured in cleansing fire. Faithful follow in single file.
I'm pretty sure we're in territory now where it's kind of like a new step to the puzzle that you have to figure out.
We could go to the Oracle and ask, and I can give up my robes, 100%.
I'm gonna. Yeah, we can go to the Oracle. Yeah, the Oracle's probably the.
Because I'm
easiest
very
method.
begrudgingly don't want to get rid of the robes because they'd be so strong for us. But if we
I'm
have
happy to
then
get
I
rid
will.
of my ring because I don't see myself leaving
Okay.
the
Are you
volcano.
leaving the room?
I believe
Yeah.
we could use the sword and maybe one other magical item that's not really useful.
Well, let's try out a couple ideas before going to the Oracle before anything happens. Because
My first idea is the figurine. Maybe it's a fire bear.
A lava bear? Someone
A
said?
lava bear?
think
That's
the bear
probably
would-
right.
It is so weird that they're called lava bears, but so far everything has been magma because it's underneath the earth. It makes me want to call it a magma bear, but it's not.
All right, so I'm gonna.
Inconsistencies read.
Yeah.
Do you want to try out the couple ideas? See if we can use the cleansing
Yeah.
flame,
Do the figurine.
the figurine too.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call forth the figurine.
Duh, bears.
Bears.
Duh, bears.
Oh,
You throw it out, and there's a bear. It's not a lava
Just
bear.
a bear.
Just a bear.
Son of a bitch.
Does it speak
Did a
common?
magma bear.
Excuse me, bear. Do you speak our tongue, you fat, bloated creature?
No.
Fuck.
It says no.
No, it doesn't say no, but it.
What is the bear doing right now? Describe it to me.
Well, it's not just a bear; it's a giant bear.
Okay.
So it's
Hello?
real fucking
Magma
big,
bear?
and it's a CR5 creature.
Oh, fuck. Calm down. Holy shit.
Imagine, if you will,
What's CR5?
a bear, but much bigger.
It's a
This
basically
fucker's
a
just-
giant bear.
This fucker is as strong as an elemental. Calm down.
It's got
Alright.
a strength of 24, and it's
How long can we keep this?
the figurines depends on the figurine.
Lasts a couple
Yeah,
hours.
it's usually it lasts a
Don't
couple
use
hours. I will check for this one. Figurine.
Once per dawn or dusk, depending.
If I were to dismiss it, would that count towards the total duration?
Let me check.
Yes.
It behaves like all of the other ones.
Okay.
That's how the tokens work. They last until you dismiss or their HP root 0.
Is
and
it
then you get
considered
root
huge?
It's large.
Large. Okay.
The creature exists for a duration specific to each figurine. At the end of the duration, the creature reverts to its original form. If it hits 0, it reverts early. When the creature becomes a figurine again, its property can't be used again until a certain amount of time has passed, as specified by the figurine's description. Okay. My notes for this one say it is 24 hours.
This is actually Ursak that we're talking to.
However, that means that you have now used it, and it will stay out for an hour, and then you can't use it again for another 24 hours.
I feel like we're going to be taking a lot of rests here.
We probably just wasted
That's
this.
okay. We've got 4,218 days. 42,518 days.
I feel
No
like
big
the
rush.
goddess- I feel like the goddess
Could
is
we
gonna be
dismiss it
crazy.
back into the thing and then use it again, or is it just out here for the next hour?
Oh shit! The DM's angry with us.
You can dismiss it early, but it doesn't mean that you can summon it again.
Shit, we
Yeah.
wasted it. Yep, that sucks.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, we would have to take another long rest, and I don't know if we're going to be available for that. That's our fault.
Yeah. Oh fuck
Yeah.
it. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave the bear there. Tell it to stay, play fucking patty cake with the Wraith or something, and I'm gonna. I'm gonna turn around. I have ropes as well, by the way, with the staff, and I'm gonna just beeline for the oracle because
we should try out the ideas
when the last
first
of you
before we-
leave the chamber, the creature, the wraith disappears, and the skeleton takes its sword, impales it back through its chest, and lies face down, prone on the ground.
Intense.
Gruck. Ow! That really fucking hurt.
You'll see my
Oh.
character like grab onto the side of the wall for a little bit and grab onto his chest like he's
You are not
like-
just
like a.
you are not just connected with Pele.
Oh, what did you say?
You are not just connected with Pele.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I just realized that as well.
Oh no! With the realization of that connecting in my mind, I don't know what I just got myself into.
Quit
Make
whining.
a
I'm in.
make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Wisdom
Sure.
saving. Coming right at you, bud. That is a
All
natural.
right, nice. Never mind.
I'm supposed to be really good at this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a +8.
Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Oh, that is tremendously
life.
bad.
What happened?
No, I'm just thinking, like, man, you have a +8. Your minimum roll is a 9, and I did not set the DC for that very high. You could have rolled a 5 and got it.
Fucking
Yeah.
sucks. Alright, we're gonna move
Oh, well.
on. I say that we try out our ideas. Well, let's try the cleansing flame. Maybe we can try a bit of the lava. I really don't know. But I'm willing to try anything. Or if you guys want to take the safe way around and just go straight to the oracle and give up the robes or your ring, I personally don't mind.
If the flame or the lava wouldn't do anything, can we just sort of skip past it and say that we find out that it doesn't do anything? As it is getting kind
When
of
you
late.
dip the staff into the magma, it bubbles and sizzles and burns away, leaving only that black calcified whatever.
Didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Alright.
I feel like we are at a point where it's kind of like
We're going to the oracle. That's the only our only option. See if he can repair it. That's the only thing I can personally think of right now.
yeah.
To the oracle.
Yeah.
Let's ride.
Right.
Go.
All right, you press all the books in the correct order again. The jet flame ignites. You re-enter the portal, and you find yourself back in the presence of the oracle. He opens his eyes and says, "Oh, welcome back. That was quick."
Shut up. We've come to bargain.
Here comes.
Dormammu, we've come to bargain.
Everything moves really fast now, and it turns out that I'm. I scratch my chest. Yeah. What do you want to do, Psycho?
Let us. I'm going to offer up my Ring of Shooting Stars.
He plucks it out of your hand and says, "What is your question?"
Can you repair? Will you repair the staff
What's
if I offer
What's
it?
that?
The two pieces of the staff.
The one that you put in the
They
lava
burnt. They burnt.
that burned away?
Yeah. How do you repair the staff? Or whereas, I don't fucking know. Anyone else got any ideas? And I'll ask.
Is there another staff?
He blinks. High priests
Staff of the hand.
of Pele were buried with their instruments. All of them. An old high priest, not the most recent one, another, is buried in this temple. His crypt is here somewhere.
I immediately think about the crypts. God damn it.
Thank you, kind oracle.
Pleasure doing business.
We'll be going now.
To be fair, we should have checked there first. Oh,
Yeah.
my god, dude.
I even went straight there as well. Fuck.
Oh,
Alright.
I feel like a fucking idiot.
I put the silence, the sword of silence up, and I say, I put it forward. Can I ask a question?
What is your question?
How do we open the crypt?
I think we already know how to, but
Yes, when we speak with the voice and the staff in the robes, then. Yeah.
we have to have the staff, the voice, and the robes of the priest Palais.
Yeah, and then that'll open up.
We have one of those. We're trying to get the other
So-
two.
Okay, I take
Okay.
the sword. I do not ask
Okay.
the question.
You head back toward the crypt. You're standing in front of the archway.
I'm going to. I'm gonna go in, and I'm going to start opening the crypts.
So normally, you walk in, you immediately stop hearing the sound of your footfalls. It's still quiet in here.
Mm-hmm.
You're opening the wall, the like wall things.
Yeah.
And you open another one beyond the one that you opened before, and it's another empty like hole where nothing has been ever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk over, motion at the wall, and I'm gonna investigate it.
Time to.
Secret doors. Yeah.
No secret doors.
Any bodies in here? None.
Okay. Can you attune to your robe of stars? Go through and check that sarcophagus.
Did you ask that out loud?
No, that's me asking. That's basically me asking that kind of out of character to save.
Okay.
Hey, let's leave. Say that and then go back in.
I'm down to do so.
Same.
Tale, where are you during all of this?
I'm watching and gyrating my hips in the most sexy manner possible. And whenever someone were to stop or question me, I'd be like, "What are you looking at?"
Your voice works in the silence.
Oh,
Does my voice
Yep.
work in the silence?
it should.
That's why he was asking that.
So the only reason we didn't come down here initially is because the staff was fucked up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the robes. We have the voice.
We have the voice, so we can get the staff. But you guys need to figure out how to open this wall with your voice, because that is what I signed to you in a very complicated sign language-esque thing.
Open the wall.
An entrance appears on the far side wall.
What?
A doorway just
Yes. Witness
phases
me.
into existence.
Witness me.
I will remind you, the inscription says the crypt accessible only by word from the high priest. You never asked to open the crypt.
No.
This was the
Gave up that ring for
this
nothing.
was the fake crypt. Beyond it is a room that looks fucking identical to this one, except there are sarcophagi that lie in front of the 8 blocks, headstones basically, that mark a name and a date of the priest who died here.
Opening one.
Get the oldest one.
There is
Can we talk in the
clearly
second
one that is in the actual crypt. Yes, you can all speak. There's no silence there. There is one in the back left corner, the back left corner of the crypt, that has not just the name but also the title High Priest on the inscription that you can read because glasses.
Mhm.
You slide the sarcophagus open, and there is a long, long dead skeleton inside. Around him are a bunch of his belongings, or at least they were. There is robes neatly folded, a holy symbol, some personal effects, and the high priest's staff. He was also buried with a jewelry box.
Take the jewelry, psycho.
I think we should probably keep everything that we
Rob him.
don't need.
He's dead. He doesn't need it. Take his stuff.
I will open it, not remove
There
it.
are a multitude of different precious jewels in here, as well as a vial and a ring.
I take it. I take the whole thing.
I will take the staff.
Cool. Can you make an
So what's the least valuable gem in this
Can
this
you make
box?
an Arcana check?
Yeah, I'm not very good at
Yeah,
it.
that's
fine. Tali doesn't believe in magic.
Towley doesn't believe in
He
magic.
should
There's
have,
one. There's one like
just
there's
making-
one purple rock that's just like boring and doesn't look shiny. It looks actually kind of dull and shitty.
Just by the way, man. Probably don't have it activated on your character sheet, but you should have Jack of all trades, which should add an extra +1 to that.
I
I'm pretty
believe
sure.
I put that on there. No, that's correct. He has a +0 to int.
Oh no, yeah, never mind.
Yeah, it's active.
Get fucked. I'm really dumb.
Yeah, there's like a shitty purple one that
Um,
looks like it's not probably that valuable.
Okay.
Is that with the 18 as well?
He took it.
That's fair. Okay.
Tele.
I put it in my sexy high priest robes, the whole
Okay.
box. Actually, I take the ring out and I put it
not.
on.
Your robes are cultist robes, not priest robes.
We all took robes from the place.
Yeah, I gave him robes from the high priest's quarters. He has actual high priest. He has actual high priest robes.
Oh, okay. I thought only he had them.
Well, no, Psycho has them too because there was multiple.
Yeah.
I thought there was only one. My bad. My bad.
Right. But yeah. So with that,
We have everything.
yeah, we do.
Yeah. Now where do we go?
Now to perform the ritual.
Where the? Yeah, where's the bad guy at? And where's like the? Oh, it's probably at the altar. Hold on. Back to the main room. Back up on this altar.
You remember that
Was there something written?
You remember that a while back there was a summoning that was taking place in here. It didn't go super well because you guys interrupted it. Just above that swirling pit of magma. That, however, was them trying to summon a demon and not gain access to the Holy of Holies beneath the temple. Now, to figure out what the ritual is.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's in here. And you got any hymnals to sing? Oh, priest.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe the Oracle should have told you when you asked one of your questions, which was how to get down.
Yeah.
He said you need to
Yeah.
be the High Priest. You need to have the High Priest's robes, have the High Priest's staff, stir
And
the
the
staff
stairs.
in this magma pool, and ask
Okay.
Pele to open. That is the
I'll
that
try
is
and-
the
I'll try
that is
to-
the actual answer to the question.
I hope she's in a
Taole,
giving mood.
chant with me. And I'll slowly begin stirring the pot.
What are the
Oh,
odds?
Oh, Pele.
Oh, Pele.
Open. Open.
Open.
Open for us.
But I'm hip thrusting as I'm saying.
I'm just gonna grab onto
Open your legs.
my holy symbol.
Open your legs.
Let us into your supple divine embrace.
I'm gonna grab onto my holy symbol, make a couple more prayers to her, even if the screaming continues on while they do.
Oh yeah, the screaming continues.
Man, I hope she's in a good mood when we get there.
Open.
The entire
Open.
Hold on. The entire volcano begins to tremble, this one more violently than any of the rest you've ever felt. As you stir the magma, it begins to bubble and hiss. Smoke flies off of the surface of the magma as the bubbles increasingly become larger in size. You watch as the level of the magma slowly lowers. Once it reaches a certain depth, you see that the magma is draining into holes in a large circular brass door. The door is made of 3 equal parts and has holes, 1 hole per section. Once all of the magma is drained away, the sections slowly rotate and retract into the walls of the now empty magma pit. Below, you see the heart of the mountain. Shimmering with white light and thick, noxious, sulfuric smoke fills the chamber. Below is a shaft that descends straight down into the heart of the mountain. Once the door fully opens, pieces of a spiraling black staircase extend from the walls and beneath the open magma pit. Their pieces come together to form a singular staircase that descends in a stone spiral into the bright light and surrounding darkness. A scream pierces through the air and chills you to the bone, an immortal cry of fury that will surely haunt your nightmares until the end of your days. Below looms terror and dread in the heart of the Temple of the Lava Bears.
Oh.
You first, everybody else.
That is where we're going to end this week.
Let us descend.
Ooh, right on the money. 1 hour and a half. Exactly what I said.
Oh, damn. All right.
To the minute. What a
Holy shit, my loins.
That was great.
All right, that was
Yeah,
Thank you so
that
much,
was
man.
a
You did a
very
great job.
extended session of 5 hours and 30 minutes. For everyone who stuck around, I thank you very much. My voice is shot, and so I'm sure everyone else's is as well.
Actually, no.
I'm just tired of
Yes,
shit.
as are many of us. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
So we did actually do what I thought we would do, though we did clearly rush a little bit toward the end. Next session is the last session of Temple of Lava Bears. You are headed into the heart of the volcano. Below, you hear the sound of Pele screaming with all of her fury and anger. Next session will be it. It will be the final thing. It'll be the finale, and then we will be done. Assuming that you guys survive, that is. And if you don't, fuck. Right? So, like...
I'm going to fuck her up.
Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the wild ride. I know I have. And hopefully you will join us next week as we close off this whole shindig with a big hullabaloo. And if not, fuck you. I didn't watch. I want you to watch anyways.
What's your
Bitch.
D&D announcements?
Yeah, let's make those real quick. I have hired one new DM. I'm talking to another 3. I am very close to hiring even more. More being hired regularly. I have finally devoted enough time to figure out all of this shit and bring in a bunch of new people. And hopefully, soon we'll actually be redoing the event a little bit better so that we can foster more groups for a shorter amount of time than a few groups indefinitely. And this unfortunately means that I'm probably going to not do as many groups as I was before so that I can actually manage that better. And also so that, the rest of my life doesn't suffer as a result. But you can expect more of things like this. More larger... making a bigger deal out of shorter campaigns. I know that soon ACOG is going to be running a big level 20 character boss fight that is just one big session.
Yes, I am.
With me and several other DMs and other players who got involved. I believe Moon is supposed to be there as well.
Yeah.
So this is going to be more of a regular thing if I can help it. And hopefully we'll have a lot more DMs running more games for more people. Please watch the Dungeons & Dragons chat channel for any news. I have things in the work that hopefully over the rest of the spring break I'll actually be able to bring to fruition. But yeah, join us next week for Temple of Lava Bears. It'll be great, I promise. And if it isn't, you can yell at me about it, and I will tell you that I tried and to fuck off.
Also, I'm gonna before I go to bed, I'm gonna be hosting random channels on Twitch, and we could talk about it in my Twitch chat if you guys are down. Just so completely unrelated to everything that was just
Okay, cool.
Talk
My-
about what, the game?
Whatever's going on their stream, dog.
My quick announcement is that I host mini adventures, and with my 4 groups that I host, my fourth one is a mini adventure group. For that fourth group is actually ending very soon. And I will be picking up a new group for a 3 to 4 month adventure on March 29th. Is when the game should be starting up. So within this week, I'll be sending out invites. So if you want to play, sign up. I'll pick you most likely.
Oh god. I would like to mention.
Don't sign checks you
I
can't
would
keep.
like to mention that there have been 500 people who have signed up. All right, there's a lot. There are almost as many people who are watching this stream right now have signed up for a player, signed up with a player thing, and there are not as many of us around to make that possible for everyone. But it is my ambition to get as many people as possible able to play. If you're interested, subscribe to moon_RW. He never plays Overwatch anymore, but it's fine because sometimes we play D&D. Get on the Discord. Find the Dungeons and Dragons. Find the Dungeons and Dragons chat channel. Look at the pinned messages. Ask me or any other Dungeon Master. It'll tell you where it is. Stay fresh. Yeah, I need to freshen up, and yeah, I'll see you guys around. Thanks for joining.
I have collagen too.
Join us next week.
Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Later.